That looks Dang, so you
What?
did actually turn on all your radios, backlights on?
Yup.
Lucky boy.
Musty balls.
New video from NWS Twister Man. Is that what you just did?
Yup.
I like your toes.
No!
Why are you hiding that, bro?
You can't say that.
Dude. Dude.
I like your toes.
This man LeBron, dog. You're not gonna win another championship, buddy. It's okay. This is Curry's league. Enjoy this little 20 seconds of game. This is not a real NBA final.
You know what's up for these toes beat your butthole.
This is NBA in-season trophy. Look how smart it is. Look at this man LeBron, dog.
Optimus Prime. No! Good. Bang!
What?
That is nasty.
All it takes, bro, for a winning team, bro, to snap back like nothing, bro. Tyler Young, this could be the dagger of the sword. He's my daddy! Oh! No way! Oh, shit! Yes! No, it's official. Welcome to the, bro. Tyler Young has officially had a Grandmaster Hall of Fame black card, bro. Congratulations. You earned yourself a black card, bro. Whoa! The black card, bro. Whoa!
Just like.
Bro, you just know when an NBA team makes the playoffs for the first time since motherfucking, like, bro, 2005, Jermaine O'Neal was in the league at that time. Bro, look at these niggas don't even know how to act, bro. They doing like a 13-0 run. Look at the bench, bro. Y'all acting like y'all blowing out in finals. Like, y'all act like y'all in the finals right now, bro.
That's better.
Basketball talent with Curry, bro. We should make that baseball. Thank Curry. That's the pitch you make with Curry's New York. Y'all deserve that all, man. Undeserved. Undeserved, bro. And I'm gonna be the one to say it. Look at Jada celebrating. You just shirt off. Why go? You played 7 fucking minutes the entire playoffs. How are you excited? What are you excited for? Longer the bench good enough? Jermaine, you didn't do nothing but play contract for Call of Duty. You want to for a block fix and play. Right? Hold on, man. You're able to shut up on the shot clock team. You're able to shot clock team. I didn't know you. Did I get it right?
Who?
That's the celebration, man. He is 30, so 30 turned into the incredible Hulk. No, stop making me walk on the stage, okay?
Stop.
Hi. Hey! Dude, that looks insane. You're not joking.
What are you talking about?
Talking about like the background, like all the lights and stuff.
Yeah, it looks like the...
No, there's no way Shirky makes save. Oh my god. That's embarrassing. I could have made that save. That just can't happen. Burrito balls. Yikes, whatever just happened over my phone just Come on, football. Damn, how tall is that dude? He's not 6'2".
Amazing art, bro. Yo, where's that feeling like, bro? Yo, just grab how he will. Look. No! I like Steve, brother. Bro. This is how you supposed to be. This is what I'm talking about. Bro just spawns in animation so this is grown ass man doing shit, bro. This is a grown ass fucking bro. I would expect somebody like close to do some shit, bro. Like the teacher's not looking at the board, something like the board for across the side of it. Like, dude, you got bitches, man. I was trying to see that. Hell no, bro.
Stop.
Bye.
The world's farting.
Do well for it. Kaliev, oh my god, please just let him forward. Just a rookie, dude.
discrimination stuff, but just a
Velcro beers and butthole.
I took 7 back. Hard Rock. This is 2017 Hard Rock. What the fuck? Bro! Why did you slap every EMPA analyst in the fucking face? This is the biggest revenge of success I've ever seen right here. People got the Morris King coming up over here. Come on, y'all, ready now.
Bonus bigger bubble. I'm serious.
Lord! You celebration of love. I don't care if it's crazy or not. Trump! You celebration of life. Go! How life goes. Bro. A combo! A combo. Alright. You just gotta.
A combo beat.
Figuring out the only game already.
I'm twin butthole.
Bro. A combo! A combo. Alright. You just got a school threat badge. Well, you already had a school threat badge. It's not activated as a takeover right now. I already told you Trump had a Hall of Fame school threat for us. Now, Trump, you're literally 95 to 81. You're up like 30 plus points. You're already still getting like this. Relax.
You guys got to do the video right?
Relax.
Yo, what do we want to do here? You go.
All of things correct. What are you doing, bro? You're fighting this
Five guys on the airplane.
at home, bro. Oh my gosh. Next up, yo, that edit was wild.
So,
Luca, action. No, ladies, man, having fun with that. Damn it. Oh, you take me crazy. Oh, 999. Murray, for the win. AD got on the bench. Look at
I'm scared. There has to.
What? What?
What is
That
the
was
oldest
right.
social media of all time? That came out in 2003 too. Whatever high five is, people you should meet. Okay, that's you should talk. What? And it's not Hobo either. That came out in 2003. I might actually just play this instead. Next up, Open Diary, which is all not.
Bobby, trying to fight the principle for Doug on
Came out in 1994.
Ew!
The social media. I actually don't think it's on computer, but basically,
19 seconds straight with the spin. See that? What's that? Guys, holy shit!
Really hard to get Poonis' hold on the coast. What you can do here, you're gonna have to disrespectful the whole way.
More pictures of that. See, it looks like I'm missing out on all. Both came out in 1994, and I don't think this is the same website. Anyway, it's still not the oldest social media. Oh, and finally, the oldest social media is Taco-matic. Taco-matic came out in 1973. I don't know how the internet wasn't invented until 1983, so I'm not sure how they pulled that one off. And it's the first social media ever created, or at least that's what Wikipedia says. So what's the first, right? Taco-matic it's essentially just the first ever chat room. You can make a room and 4 other people can join. And that's about it. You can chat. Yeah, there's no sending messages. Just type forever. And everyone can see your type. Taco-matic is stupid. Modern social media that we're used to. There's no likes, there's no blue check marks, there's not even infinite scrolling. Regular content forever and ever and ever and ever. So I'm making it my mission to bring Taco-matic back to the day. With everything is the most relevant and viral social media. might be my hardest challenge yet.
I don't know about that nigga, but bro, I mean, yo, I accidentally like I was trying to like hit the play button and it hit
Finger
the
balls.
later.
Okay, here we go. So, you know, moving the oldest social media, I think it's only appropriate if, real quick, we just
Stop.
I'm about to crash out.
match the vibe a little better. Cool. Alright, so there's a bunch of different ways that I can promote Taco Mat. And I'm planning on doing all of them. I'm talking YouTube ads, TikTok ads, Instagram stories. The point is I'm desperate to revive Taco Mat. I mean, it's just such a pure, innocent, wonderful platform. You know, it actually reminds me of this idea I had when I was like 10 years old. Anytime I was hanging out with my cousin, which was like pretty much all the time, I would make him play this game I invented called texting in real life. Because none of us had phones yet. And in my original brain, texting was the coolest thing ever. Basically, we would just hang a clipboard on the wall in some random place in the house, and then I would take a piece of paper and like draw lines, make columns for each of us, and put our names at the top, and then we would use it to text by writing messages.
Bro, this is the thing I don't like about a bee, bro.
In real life,
You have to celebrate
every
every
each
single
other,
time you
that's so fun, right?
Like, be humble, bro. Get back in
Basically, Taco Mat is just the online version of the game I made up.
Wow, you really stuck that weak-ass cash week.
Look,
Look, another celebration. Every time it's these scores like you win a championship, bro.
that's what
Well, I bet you a celebration.
So look at that. Anyway, the first method that I'm going to try to make Taco Mat and that is
Put the camera late. Put his hand up like he's in
I'm
show.
going to be putting $1,000. That's spending real money on this video, which is not something that I can, you know, I guess you could call me the Mr. Beastie.
I like it, though. They're right out the store. That's good, Cap.
First YouTube ad ever.
This dude beat as a character. I ain't gonna
I'm actually like a real.
should be a little like personality-wise.
This is talking about your social media. I came out in 1973. I don't even know how to talk, but I'm doing everything I can to revive Taco Mat because I think it'd be really funny if everyone started using his social media as 15 years old. So please use it or make videos about it because I spent a bag on this. I don't want to spend $1,000 on this. I'm a YouTuber. I have to spend $6 million on stupid things. You know, that's kind of our job. Don't tell me my financial advisor. I mean, the content is bad boy. Super simple, like really to produce. Which I think is
Shit, no. Yo, still running by the bench, celebration.
just stand out next to some random things, not really another Restream, and not much effects. There's no music. I think better text, so I'm gonna upload it. And hopefully, Taco Mat gets the vibe. There it is. There's the ad, guys.
Stop.
Why am I doing this?
Stop.
$200 for the next 5 days. It said it'll get between 86,000 to 160,000.
No, it doesn't.
On this ad for Taco Mat. Now, I don't know how many of those people will actually go to Taco Mat, but I mean, I feel like my ad's pretty good, right, guys? Right? Okay, I'm nervous. Okay, I'm clicking submit. Congrats, you're all done. Okay, so I guess I'll see if we get approved and see how our ad campaign goes. I'm nervous. I really am nervous. Hopefully I didn't just waste a bunch of money. That night I actually went to go watch the Super Bowl, and I'll be honest, I wasn't really paying attention to the game, but when the ads came on, I started getting a little self-conscious about my own commercial. Hopefully it's good enough to grab people's attention. Like Mr. T wearing Skechers. I mean, this is peak advertising. It did get approved that same night, actually. So that's a W. Hopefully it brings some new visitors to Taco Mat. This happened. Hey everybody, so I've spent $120 so far, and our ad has 11,000 views, and that has converted into 7 people going to Taco Mat. If anyone's online right now, and here, in here either. So I don't think so. I don't think anyone's going to either. But it's okay. We still have like $880 left in our budget. So I still have hope in the YouTube ad. Not much hope, but I have hope. But yeah, we'll just let it sit for a little bit for the next couple of days. In the meantime, let's make some TikToks, okay? I'm not very good at TikTok, as you can probably tell from all of my previous videos that I use TikTok in, but I think it's bad TikTok get everyone to start using the chair emoji instead of the laughing emoji before. Try to gaslight the internet, that's kind of how we sold it. So kind of just gonna steal it slow and basically try to get everyone on TikTok riled up to sort of gaslight the internet for acting like this social media from 1973 is like the new trending thing. Everyone's like, this new social media app is so fun, called Taco-matic. But it's just like Discord if it was made 50 years ago. And also the most important thing when you're trying to go viral is to stick out. So when I'm doing that by using this camera,
Dude, it is 2025. There's no way I hear that.
So that'll maybe hopefully a little bit quirkier.
Dude.
TikTok
Songs from like 2022.
Social media called Taco-matic, and it came out in 1973. When
Nasty ball sack.
the internet wasn't invented until 1983, so I don't
Nasty
know.
butthole.
Cats like the internet make Taco-matic the most viral social media in the world. You think too? I think it'd be very funny if we all like started using Taco-matic and like talk about it or post about it or comment about it, like it's the new trending social media. No, I didn't make this app. I don't know who made it. I just found it and then I thought it'd be very funny if we survived it. It's the word on TikTok, so it's time to edit! I posted all three of those TikToks and they did fine. I mean, they each got like a suspiciously similar amount of views, so I don't know how TikTok works. I really don't. But it's okay because at the same time that I was posting these TikToks, dude, what the heck? It's almost like I paid for these views. I spent the rest of the day making TikToks.
I grew up from like another like hour and a half running to walk out of the shop. But I'll get past that. Yeah, choice. Destiny is a thing.
Just in case it did better than the camcorder one.
The inspiring ball sack. Maybe just talk. Maybe. Your balls are tough, you know that, right? You know Travis Scott ate my poop. You know you can talk. No!
Yeah, now you won't talk.
Cap.
Welcome to.
Welcome to ball sack.
First place, but now you don't talk.
Next step is treating your moderate to
Bye.
severe ulcerative colitis with Intibio, the only gut.
Welcome to.
Nope.
An open world storage chasing game with tons of possibilities and a lot to work towards. There's a lot to do in Twisted, and a lot of ways things can get super confusing.
No, there's not.
That's where I come in. This video is here to clear up and help you through every rough area of Twisted. It's a pretty lengthy journey, so let's get started. Upon joining, you'll see that Twisted has a lobby system with a lot of options. On the very left of the menu, you'll see a play button, which just puts you in the server that you have the best connection to. On the larger part of the menu, you will see a list of servers, and it will tell you how many players are in each server, what the 3-day outlook is, which I'll talk more on soon, how long the server's been up, and the server code. Speaking of server codes,
Towards the bottom left, you'll see a place to enter it. This is kind of useless for public servers, but very helpful when wanting to join in on VIP servers with your friends or the Twisted official Discord server, which is linked underneath the game's homepage on the Roblox website. For now, it's a good idea to just stick to whatever server you have the best experience with. Once you click play and load in, you'll be prompted with yet another menu that shows you the map. For a lot of players, this can be really confusing. Most towns on the map have a button on them you can press, which you can then zoom in on to choose a more precise spawn location within the town. The best place to spawn in any server is going to be Priory Lake. Since it is the town closest to the center of the map, it will be easy to travel to any storm no matter the storm motion. Speaking of storm motion, it's part of the next step, which is looking at the thermodynamics.
Talk.
At the top of your screen, there'll be a row of buttons. To open the thermodynamics panel, you want to press the button with the sun icon. At first, I understand how this menu can look very overwhelming. Fortunately for you, however, there's a very simple and easy way to understand what's going on here. At the top left, you'll see a 3-day outlook. The potential categories here are thunderstorm, marginal, slight, enhanced, moderate, and high. Obviously, there's a lot of variation in these categories, but all you really need to know this far is that higher equals better. Starting out, I'd recommend playing enhanced to moderate risk. To the right of the 3-day outlook, you'll see the composites. There are 2 composites in the game. STP, which stands for Significant Tornado Parameter, and VTP, which stands for Violent Tornado Parameter. Once again, this is pretty simple to understand. Since the higher number you have, the larger chance you have to see something cool. Starting out, I would look for stars with an STP value of at least 5 and a VTP value of at least 1. Next, in the bottom left corner, you will see what seems like some random numbers, but it's actually the storm motion. On the bottom, you'll see a number in miles per hour, which is the speed at which the storms and tornadoes will be moving at that day. Above it, there will be a number in degrees, which is the direction the storms will move. That number is also displayed in the air vector. For now, that's about as simple as I can put the thermodynamics with you. We'll go more in depth with it later, but you're also going to need to know what to purchase to get on your feet. So, let's move on for now. There are a lot of things to buy in Twisted, but not a lot of money to start with. So that's why you can go up into the settings menu in the top right corner of the screen and enter code START for some quick and easy cash. Now that you have this, there are 2 things you need to immediately focus on. First, you need to open the vehicles menu and go by the Scout, which is a variant within the Veritarian thing. Once you've done that, go ahead and spawn it in. Take a drive around for a minute or so and get used to the controls, which I'll cover more later. Now that you have a basic view for the car, it's time to buy some probes. In order to do this, you need to go back into the vehicles menu and go to the warehouse tab. Once you're there, go over to the equipment section. Now you'll see a list of probes, which all have different stats. To start out, I'd recommend using either Dorothy or Toto. They're somewhat expensive to buy, and you don't need to immediately fill the Scout's inventory of all 4 probes, but they will help you make back money very swiftly. After you get a little more money and experience on your belt, then I'd switch to using the TwistX Top probes. For now, that's all you're required to buy, but I'd recommend stopping by a gas station and getting a couple bags of chips and some sodas. You can get other things you can get later on. But for now, let's move back to understanding your vehicle as I previously mentioned. The vehicles you Twisted are overall pretty simple, but it's still a good idea to find the Twisted every now. It's like every vehicle has the same basic structure. In the bottom left corner of the screen, you'll see a big vector which states the speed, fuel gauge, and what gear you're in. Now for what each button does. All the way to the next to its speedometer, you'll see turn signal buttons.
Actually insane.
To the left, we have the horn, cruise control, lock, vehicle flip/unstuck button, headlights, hazards, and you would guess the big button that's the start button is a start button. From the bottom left, you'll have another pull-out menu next to the menu tab, which controls other vehicle functions that aren't shared with many other vehicles. For example, it could be vehicle light or performance. Now, on to understanding the stats of the vehicle. When you open the vehicle menu and click on the vehicle, the stats bar will come up at the top right of the screen. The car has a lot of information, such as the vehicle's speed on paved road and on the road, acceleration, fuel economy, and fuel capacity. Above all of these stats, you must do some other stats that are just as important as other vehicle, including whether the drivetrain is front-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive, or all-wheel drive, the fuel type of the vehicle, how many people can fit in the vehicle, and how many probes can fit in the vehicle. The warehouse vehicles will have a bit more information, such as the thresholds and the blended speeds. That just about sums it up to the basic understanding of each vehicle. If you would like more information about some of the best vehicles in the game, consider watching this video, which reviews a lot of these vehicles head on. But for now, let's move on to understanding some navigation.
Poop.
Now, you already know that the best place to spawn in most central city on the map is Priory Lake, But outside of this, the map all looks kind of similar. North Prior Lake is Hazleton, which is the largest city in the game, with the most stuff to do. And most importantly, has the National Weather Service office, including the KHCL radar. To the west of Prior, you have Kilburn, which is the second largest city in the game, with a decent amount of stuff to do.
Hitting is very good.
And a smaller terminal radar site. To the southeast, there's the third largest town, Baroga. There's less to do around here, but there is a mechanic shop in town, and it's the closest shop to Briar Lake. Although there is a shop in Hazleton, which is an easier drive, you will save gas money by going to the one in Baroga. For the overall terrain of the map, the easiest terrain to chase on is the center, west, and northwest of the map. This overall has the best road network and the least amount of objects obstructing your view. The more intermediate areas of the map are the south, southwest, and north, which are overall similar to the previously mentioned areas. However, these areas face new issues with the small hills, smaller dirt roads, lakes, higher tree density, and a lack of radar coverage, which I'll talk more about later. And for the most difficult areas, there's the northeast and the east, which have large hills, a river with very few crossings.
Yo, who's going a little bit slow over here, Grandma? I'm about to.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Storm Chasers. Now,
This storm chasing game has an 88% rating with some of the best graphics, while this one has a 56% rating with some worse graphics. Yeah, I think you can tell the difference, but there's still a game rating higher than 88%. So today, I'll be exploring the worst but best rated storm chasing games on Roblox. With that, let's get chasing. The first game we will be playing is Project Tornado Chasing, with a 56% rating, and it averages around 25 active players. Okay, we are here, Project Tornado Chasing, or as it says on the title, Project Tornado Chasing. I think it should face that spot. Just add one A. Okay, yes, what's going on that here? We got Stormstorm over us, and look at that mesa. Also help Avatar's wrong. This is not my normal avatar. Look at that needle already on the ground. We are struggling to handle this game. Holy cow. Garage. Whoa, we have 2 tornado shelters in this one house. This is another one right here. Another tornado shelter. How many tornado shelters do we need for just one house? Maybe that one. Maybe that one too. Maybe this one is really good. I love how we just running like this and makes this stuff. I have no idea. Oh yeah, there's no radar in this game. Unless this is, never mind, the big one. Yeah, why don't we just fun to take it? Hey, it doesn't look that bad right now. I was expecting worse, I'll be honest. Not that bad, that also really loud, holy hell. We're going, I don't know where we're going right now. It's confusing me. With 2 speedometers for some reason. I don't know why. Yeah, in case one breaks, that's it. Okay, we're into a stove head here, looks like. I need a little more. Getting closer, getting louder here. You got the play button. Yeah, it's pushing like. Oh, no. The game's having a stroke. Okay, come on, wish you work. Yeah, there we go, they're working. Not really. No, they're not working. No, nothing's working. Oh my god. More power left. This time, wish you like this is my house. We are in hell. This is horrible. Holy hell. The floor. Oh my god. We're doing damage to the floor. That thing was, oh my goodness gracious. This game is not the best optimized game. not doing damage. Oh my god. Oh, very well. I think it deserves 56%. Moving on to the second game, we have Tornado Responders with a 71% rating, which is already a 15% rating jump. And on average, it has around 35 active players. Okay, we are here in Tornado Responders now, so. Oh, I thought that was a bomb. I think that might be a bomb. Wait, do I have a bomb? I have no idea what that is. I don't think it's a bomb though. How many injuries? 13. Wait, that's 18. We have the 5 doors? Oh, you're thinking XP and jet doors. That makes sense. Work up. We got explanations on air masses. Yeah, you can actually see storms moving. But it's not for the radar and the map. If you join the forecasting scheme, you can issue the orders. Somebody just stole my car. Okay, so this is a pro, not a bomb. This is a tower cannon.
What the poop was that?
I have no idea.
I like how you can see people on here.
That was fucking right!
The roads are made out there. This town overlooks the
I'm watching too.
pretty bad. The debris looks pretty good. Everything's made out of much parts. And the houses look really detailed. I think they have fully furnished interiors. So over here for oven, also already optimization. We are running smooth. Like, I have not felt any lag in this game so far. It's amazing. So I'm pretty sure it's no intercept vehicles in this game. I guess you just drive around in your own car, so I kinda like driving in this car. Like you can feel the suspension. That was some loud on the home. We have a major storm right here. We are currently right here in West Valley. I think the storm's moving real fast right now. That looks like rotation right there. Yeah, that's rotation right there. And yeah, that is definitely some rotation. Look at that. Look at that thing. That is on the ground. That's definitely on the ground. Yep. That tornado is on the ground. It is on the ground. What the oh my god. That is on the ground. That's definitely on the ground.
Bro,
Yep.
this game this dude's playing, he somehow in 1 in a billion chance got struck by lightning, bro. How are you that bad?
Tornado is on the ground. It is on the ground. What the oh my god. Now that was just unlucky. You can't. What the hell? I just got struck by lightning. There is no way that just happened. Oh my god. We're getting there. We're getting back over there. Come on. Oh, tornado sign's going on. Are you serious right now? There's something wrong with this lightning. Oh, that car just got lifted. Bro. Oh my gosh. Oh, we got it. We got intercept. It's in the station. Oh my goodness. Oh, another tornado's on the ground again. Got another tornado on the ground. I might as well still try to intercept this one. This one, we have a good path. A few minutes later. And he's got picked up. That's totally accurate. Yep, definitely. I really like this game. Feels cartoony and like more like a classic Roblox experience, which I really like. Poonis. The third game we'll be playing is Storm Chasers Reborn 7 with an 85% rating. Another big step up from the last game. This game averages about 10 active players daily. Storm Chasers Reborn 7 time. We are here. This is definitely the best menu UI game all day. I have played this before with that. money. We have a tornado risk of enhanced 10%. It also tells you tomorrow's forecast, which is the moderate risk, and the day after that, which is no risk, basically some 0% of tornado. We've got vehicles as well. Dealership, own vehicles, I only own this 2008 Toyota Camry. So you have vehicles highlighted a specific art style. Highlight. It looks like they're definitely custom made. Let's form this in blue and respawn it. We also have a radar, as you can see here. We have a new storm forming over us. Like we are currently in Newport. Everything weather related. These storms are all made out of particle effects, so it's just going to be all particles. It makes it look very realistic. Kind of like tornado responders, because that uses particle effects too, but this like actually uses particles for every single storm in the sky, like even the clouds. Everything is made out of particles. I'll say this game is pretty well polished. Well, it's good. Not sure if it's better than tornado responders, but very similar to clouds. Oh yeah, by the way, you gave pro like flesh. Very windy roads, very hilly, even more hilly than tornado responders, I feel like. Let's say the graphics in this game are a little more intense on the certain computers. Can be laggy a little, but operating is pretty good. Definitely one of the more higher end games, but then again, you got a low quality reviews, so that doesn't matter a lot. All right, we got tornado warning up north of us. That funnel is so hard to see. That is definitely a tornado on the ground. Yep, tornado on the ground. It's in
Dog.
clear water. Oh yeah, it's definitely here. Oh, you can see the leaves flying everywhere. Oh yeah. Oh, you can hear the big going. Oh, window shattered. Fire flashes. It is right there. Tornado emergency. That is huge. Oh my, that thing is huge. Yeah, I don't know how we escaped that. That was rough. Now with this new warning, we can definitely go up here to the north, get a good intercept, I think. I feel like it's catching us. I don't know why, but I feel like this thing is catching us right now. I'm gonna try to wait last second and try to get a perfect intercept on this one. Because we can't. Oh yeah, it's massive. It's definitely very violent. Oh my goodness. Place the right here. Oh, we gotta go. I can see leaves blowing. Oh my goodness, there's 70 on the pro, 103 on the pro. We might have missed this clearly, I think. Oh yeah, the tree everywhere. Oh my goodness, look at the tree up there. Look at the trees, the bark. Hey look, one guy. There's slabs. There's one slab. Yeah, another slab right there. There's another slab. So there's some major EF3 plus damage. Probably EF4 I'd say. Look at that needle. Oh yeah, that needle right there. The rating definitely justifies itself. They're a very detailed game, I would say, and it's a beautiful game in general. Oh my. The fourth game on our agenda today is Twisted, with an 88% rating. Twisted is by far the most popular game on this list, averaging over 900 players daily. So it's got some high expectations to live up to. Okay, and Twisted, as soon as you join the game, introduce it to this game is different from every other game where you have to choose 31 to play. So we do have the rewards, of course. We got lucky today, got 5 games, let's go. We got a map, you can click any of these black dots to go to the town you want to go to. I'm just gonna go to the biggest town in Hazleton. Okay, we have data here now. This is definitely the most intense game. It looks beautiful though, that's the thing. Everything is super detailed. And they got, look at that. And they got clustered. Both of them are. They got covers, all the street lamps, everything. They got a hospital right there. What? No. I've had tons of vehicles. Yes, tons of vehicles here you can choose from. Warehouse, a lot of vehicles right here as well. As you can see, I do play this game quite a bit. We have a bunch of pros we go with. CDA Video Pro, the Sex Pro, we have a lot of pros. You have Dorothy from Twisted. Let's just go on my signature here if I want to go right here. There's a lot of modifications for this thing. You can do that in top type performance. I would say this is the type stand for sure by far. Flip vehicle button, lock button, this one. Thermodynamics are, now it does say all high, but that's because I'm running high risk events and twisted. So normally you wouldn't see all this, because that would be really bad. So the high risk is tons of risk. And oh my gosh, yes, that's lightning and stuff. The main ones you want to look at are the houses, called HSP and and south east direction funnel and from there I just get something on alternative part of it. We get our first warning, rotation seems to move in southeast ahead of it here, and it looks like a touchdown at a form with the big cloud on the ground here. Looks like okay, we gotta go. 91 on the roads. It's orange CBS now, and we got new score forming up here. We're gonna try to get one last thing or something like that. But yeah, we're looking good. Take CBS on the radar, that's the strongest thing we get. We got a fix on page right now, we got a fix on page right now. But then it's like if I can tell, we got to get with it. Great air stuff, we'll look at that. 149 on this one, 151, 159, that'll be cheap right there. The fifth and final game we'll be checking out is Felicity. with an astonishing 91% rating. It also has on average an active player base of around 40 players. Here we are in Holy City. This is the highest rated thing right here. We have multiple towns of either is a tornado coming out, you know what he's saying there. So let's go in here. I like being tornado sirens. We have decent radar actually. Everything you can do, switch velocity modes. We got tornado tracks you can also check out. That is a crazy tornado. We don't do a shift, but Nicholas, like the Ford Bronco, is the default. I don't watch it. Okay, there it is. Bronco is the default.
Stop. Stop.
Love you, please. Start.
Stop. Bye. Talk. Talk. Wait, you're not banned from Hello City, right? I'm gonna take that as a poop. I need you to talk though, you know. So.
LA 1.8 Fisher Prayer Kid with the ball. Nabisky, this for the game. No timeouts. Remember Hurricane came to that? Man, look at this baby king. I was like, hey, this bacon don't do it. Gotta have my extra ketchup. Listen to me. Listen. You don't have that peace. 2026 just entered the chat. You ready to log in or what? Yes, sir, I am. Good. Show me how. He starts by writing his plan every day. What's up, y'all? If you look, Jesus, can you scroll past this video?
You can't look at yourself as a loser, man. Because if you look at yourself as a loser, you're going to automatically be a loser. You got to wake up with that confidence every day, like, yeah, I'm the man.
Here's part 12 of things you should not be going to high school. Number one, putting cologne over mustard. Why is there people in high school still putting cologne over mustard like we're in fucking middle school? At your big age. The smell not gonna get any more better at it. Matter of fact, it gets fucking worse. Ain't nobody trying to smell that bullshit. Get your big psych ass on. Number two, trying to act like you're a gangster. Gang, you have a 4.0 and you're on the top of your class. You're not fooling anybody. Like, what is the point of faking your personality? Just be you, gang. Ain't nothing wrong with being a civilian. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Number three, peeing on the floor and the toilet seat. We are at the age to the point where we know how to fucking aim. But there's people still pissing all over the toilet seat like they're fucking 5 years old. And this shit really pissed me off because why are you peeing on the toilet seat and the fucking ground? Where the fuck are you? It's like people just walk in the bathroom and just piss everywhere for no fucking reason. At your big age. If you ate only one time a week, you get stoned. This isn't about food. This is about your spiritual well-being. If you only spend time with God for 15 minutes out of the week, you only spend time with God for the 30-minute church service. Hey, man. Fuck the cup. What I like to see you go in one of these times. Didn't I tell you earlier today? I said,
Mr. Johnson is a better man than me. Because if I was in that situation, I would have told him,
fuck your dead grandma.
And come see me outside about these things.
Can you imagine dealing with this for 8 hours a day?
And you don't even have...
Well, I like to see you go in before they go strong. Didn't I tell you earlier today? I said,
Mr. Johnson is a better man than me. Because if I was in that situation, I would have told him,
fuck your dead grandma.
And come see me outside about these things. Could you imagine dealing with this for...
Well, I like to see you go in before they go strong. Didn't I tell you earlier today? I said,
Mr. Johnson is a better man than me. Because if I was in that situation, I would have told him,
fuck your dead grandma.
And come see me outside about these things. Could you imagine dealing with this for
8 hours a day?
And you don't even have good benefits? Hell, you don't even really have good pay. You're just getting abused by students all day that you can't really say anything back to.
Well, I like to...
6 little cups. The viewers want the large one. I might be going broke after this meal.
Why do we call it history and not herstory? Do women not exist in the past? Isn't that concerning? Why do we call it history?
Stop. Stop.
There is no picture word for content creators is up with that, bro. Holy fucking shit, bro. Niggas act like because they don't know you, bro, you're non-existent, bro. You're worthless, and nobody gives a fuck about you. Just because you don't know me, fam, does not mean I'm not. What's up, man? Let's learn our ABC.
Guard me, bro. Pay attention, stupid. Guard me, bro. Pay attention.
I was the first one on the internet going at Tekashi 6ix9ine, saying that this dude ain't gangster. He ain't about that life, and y'all was like, no, nobody tested Tekashi 6ix9ine's gangster. I made my first $10,000 check over YouTube. Tekashi 6ix9ine is my favorite rap. I was the first one on the internet.
Hey, good looking, baby Creed. Don't call you that. Don't call you that. Don't call you what? Just call me baby Creed. Don't call me that. Hey, fam, dig this. I was showing you love, man. You ain't got to come off like that.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. That's all love.
I know it's cool. You definitely know it's cool. We talking to me. We talking real tough. That tough. She little pretty good boyfriend, man. You'd be out in the past next to your pops talking to me like this.
They move.
That's the Birkin. You too late, buddy. 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 Yeah.
3 years. Who is this NBA player? Come on, very easy. Kevin Durant, you go to number. Still very easy. LeBron James, number 3. Donovan Mitchell, like the video if you got the first 3 and now number 4. Paul George. Clint Capella. Bonus question. You score a buzzer beater in the playoffs, but you have to go a whole year without talking to the second person that appears when you click share then more. Would you accept? And now, try to guess the final one. As usual, leave your answer in the comment. Who is this NBA player? Come on.
Good night. Whoa! Say good night, Merry Christmas. Yeah, come on. You're all right.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah, go bed soon. But don't wake up early. You know what I mean?
What?
Bedtime, we gotta go to bed so Santa can come, right? So you're going to bed too, right, Bubba? Yeah. Bubba and Kaylee and you are all going to bed. Move your leg, dude. Move your leg, dude. Move your leg down.
Shut up. Stop.
You're hurting her.
Quiet.
So good night. See you on Christmas. Good night. See you on. Just stay out of the living room until I get it.
I'm not gonna touch anything.
I'll talk to her.
Mom. Okay, Mom. Mom. Why do you care if I get up early? I'll be fine if I wait. No, Mom. 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 Like, well, usually I don't get up that late, but I got up at like 11.
Oh, good.
No, listen. No, listen.
I want everybody to
No,
sit
listen.
at least
Mom, you already know I'm not gonna like touch any presents, but what if I just walk in there to just look at like
no, because they were supposed to
the
stay
setup.
around there too. Like you can glance in
No,
there.
I'm saying like
you
what
can
if
glance.
I'm saying if I wake up early, like when Navy's
I know,
not up yet.
but still, just don't get all up in it. Just leave everything alone.
I'm not touching anything.
Okay, and you can walk by and glance, but don't be like trying to look at every tag and see who's what and all that. Just leave it all alone until I get up over here. Okay.
I'm gonna wake up early.
I'm not waking up early, but I'm not gonna wake up late either. Okay. I'm gonna set an alarm for 8 hours after.
Just
I
wake
fall
up like you
asleep.
usually do.
Okay. I mean, like today I got up at like 1, So I'm hoping tomorrow I'll be up by noon, and then we'll be able to start opening presents before 1.
It's called Christmas one, but Christmas afternoon.
I know, Hayden, but I can't help it, man. We're all on the night shift schedule except for you. Even Kaylee, she slept today till like 2:30, and that was only because I woke her up. She wouldn't have been woken up till probably 4 p.m. if I hadn't woken her up. So she's probably gonna be up late. You're gonna be up late, and it's fine. And I'm gonna be up it's gonna be busy, and then I'm gonna be sick. Okay? I'll try to get up early. Okay? But I knew it was the I was just thinking I'm gonna be the Grinch all day.
No, nothing to do chocolate.
Yes. Just really, Well, thank you.
Top. That's disgusting. Bro can't fart. Speak. Talk. Top. Freaking freak! Dude, I'm surprised you're not asleep already, dude. Bro can't fall.
Dude, how are you not asleep,
Dude, you know I'd be up late, bro. You're the one that falls asleep as soon as you touch your bed. Dude. Oh, it's actually Christmas now. Let's go. Dude, can you like... Dude, can you like not fall asleep or something? Like, what's happening, dude? Usually you're...
I mean, I can...
Miranda!
I mean, I heard you like...
Dude, your balls are built like Mr. Beast Nicholas Spittoon poop.
That's disgusting. No, I can hear it on my... I'm watching the live stream, I can hear it. It's disgusting.
Dude, what? What do you do? What?
Because like...
Dude, your ball sack is built like my pancreas. Now, if you don't stop, I will...
Dude, you're built like Helen Keller little ball testicles.
Dude, you're built like my ball sack's pancreas, dude. That's why ball sack has a liver and not a pancreas.
Cause Junior ball sack.
Dude, your poop tastes like intestines. Means food.
This.
What?
So we're talking, right?
Nope. I just ate your balls, I just ate your balls, I just ate your balls.
Bye. Bye.
Your freaking band, Shawty got baby, she came from Japan. I got a baby in the balls. We're on the baby in the hall. So they're gonna wait right behind the hall. I'm going around baby in the hall. Your ball sack stinks, your ball sack stinks, your ball sack stinks.
It's screaming for help.
Dude, what in the freaking poop are you pooping your pants with in your pancreas poop?
I wonder what the risk is for today.
What are you talking about? Done, bam, get out of here. Come on, we already know.
No!
By the way, the risk for tomorrow is it's a marginal for Los Angeles.
Wait!
San Jose.
Hold up, go to WeatherWise. They just updated it. You need to see the new update too.
Alright, hold up. Is it really good?
Yeah, it's pretty good. You'll see it. It's in Kansas. It's in Nebraska right now.
What do you mean it's in Nebraska? What are you talking about? Bro, what do you mean it's in Nebraska?
Maybe look and you'll know.
Are you talking about Santa?
I mean, have you looked yet? I mean, you would understand.
Oh, I see it. Why is Santa upside down?
Because your ball sack stinks. Oh, its next stop is St. Louis.
Yes, I see that.
Dude! He's had 1 million gallons of milk.
Dude, what a fat booty hole.
Dude, he is more than just fat. He is astronomical units big, probably.
So they didn't update the radar or anything? They're just
Santa poop.
Dude, I was about to say the same thing. I was about to say just Santa poop. I was really about to say that. I'm so serious. No, is Santa upside down for you too? I don't know why he's upside down. Dude, why does it show the closest radars to it? Like, dude, is it gonna pop up on radar or something? Like, what is this?
Well, Helen Keller little ball testicles, so like...
Dude, it's in Wilbur, Nebraska right now. I don't think it's gonna get anywhere. Dude, since when did Ohio have a has cam?
Ohio balls.
You know you're banned, right? Like, for eternity? Like... Cambridge, Ohio, dude.
Good night. Good evening.
Good night, Cleveland.
I've not said that in a while, but
Oh, heel.
it sounds like an engine starting up. Hey, I don't know if I already told you, but did you see that Litchfield, Kentucky, Grayson County got a has cam?
Did you put like a Litchfield ball?
Dude,
ball.
They got a
bubble?
has cam. Dude, your peanut is a frickin' stinker.
Your butthole is bald.
You're banned. Good night. Your balls are built like has cams.
Your ball sack.
Your balls. What's that? West Point, Mississippi. Brando! What the frick? I ate some balls for your ball sack taste when you right up on this thing. Hattiesburg, Mississippi.
Junior ball sack.
Hattiesburg, Mississippi poop.
Peepeesburg.
You're a joke. Gage, Kentucky poop. No! McClough, LA poop.
So we're going to bed, right?
We're gonna eat balls, but
Ew.
Aberdeen boner sack. I can't say that.
Sugary butthole.
Alright, that's
Done.
even worse. Good night.
Sugar sack will ruin you.
No. Wait, do you think that CYC Rad is your favorite radar site?
I think it's.
Do you know you should be banned by now, but just saving you some mercy. Dude, you're actually being chicken banned. Holy freaking moly. Dude, Turkey from 2002 ate my ball sack. Dude, why did he keep going off? Dude, why did Xander keep going off about Sister Virgin or something? They're like being. You're banned. Dude, Donovan Mitchell ate my balls. Rudolph A hit my ball sack. How do you do it? Like, dude, how do you do it? On a nightly basis, you just deliver, like, dude, I don't get it.
Did you call her Santa Claus? Oh, this will be cute out there with the Christmas tree. Good night, I love you. Stay quiet. Wait for me tomorrow.
You know I like poop. You're a joke, right? Dude, I found an old Santa plushie. What happened to his eye?
Bernie Sanders.
Look at his eyeball.
Eyeball poop.
It got ripped out of his freaking skull, dude. Oh, I found Jason Tatum's ball sack. Santa's right eye ate my ball sack out like a freaking pie. I can't, no. Santa's right eye ate my ball sack out like a pie. Wow. Dude, you're actually, like, honestly farting, like, on a nightly poop. Yeah, it's fine.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm.
Yes, it is. Dude. You're about like Northern Ohio WXTGK poop. Dude, are you conscious right now doing this? Dude, I don't think you're real, dude. Dude, your ball sack is built like Cindy ball sack. Dude, your ball sack is built like ball sack, but it's built like ball sack, it's built like ball sack, it's built like ball sack. Dude, you're really not.
The NBA team had their greatest player of all time. Who would be the best? Today, we're going to find
Peanut butter and jelly
teams
food.
are getting a major upgrade. We're going
Peanut
to
butter
see
and
who
food.
wins the most championships as a result.
Poop and jelly.
With season number 1.
Wait.
Even though there's a
Peanut butter and poop or poop and jelly?
winning the first MVP
Peanut.
That would be a scary sight to see, considering the Nuggets would also be in on the Lakers or Hurricanes to overtake points per game. But as was the case during
December Poonis.
he was into a Kobe Bryant led team in the playoffs this time in the first round. His pairing with Luka would be a match made in heaven for now. We can't forget about old man LeBron still having enough in the tank despite retirement on the way. However, in the second round, this Lakers team will go up against the Rockets like Kevin Durant and Olajuwon. This would send the Lakers home in second, followed up by that defeating the Oklahoma City Thunder and the Western Conference Finals, who couldn't get it done despite adding Westbrook. And that would send Houston to the finals. But their next and final opponent would be the Philadelphia 76ers, who would prove to be a very tough competitor. Now obviously leading the way up in the beating Maxey out, giving the Sixers the 2 elite to start. As a result, everyone on the team is seeing the possibility of their first ever championships. But they would fold in the next 3 games, as Kevin Durant plus the team would be en route to adding to their collection. About 8 years from his last title, KD would be winning his third. And about 30 years apart, Hakeem Olajuwon would also be winning his third, as well as his third Finals MVP. The 76ers put up a really good fight. But that's the end to an eventful year number 1. Move on to season number 2. This year's MVP race.
Oh no.
Fourth, this fall, the New Orleans Pelicans, after averaging 26 points and 11 assists. Will Chamberlain is now back, not quite averaging 50 points per game, but finishing
burger.
race. That's who LeBron James will be averaging 28 minutes cut back in on the moment. And at number 1, it will be Mike Jordan and scoring title by a long shot. Even though he's been dealt with a bad hand with the modern day
Negus.
He's got to off the 7th and the 2nd seed upsetting the first round, eliminating the 26th. This would be the farthest Chicago would go in this year's playoffs, but it's a positive sign for the Golden League to undersize. Back to the Cavaliers come back. They make it to the second round game. Starts pitcher will be facing Larry Bird and Tatum. But despite the latter being the number 8 seed, they vanquished the Cavs in the second game. Bird having the better of LeBron, Tatum outlined as well. However, this Celtics team wouldn't let immediately after the Eastern Conference Finals, they would lose to the Orlando Magic.
Oh!
The Magic they would be up against the Denver Nuggets.
Nicole Jokic food.
And as far as the way careful Anthony matchup goes, it will lead towards Denver's route and maybe the championship in space. Number 2 for Jokic and number 1 for Melo. This would be the last we see of the Denver Nuggets, as the following season they would be right back on the finals. This is very easy, as we see earlier, the Western Conference has heroes like Luka and Kobe, maybe in the King, Anthony Edwards and Kevin Durant. Created this goal.
Why?
This video is sponsored by Dunk City Pass. And this one will be going to the final couple.
You're like Oliver Rio.
We're going to see a Philly title with a back-to-back championships for Denver. Philly needs a bucket. They're going to Iverson. Driving right. Blocked by Alexander Walker. Goes out of bounds.
I like your ball sack. Times like this to round like this is matter with the ball sack. Up and in the veins and be down up in the Cadillac. Basic down in the Cadillac. What could be totally cool? What could be totally cool?
Put on the line. And it's rebounded by Maxey. He's going to pass over to Iverson at the top of the key. Iverson between the legs, the lob down to Embiid.
No way, bro.
Zingle poop.
Bye.
Huge down the stretch. Only 46 seconds away to go to dot. They're running a play for Murray to get it off this inbound. He gets it at the free throw line, trying to post up Maxey, driving left.
Bring up the piccolo balls.
Here we go, Maxey. Spin move. 2 feet in the paint. Bad spacing. Puts it up.
They say that breakfast is the most important meal of the day. Well,
now the Chicago Blackhawks are easily one of the best young teams in the NHL. Connor Bedard has quickly turned into a superstar, already up to 90 overall, and he was absolutely dominating up until those injuries that happened against the team that happened to be my favorite. But that is neither here nor there. The Chicago Blackhawks are definitely exceeding expectations this season. I was thinking they were going to be a lot worse, but you know what? Things haven't really been too bad for this franchise. They have a lot of young players still developing. The sky's the limit for this team in the future. So what I'm going to be doing with the Chicago Blackhawks is I'm going to be taking over as GM for the next 25 years. I'm going to be rebuilding this team, and I'm going to turn them into a dynasty, and we're going to be winning a lot of Stanley Cups. Now, when it comes to season number 1, we're likely not going to do too much. I'm just going to allow the young guys to develop on this team, because there's a lot of great young pieces. We just have to give them opportunities. Oliver Mormon having played 35 minutes this season. Whether we win a Stanley Cup this season or get the first overall pick, I really don't care. We're just preparing for the future. With that being said, there is one thing we should immediately do, and that's give Connor Bedard an extension. And right now, he's looking for $9.7 million for the next 6 seasons. That's an absolute steal. Now, how about we save a little bit of money? I'll do $9.2 million for the next 6 seasons. Connor Bedard, you're going to be sticking around Chicago, and more than likely, you're going to be playing here your entire career. Another guy we should focus on bringing back to the team is Kevin Korchinski. He's looking for $4.6 million. I'm going to do $4.5 million, and that'll move you into a top 4 role. Because if we want Kevin Korchinski, if we want our franchise defense in the future, we got to make sure he develops. And then with everyone else here, we're probably just going to be looking at a lot of 2-way contracts. You know what? On top of giving Kevin Korchinski a top 4 role, Sam Rizzo also going to have you play 30 minutes this season. I really want you to get some minutes in the NHL early in your career, so I think that makes the most sense. Truthfully, I kind of want you to play second pairing minutes, but then we don't get an overall boost for line chemistry. But I think this still makes the most sense. Now when you're developing, you have to be on the ice. Grizzly and Carl Murphy will play some good defense for me. So it's time for us to finally jump into number 1. We've done everything we have to for season number 1. Truthfully, it's all about letting the young guys develop. We don't need to make a lot of trades right now. Let's just let the young pieces develop and turn into superstars. Alright, hold on. What are we doing here? Nashville's first in the entire league at the trade deadline. I was going to talk about how our plan is to be bad in season number 1 so we get a really good draft pick and get another elite player to pair alongside Bedard. But what are we doing here? Nashville 43-16-3. This ain't it. This is not it whatsoever. Meanwhile, the Chicago Blackhawks 28th in the entire league. That's kind of what we're going for this season. I'm not too worried about this team being good. I just want us to prepare for the future, and we can prepare for the future if we get an elite draft pick. Bedard 59 points so far, 28 goals, 31 assists. He's up to a 93 overall. Timo Teravainen 54 points. Frank Nassar 41 points. At the end of the day, it's all about development for our young guys. Lev Schnott's up to an 82. I was kind of hoping to be a little bit higher than that. Kevin Korchinski, what overall are you up to? You're up to an 82. You have a couple X factors, so things aren't looking too bad for you. Meanwhile, Spencer Knight, you're an 85 overall, medium potential. 24 wins this season, 2 shots in 918 to 263. I'm not really too sure if we're going to do too much selling here at the trade deadline. I guess we'll get rid of guys on expiring deals. Other than that, we're probably not going to do too much. But then again, what can we really do? We're basically at the cap floor. So for trading players away, we also need to take players on.
So yeah, that might be more difficult than expected. Yeah, I really don't know what we're gonna trade away. Like Jason Dickinson, I guess I could trade you away, but then we would also have to take on like $4 million to reach the cap floor. So I actually don't think we're gonna do anything here. We're going to save all of our money for free agency, even though there's really not going to be anything available in free agency. Now, based on our goals for this season, I would say things went exactly according to plan. We were one of the worst teams in the entire league, 25th to be exact. I would have preferred if we were a little bit worse just to get the higher draft pick, but you know what? I'll take a top 10 pick for sure. The Blackhawks were showing a lot of flashes this season. Bedard, 41 goals, 44 assists for 85 points. He's up to 95 overall. Levchinov had 48 points this season. He's up to an 86 overall. Kim Korchinski, I'm very checking on you as well. You're up to an 83 overall. So the development is looking good for a lot of these guys. Oliver Moore's up to an 80 overall. There is a lot of potential with this team, and we're banking on that potential, especially Spencer Dice, because I want him to be our goaltender in the future. He's up to an 88 overall. Things are looking good for this team, but they could look significantly better, especially with the first overall pick. Like, we know for a fact the worst team is getting the first overall, so maybe we can jump to the first. It doesn't look like it. Instead, Chicago's going to be dropped from 8 to 9. Calgary's going to get the third overall and the fourth overall. Barring what happens here, we might be making a play into the top 5. Okay, so remember how I said we're going to try to move into the top 5? Well, technically, the first overall pick is in the top 5. There is a franchise potential power forward. I think Tim and Bedard could ruin the NHL together. So I'm going to throw this massive package at the pick that they're going to reject. I'll give you the 37th overall pick as well. They're still rejecting that. If they don't accept this package right here, I can't offer anything better. The 9th overall, the 24th overall, a future first rounder, the 37th overall, and the 40th overall, and they still won't be the first overall. You know what? I don't blame you, Pittsburgh. It's a generational player. Simulate the first overall pick, an 82 overall power forward who has medium franchise potential. Bro's going to turn into a stud, and I already know it. So here's what I'm going to try to do instead. I couldn't get the first overall, but maybe we can get the 5th overall. That was way easier than expected. What exactly did I trade away? I know I gave up the 9th overall, but I believe I gave up the 40th overall as well. Or did I give up 2 first-round picks? Nope, I gave up the 9th overall and the 40th. Okay, that was definitely worth it. I was thinking we'd have to throw a lot more to that deal. Apparently not. So who we're going to be walking away with is Stenberg. And he's going to be a great playmaker who's going to eventually play alongside Connor Bedard. It's going to be Stenberg and Bedard on the top line. And then best case scenario is we also find a power forward that can play alongside those guys as well. You know what? We might not be done with the trades yet. He's Ryan Rudrock. I know you have medium potential for sure. So if I can trade for like the 8th overall pick, we can get another medium potential player. And I don't think it would cost us too much to get the 8th overall. So what if I gave you the 24th overall and the 37th overall? Would that be enough to get the 8th overall pick? Seattle's going to be saying no to that. That's no surprise. But maybe I could throw a guy like Ryan Donato in this deal, and then we can get this guy. So I'm interested in Ryan Donato. If he's willing to go there, we're getting a guy that's definitely going to help our future team. So we send this package over to Seattle. They're saying no. I feel like we're not that far off. So maybe it would cost us the 55th overall pick as well. Send that to Seattle. We say no. What about a future second rounder? I'll give you Chicago's second round pick for next season. Maybe that can make the difference. So it looks like we're walking away with 8th overall from Seattle. So that means we're getting another great player. Now, who is that player going to be? Well, it's going to be Ryan Rudrock. We know for a fact he has medium potential. This is going to be an absolute steal for us. He's going to be an amazing player to bring to the team. If you thought Chicago's young core wasn't good enough, well, we just had 2 more medium potential players, and we still have a handful of picks left in the draft. Unfortunately, though, I doubt we're going to get anything with these picks. So after drafting Ryan Rudrock, the rest of the draft wasn't too notable for us, but 2 medium potential players to add to our prospect pool. I think it's only a matter of time before we turn into a dynasty. With that being said, we can't rush the process here. We have to allow the young guys to develop. So let's not jump into free agency, looking to spend a lot of money. We're not ready to win quite yet. With $37 million that we do have right now, we're not looking to spend too much money. Molino, Grizzly, Connor Murphy, Jason Dickinson, Mikhail Lafferty, I think all of you guys are going to be walking. I'm looking to spend a handful of guys to 2-way contracts. At the end of the day, do I really have to worry about signing them for 2-way contracts? We have more than enough cap space. I can give them all $1 million if I have to. So yeah, I'll go sign a handful of players and then we'll move into the agency and then maybe cook up a couple deals. But I know for a fact right now, we're not going to be signing many players to multi-year deals. We got through the re-sign phase without having to spend a bunch of money. Now when it comes to extensions, we probably shouldn't have to spend too much here either. Levchinov will give you $6.7 million for the next 4 seasons. Sam Rinzel, we're probably going to be looking at $3 million. I guess it's going to be cheaper than that. I'll do 2.2 for the next 3. All the more, I can't imagine you're asking for a lot of money. 2.2 for 1 season. Let's do multiple years. I'll do 2.5 for the next 2. That's going to be keeping all the more. more around. And then honestly, outside that, we're probably just looking at a bunch of two-way contracts. Because realistically, when it comes to Teravainen and Burakovsky, I honestly wouldn't be overly surprised if we just decide to write out both their contracts. Teravainen, though, we might trade you away because you might have a bit of value. But Burakovsky, we have to keep you here for the vibes. We have to find a way to spend some money, and there's very few teams that have any organizational interest. We could go for a guy like Kevin Hayes and have plenty of bottom six. I don't really want to do that. Victor Arvidsson, you're one of our best options right now. Gustav Nyquist, I could bring you in and throw an absolute bag at you. Or do I just take on some bad contracts for this season, and then we try to get some picks on top of that? That could be the move. Now, best case scenario is Palat has so low of trade value that he basically has negative trade value. So we can trade a 7th-round pick to walk away with Brady Martin. Ideally, we don't have to give up that much in this deal. We might have to give up a better pick than the 7th. But if we can walk away with Brady Martin without having to give up too much, I think that's a big time steal. So I'll try 2 6th-rounders instead. Hopefully that's going to be enough. Troy's definitely saying no. I guess the real question is Palat's trade value low enough where it's actually considered a negative value? Because we could be in a position where it's not low enough where it's considered negative value. So maybe we just try Lewinsky in this deal instead. I'll throw the 7th-rounder as well. Lewinsky's a 70 overall. He's 22 years old. Brady Martin right now is a 75 overall, 19 years old. And there's more room for him to develop. Hopefully this package right here is going to be enough to give you rejecting it. They'll give you another 7 as well. So Lewinsky and 2 7th-rounders from Palat and Brady Martin. I think this is a steal for us. And it looks like Detroit's going to be happy to accept this. Alright, so here's the trade I'm making. Keep Teravainen in the 6th-round pick sent to us in the Jackets. Ron-Pop, I think he could be a really good power forward. You just scored 39 goals last season. Yeah, we need to capitalize on that. Unfortunately, they're going to say no to this deal. I'm willing to throw Colton Dawkins into this deal if we have to. Because I don't really think Colton Dawkins is part of this team's future. I'll throw him into this package as well. Mostly that's going to be enough for Ron-Pop. We need to add a bit more. I guess they need another 6th-round pick. At the end of the day, a perfectly fine trade 6th-round picks away. Those picks in reality aren't that valuable. 7th-round picks, on the other hand, that's a completely different conversation. Alright, so we do need to take a little bit more money on cap ceiling. And I think Roger would actually be a really good playmaker for us. Right now, we don't have any playmakers on the team. Roger used 8.4 for 1 season. You better accept that deal. I know for a fact I'm outbidding everyone else. Now, the other free agent signing is going to be Gustav Nyquist. Here's $6 million for 1 season. We need a playmaker and we need to reach the cap more, and you're going to fill both of those roles. Now, once again, we all have to remember it's about the development of all the young guys here. And I think this team is seeing great development. Ron Dell's going to continue to develop, Green's going to develop, Paul Moore's going to develop, Marvin Dart, Ron-Pop. A lot of the young guys on this team are going to keep on developing. Vlasic, Levshon, Kevin Kurchinski, Sam himself. Like the entire defense is incredibly young here. And of course, when it comes to goaltending, I think you want to progress a little bit more. You definitely can do that. But you are up to an 8-9 overall, so you're already off to an incredible start. And as we all know, Ryan Rudrock's joining the team next season. Stanford's probably going to be joining the team next season. We're going to get another incredible prospect after we bought him up this season. Once we get all the players that we need on this team, a dynasty is going to be forming. Now, I must have just completely zoned out, but I just simulated the entire year and didn't stop at the trade deadline. But honestly, it doesn't really change too much because we can make any moves at the deadline regardless. The Chicago Blackhawks were very similar to last season. 38-6 record. I was hoping we were going to be worse than this, but we had a handful of guys lighting the lamp this season. Of course, Mark Dart being one of them. 91 points this season, 27 goals and 34 helpers. Washington 83 points, the Blackhawks picked up 63. We also should have given him a contract extension before the beginning of the season. But you know what? We're still looking okay. Levshon picked up 56 points. He's up to 87 overall. Alvin Moore 52 points. He actually made him to a really good second-line centerman for us. I wasn't 100% sold on him at the beginning of this video, but he's looking pretty good right now. Frank Nazar 45 points. He's up to an 85 overall. The team is looking good. A lot of the young guys are continuing to develop. We're going to have a handful of young guys jump to the lineup next season. I'm very excited to see what we're going to do. As mentioned, as an 88 overall, immediately potential skill. I don't really care too much about the numbers. The only thing I care about is us somehow getting the first overall pick. We need a jump to the first overall pick. So wow, we actually did. Holy crap, we actually got the first overall pick. So we're getting Landon DuPont. Yeah, that happened. The Chicago Blackhawks are getting the first overall pick. We're going to get a franchise defenseman with Landon DuPont. We're set for the future. Like, this team is ready to dominate. We're building a dynasty. Nothing is going to stop us. We actually got the first overall pick. We really jumped from 8 to 1 to get the first overall pick. Okay, there's another player. He also has medium franchise potential. Okay, hear me out. We are likely going to select that player. I'm calling a timeout here. What would it take in order for me to get the second overall pick as well? We know for a fact there's 2 medium franchise potential players. I am willing to trade quite a bit in order to get both of those players. Obviously, I'm not going to trade our first round pick for this season, but I will trade our first round pick for next season. I'll trade the 35th overall pick, and I will probably even trade a 2029 first round pick. Like, we're talking about 2 medium franchise potential players here. Those are generational. I think if we really want to get this deal done, though, we're going to have to do a 3-team trade, and I think that could be possible. Alright, so here's what I'm going to try to do. A 2028 first round pick sent over to the San Jose Sharks to get Belchez. Now, Belchez will end up being flipped over to the Montreal Canadiens in order for us to get the second overall pick as well. We're going to be making a lot of trades here. We're going to be giving up a lot of prospects. I don't really care though, because we are getting generational players. So Belchez, I'll throw you in this deal. I'll go 35th overall and a future second round. I have to throw in the future first round pick. I'm willing to do so, because I really doubt this is going to be enough for the second overall pick. Wow, what a steal. Okay, so we got the first overall and the second overall. First overall, we're going to drop this centerman right here, who's going to have medium franchise potential. He's a medium franchise potential sniper. And then with the second overall pick, we're going to get another medium franchise potential player, this one being Land Dupont. So we're set for basically the rest of this video. As long as I can build a competent team around all these medium franchise potential players, we're building a super team. Now our plan was certainly not to bring back Claude Giroux. We have $50 million in cap space. So bringing Claude Giroux back probably isn't the end of the world. I'll give him no movement, so I'm likely not going to move on from him. I'll give him $10 million because we do need to reach the salary cap floor. So here you go, Claude Giroux, $10 million for 1 season. Bronkov, I'm not really too sure how much you're going to be looking for, but this is an incredible deal. So I'll do $5.7 million for the next 5 years. You're going to be sticking around. Gustav Nyquist, we honestly might need you on the team just to reach the cap floor, but you're not really looking for enough money, so I probably won't bring you back. Burakovsky, you're going to be leading the team. We're losing a stick on the ice legend. And then after that, I have no clue how we're going to make up money. Claude Giroux is actually going to be rejecting that offer, so we do have to give him a bit more money, or I can promise him a first or something. So I went ahead and negotiated with Claude Giroux $10 for 1 season. I can definitely give that first role, because we are going to need a playmaker up there. So yeah, after handing out those contracts, I don't know what we're going to do with the other $36 million we have. Soderblom, here's $800K. That doesn't really help us though. So we probably have to spend $16 million to reach the salary cap floor, and I think we need to bring 2 forwards to the team. So ideally, maybe we can find 2 $8 million players. However, I think that's easier said than done. Maybe we can put a Jared Sarge, I think actually here's $8 million for 1 season. That at least helps us when it comes to reaching the salary cap floor. We do get some forwards. How about we make one of those forwards one year? I only want to do 1 year. How about I give you $6 million? You know what? How about we make that $7 million just because we're closer to $7 million now? Vladimir Tarasenko, welcome to the team for 1 season, and then we'll bring in 1 other guy as well. But Gustav Nyquist, you were pretty solid with the team last season, so I'm going to bring you back for another year, and I give you like $6 million. I'll do $6.7 million for 1 season. Our team should be complete now because we have a handful of young guys jumping into the lineup. Once again, it's not about competing for a Stanley Cup this season, it's about letting the young guys develop. Next season, though, we're taking that next step. Now, I think this might be the last season of the rebuild before we really start competing for Stanley Cups. We have a handful of guys that have really developed and are turning into stars. We've done an incredible job drafting over the last couple seasons. Lefshoff and Kevin Korchinski are just about ready to lead the defense. Land Dupont's going to be joining our defense. We have another medium franchise potential player joining our forward core. There's a lot of things to be excited about when it comes to the Chicago Blackhawks team. We have to give them 1 more year. I'm not saying we can't make the playoffs, but there is a possibility we can do that. I just highly doubt it. Also, one thing we will have to start focusing on is bringing in a really good playmaker. Is Claude Giroux, respectfully, you're not part of this team's future, nor do I think you're the guy. Now, at this point, I am just completely bugging. It's the trade deadline. Somehow I'm just simulating through it. I don't know what I'm doing. Apparently I'm just so oblivious that it asks me whether or not I'm a buyer or a seller. I just hit continue simming. I have now done this twice in a row. Luckily, we weren't going to make any moves at the deadline anyway, so it doesn't affect anything once again. However, that's now the second time I've done that. Now I got to tee up right now. I got to lock in. No more skipping the trade deadline. We actually could use the trade deadline. Not really, but yeah, I probably should stop at it from time to time. In before, in like 3 seasons, I just started simulating the entire year, and then we never stopped the deadline again. So this was the final year of us not competing for Stanley Cup. Moving forward, we're ready to take over the NHL. Chicago Blackhawks were actually better this season. They were actually way better than I thought. A 39-33-10 record. Granted, overtime losses helped us quite a bit here. 18th in the entire league really isn't too bad, especially since we really weren't trying to compete this season. Connor Bedard 77 points, 46 goals and 31 helpers. Claude Giroux 76 points, Lechonov 61. Nakamura, you picked up 21 goals and 27 assists for 48 points, you're up to an 87 overall. I haven't really decided where I want to play you. Like, do I want to play you on the top line alongside Connor Bedard? I'm a little bit concerned that you might take shots away from him, you might take goals away from him, and we might be better off just splitting you guys up onto two different lines. We'll wait and see with that. I haven't really decided quite yet. Spencer Mackey was great this season. 31 wins, 6 shots, and 918 to 275. Next season's going to be a historic year for Chicago. We're taking over. The Edmonton Oilers are Stanley Cup champions. They're taking down the Toronto Maple Leafs. I can guarantee that's Chicago in 3 years. Chicago's ready to take over the NHL. Ideally, we get another elite draft pick here. However, I doubt that's going to be the case. And it looks like our first round pick is going to San Jose because I completely forgot we traded our first round pick away. So thankfully, we were actually a good team this season because that could have been a tough look. Why did I forget we traded that pick away? I have no clue. But yeah, that could have been very bad. Now, although we don't have a first or a second rounder, that doesn't mean we can't walk away with some elite potential players, because we're going to secure a low elite potential player who's starting off at 49 overall. Unless Pro sees some crazy development, I don't think he's going to turn it into too much. We have $51 million heading into next season. Bertuzzi, Jared Spurgeon, Harris Sanko, Nyquist, all of you guys are going to be walking. I have a plan heading into this free agency. Now, how well is this plan going to work out for us? I have absolutely no clue. But in my head, I think this plan is going to work out. We'll basically bring everyone back to the team that's willing to sign a cheap deal. But when it comes to the moves we're making over the offseason, we're going to get aggressive. Alright, so here's the big plan I have heading into free agency. Now what we need to do is bring a superstar playmaker to the team. And you know what? I think Will Smith will be that superstar playmaker. Yes, he's a centerman, but let's just say we move him to the right wing and he plays alongside Connor Bedard. That's going to be a super line right there. Unfortunately, though, he is an RFA, so we're not going to be able to get him. Except we 1,000% still could get him, because we can just offer sheet him. I guess the real question is, what would be easier? Offer sheeting Will Smith or just trading for him? Because if we offer sheet, more than likely we're giving up 4 first-round picks. If we gave up 3 first-round picks, could we get Will Smith? Because just looking at his trade value right now, 3 first-round picks is probably enough to get Will Smith. So I'll give up a 2029 first-round pick and then a 2030 second-round pick, and that actually might be enough for Will Smith. If we walk away with Will Smith for a first-rounder and 2 second-rounders, we're fleecing the Sharks. That is one of the best moves we've made so far. Now, Will Smith will have to play out of position, but I don't think he's going to care too much about playing on the right wing. So after picking up Will Smith, I would like to do an 8-year deal with him. He's only looking for 7, but what if we did 8? Yeah, we can definitely get 8 years done. So I'll do $12 million for the next 8 seasons. I think that's a comfortable deal for him. And we'll probably on the top line. That's a super line right there. Evan Korchinski also needs to sign an extension, but we can definitely do this. We have $62 million in cap space. I'm not really worried about the money right now. Kevin Korchinski, here's $5.3 for the next 4 years. Oliver Moore, you're not interested in signing an extension. So maybe we trade you. Hold on, we might be onto something here. Now, Fondell, don't get me wrong. I think you're an amazing player, and you have a lot of potential. Like, you're only 21 years old right now. There's lots of time for you to develop. However, Hunter Gaucher on the top line alongside Connor Bedard and Will Smith. Yeah, that's an amazing first line that we can certainly build around. He's under contract for the next 4 years at 5.7. This is a no-brainer. Oliver Moore, I'm going to throw you into this deal as well, but we might be able to get something else back. Like, Seneca would not be a bad pickup here. He could play some good second-line minutes. I think that's what we're going to try to do. Frondell and Oliver Moore for Connor Gaucher and Seneca, I think this is the best deal we can make. We're going to be rejecting that, but of course we have draft picks. And as you all know, I'm not scared to trade away draft picks. We are trading picks for players who are going to help us right now. We can be rejecting this deal. Maybe we don't get Seneca. Maybe I just do Frondell and Oliver Moore for Connor Gaucher. I'll offer that package over. They're saying yes. And I guess we could circle back now. Because what if I give you Voronkov and you give me Seneca? Like, Seneca is younger. He's only 22 years old. Voronkov's 27, and they're basically the exact same overall. It's a difference of 1 overall. Seneca, welcome to the team. We're going 1 for 1. Now, I really like what we're building right now. We still have a lot of cap space. Dylan Strome, I'm interested. $14.8 million for 3 seasons. We have the cap space for you. We can certainly afford you. I like this deal. Now, after making that deal, we better sign a couple cheap players on 1-year deals. Zetterlund, we can bring you to the team for $5.8 million. That doesn't hurt us too much. But we can't do any more multi-year deals. Patty Kane, welcome back to Chicago. Here's $3.5 million for 1 season. That's a no-brainer. And then ideally, we can bring in one more cheap player here. I'm not sure who that's going to be. Lucieranen, that wouldn't be too bad, but you're looking for multiple seasons. Gavin Brindley, I'm assuming you're an RFA. Of course, that's the case. Who else can we find on on a cheap 1-year deal. Vladimir Tarasenko was only looking for $2.2 million. Sale we can't bring to the team, but we could trade for him. And I wouldn't mind trading for Sale. So here's what we're going to do. Greenham sent over to Seattle. We bring in Sale. Sale can play some amazing bottom 6 minutes for us. He's going to be an elite 3rd-line player. Of course, we have to give up the lucrative 7th-round pick, but I'm perfectly fine with that. And then, of course, after picking up Sale, we're going to re-sign him to the team. We're going to do multiple years. I'm looking at 3 years at $1.8 million or something. I think that's a really good deal that keeps him around at a cheap price, and you never know, it might develop into a stud for us. Also, with guys like Wyatt Kaiser and Allen, of course, I'll re-sign him to the team. $1.4 million, that's a cheap deal. Nolan Allen, I'm assuming you're looking for the exact same. If he wants a little bit less than that, we'll do $900K on a 2-way contract. That works for me. Now, unfortunately, Will Smith's going to be rejecting our offer, which is a little bit surprising. Dylan Strome will accept, though. I'm actually very surprised Will Smith was saying no. Like, we were giving him more than enough. Like, I was almost giving you exactly what you were looking for. Okay, we somehow saving money in this deal now. If we did 8 years, he's looking for 11.3. I'll do $12 million for the next 8. I think that's enough to bring Will Smith back to the team. Yes, I'm adding an additional season, but I'm giving you more money. So I guess we'll find out if Will Smith's going to be accepting that deal. Okay, I'll just give you 7 years. So it appears Will Smith will not accept an 8-year contract, so we're going to have to do 7 seasons. But I mean, we saved $2 million by doing this. So here you go, Will Smith. I'll give you exactly what you want. Now, if he comes back and says I didn't meet his clauses, that's very stupid. We don't have to worry about that. Will Smith, welcome to the team. Now, I was about to get ready for next season, but I forgot about somebody. Spencer Knight. How on earth can I forget about Spencer Knight? Let's lock him down for the next 7 years at $8.6 million. He's one of the key players here. We definitely need him. Now, for the next handful of years, this is the core that we're rocking. It's superstar on superstar here. 90 overall on 90 overall. The team is looking incredible. Len Dupont's ready to make his debut at an 85 overall. The defense is looking better. The only issue I have with the defense, offensive defenseman, offensive defenseman, defensive defenseman, offensive defenseman. I think we might have too many offensive defensemen here. So Kevin Korchinski, don't be surprised if you're traded eventually. Spencer Knight, you're an 89 overall. We know what you're capable of. This is the best team you've had in front of you. This team is going to live or die by their offense. In theory, the offense should be incredible on this team based on all these elite scorers we have. When it comes to the bottom 6, I just need these guys to play the role, and I'm pretty confident they can do that. So it's time for us to finally make the playoffs. It's time for us to finally go on a deep run and struggle deep the new Chicago Blackhawks. While we do that, I will remember to stop at the trade deadline. Probably not, though, but at least I'll attempt to. But I remember to stop at the trade deadline. It's a glorious day. Who would have thought I would remember that? Right now, things are looking good for the Blackhawks. 8th in the entire league, a 33-21-7 record. The defense is fantastic, 2.82. But I was kind of hoping their offense would be better, like 3.13 goals per game. I'm expecting significantly better than this. I don't know why Chicago can't score goals, because we have elite goal scorers here. Dylan Strome is leading the way, and then Will Smith is second on the team scoring. Bernard, what are you doing? You're here to score goals, and you're not scoring goals for me. Nakamura, you're also not scoring goals. Like, you're a franchise potential sniper, and you're not scoring the goals. I don't know why both these guys took a step back this season. I guess that's just the way she goes. But the team is seeing success, and that's what we were looking for. When it comes to goaltending, Spencer Knight, 30 wins, 2 shutouts, a 919 and 257. You're holding up your end of the bargain right now. I'm not really too sure if I want to make any trades, though. Like, as much as I think our team is ready to compete, and I do think we could win a Stanley Cup, I don't know if we have the assets. I have traded a lot of draft picks away. I've traded a lot of young players away. We don't have a ton left here. I mean, we do have Stenberg and we do have Ryan Rubrock, but I think both of those guys could be bottom 6 players for us next season. So I don't really want to trade them away quite yet. Kevin Korchinski, on the other hand, I might consider moving you, especially if we can get a good defensive defenseman. So Kevin Korchinski, I've made up my mind. We don't need more offensive defensemen on this team. We need some more defensive defensemen. And Mikey Anderson, you fit that role perfectly. You're an 86 overall. I think you could fit perfectly on the top line. We're also going to get a 3rd and 4th rounder as well. Honestly, Korchinski, this has nothing to do with whether or not you're a good player. I think you're an amazing player. However, we just don't need more offensive defensemen here. We need more of a defensive guy, and that's what Mikey Anderson is going to be for us. Now, Chicago is certainly going to have their hands full in their first round matchup. 8th in the entire league, a 44-30-8 record. And who do we have to take on in the first round? Well, we're taking on the Dallas Stars because they were 2nd in the Central Division after the Colorado Avalanche won 60 games. So regardless of what happens here, we're going to be in top. Guard, 36 goals and 38 assists for 74 points. I'm going to keep this stacked. Bro was disappointed this season. I think we're moving with Tony Gaucher. I'm going to move you guys to the second line. Nakamura, I am moving you up to the top line. I wasn't 100% sure on how you and Carpenter would work alongside each other, but I think we got to try it out. If you have medium franchise potential, I need to see if you can live up to that potential. I also don't know if us having like as many centermen on the team is actually hurting us. Like Will Smith, having you play on the right wing, I feel like that really shouldn't hurt your development. I feel like that shouldn't hurt your production. We're not going to overlook things though. Spencer Knight, 36 wins, 913 215 and 280. I hope you're ready for your first round matchup, because things certainly aren't going to be easy on us. As I mentioned, we're taking on the Dallas Stars. They're one of the best teams in the entire league. If we can get past Dallas, though, then we have Colorado. So yeah, regardless of what happens here, it's a tough road ahead. Like, I can't imagine having Will Smith play as a winger is really hurting us too much. Maybe it's better if the playmakers and centerman, though. Maybe we should move Connor Bedard to the wing. I feel like that really wouldn't affect anything at the end of the day. Like, it's a simulation. I highly doubt having a centerman play right wing minutes for us is really going to be stopping their production. For the first 2 games, we were able to split those, but now we're winning game 3 and we're winning game number 4. The Blackhawks are rolling right now. If we win game number 5 and move on to the second round, he's that being an amazing start to this video. Alright, the boys are rolling. Maybe I was overthinking things too much. Hold on, just wait a minute. Minnesota in the second round, I was fully expecting Colorado, but Minnesota does have a good team. We definitely can't sleep on them. They're going to put up a big fight against us, but we're winning game number 1. We win game 2 as well. It doesn't look like it. We drop back-to-back games. It better not be 3 straight games. Luckily, our offense is going to wake up. Game 5 is going to be a big one. We need to find a way to win that one. It's probably the most important game of this series, and we're going to win 8-1. The offense is flying. Win me game number 6, and we're moving on to the conference finals. I don't know if we're going to be able to beat them. The Blackhawks are just rolling right now. They've figured it out. The offense is going crazy. We swept Nashville, and we're in the Stanley Cup final. So all that talk about me questioning whether or not Will Smith should be one of our wingers, all of that doubt is out the window now. We're in the Stanley Cup final. Clearly it works. So it's all coming down to this series against the Toronto Maple Leafs. Can we take down the Maple Leafs and become Stanley Cup champions? Well, after winning game 1, we've lost 3 in a row, so we have to make a big-time comeback. So that comeback starts right here, game number 5. We need to find a way to score some goals, and we are not doing that until now. We've now scored back-to-back goals, but I need a big-time third period. That's just not going to happen. The Maple Leafs are going to outscore us, and we're going to fall in 5 games in the Stanley Cup final. Considering everything, though, this was a pretty good first postseason appearance. We made it all the way to the Stanley Cup final where we lost in 5 games. You know for a fact this team's going to be back. Like, at the end of the day, 99% of this team is fine for next season. And you already know those guys are ready to go crazy. Dylan Strome, Frank Nazar, Nakamura, Connor Bedard, Will Smith. The boys were looking incredible. Maybe we have to change the coaching staff a little bit. We'll do what we have to, but I think our core is set in stone for a while. Also, shout out to the AHL affiliate for winning the Calder Cup. The boys stepped up when it mattered. Now, we might not have a ton of draft picks to work with here, but that doesn't mean we can't get some elite potential players. We're securing a medium-elite potential goaltender. I just want to point out he's only 17 years old right now, so if you're drafting a goaltender at 17, more than likely they're going to develop into a star. So in 5 years' time, who knows? We might have a replacement for Spencer Knight. So we made it to the Stanley Cup final, but unfortunately we just couldn't win the final games. We lost those all Maple Leafs, but we're going to be back. We're not really losing anyone of value. Patrick Kane's leaving the team, Zetterman's leaving the team. Brett Yates will probably bring you back on a cheap deal. Here's a 2-way contract for you, and that's it. We're going to have some young guys step into the lineup, and we're going to take them with you. Also, Summer Blom, here's $900K. You're a great backup for us. Now we have $26 million in cap space. So Nakamura, your extension's not going to hurt us. However, I do want to do multiple years, so I think we're going to hold off. I don't really want to do a 2-year deal with you. Seneca, you played great bomb 6 minutes, and at this price tag, I'm definitely not going to say no. 3.1 for the next 2, that's an absolute steal. Alex Vlasic, you're a great defensive for us, so I want to make sure you're sticking around as well. We'll do 5.9 for the next 4 years, I'll give you 14 mil trade. That's going to work out pretty well for us. And then Stenberg, Ryan Rubrock, what are we looking at if we did multiple years? 8 years, you want $5.6 million, so we're obviously not going to do that. But I could do it in 2 years at $1.5 million. Actually, I'll make that $1.6 million for the next 2 years. Stenberg, you're going to be great on the bottom 6. And then Ryan Rubrock, where are you looking for? 2 years at $2 million. What if we did 3 years? Then you want 2.8. I can do a 2x2 with you. We're keeping everyone around us some amazing contracts. Ryan Rubrock, you're probably going to have to play some right wing minutes, but we'll find a way to make it work. Now, Ryan Rubrock, I was just talking about how you're going to be a good piece for us. I've changed my mind. We're going to package up you along with the 3rd round pick. We're going to try to trade for Woods. Now, I'm going to have a couple conversations with Woods. What I want to do is move him over to the right wing. I don't know if he's going to be willing to adapt to a right wing role, but if he is, that would be ideal for us. I mean, at the end of the day, if he doesn't adapt, we're just going to play him on the right wing regardless. I don't know what our wing position is. Like, I can easily move a centerman to one of the wings. I'm not moving a winger to centerman. It's just not quite as easy. Ryan Rubrock had 3 round picks for playing enough, which is kind of surprising based on trade value. What if I give you 2 3rd rounders and a 2nd round pick? Is that going to be enough? Okay, we're doing a 3-team trade. Let's just make this easy on ourselves. For Minnesota, how about you give me 2 first-round picks for Ryan Rubrock? Now we'll flip those first-round picks. And maybe if we're lucky, we don't have to give up both first-rounders. Best case Ontario is we only have to give up 1 first-round pick in a second. I don't think that's quite going to be enough, though. It doesn't look like it. But what we should maybe do here is trade Chicago's first-round picks and hold on to Minnesota's. Because I'm very confident what Chicago's going to do this season. We're going to be an elite team. Minnesota, on the other hand, things could collapse for them. So we'll do 2 first-rounders in the third round. That's still not enough for Woods. I'll throw in another third-round pick. If that's not enough, we'll go to a second. I don't really want to give up 3 first-round picks in this deal, but honestly, that might happen. Like, I'm hoping that this package is going to be enough for Woods. They're saying no. All right, we're doing 3 first-round picks. I'll give up Minnesota's first-round pick for this season, assuming they're going to be worse next season. This is crazy work. 4 first-round picks. I'm going to try this second-rounder first. But if I have to give up 4 first-round picks, Woods better turn into the greatest player of all time. You better turn into the next Wayne Gretzky if I'm giving the ball this. Also, it's kind of crazy, but we do need to bring in somebody on a 1-year deal. I guess that's going to be Nazem Kadri. We need to reach the cap floor somehow, so here's $9.1 million. For last season, I have questions about the top 6. Those questions are now gone. This team's looking incredible. We still have a lot of young guys on this team that are developing. Len Dupas up to 92, Levshov at 89. The defense was spectacular. Goaltending's amazing. Last season we lost in the Stanley Cup final. That won't happen again. We're going to get our revenge. Alright, Chicago, you're starting to disappoint me a little bit. Like, I know for a fact you guys should be better than this. 13th in the entire league, a 34-24-5 record. We were supposed to take the next step, and that just hasn't happened. And the main reason for that is we're not scoring goals this season. I don't know why our offense just can't score. I'm thinking we need a new head coach. I don't think our head coach is good enough. Like, offensively, we should just be way better than this. Nakamura, 37 points this season. You're 9-year-old. Dylan Strome, you're -14 this season. Are you just progressing like crazy? It doesn't look like it. Why are we not seeing success? Frank Lazar, I guess you're not looking the greatest on the second line right now. But our second line consists of a 90 overall, an 88 overall, and an 85 overall Frank Lazar should be a lot more successful than what they are right now. I don't know why they're struggling as much as they are, because they certainly shouldn't be. Like, the team has a lot of good pieces on paper. Spencer Knight, 29 wins, 6 shots, and 918 is 265. You're doing everything in your power to help us win games. I don't think we have to shake things up, because last season we made it all the way to the Stanley Cup final. I think the forward core that we have is good enough. I think we just need a new coach. So with that being said, there's a lot of our team that we have this season. We're not going to make any big moves that we have. We'll just change coaches next season, unless we go into crazy run runs. Also, in case you're wondering, yes, I have been asking these guys to add a secondary position, but sometimes they just don't want to add secondary positions. This is the second time I've asked you to become a right winger, and you just refuse to do that. So I'm just going to keep you as a center mid and put you on the right wing. We can keep this simple by adding secondary positions, or I can just force you to play there. Alright, I think I should just stop questioning this team from the entire league. 48-47. Then again, 35 wins came in regulation. So that is a little bit of cause for concern. Like, we should be winning games in regulation. We can't have the majority of our wins in overtime or a shootout, because that just proves that we're not a good 5-on-5 team. If we need 3-on-3 overtime and shootouts to win our games, then clearly we have some problems. Offensive numbers are looking okay this season. Goaltending's looking spectacular. But yeah, I think we need a new head coach. We need an offensive-oriented head coach that's going to lead some more offense. Because right now, the offense just isn't cutting it. Now that I've said that, I can't wait for our offense to step up in the postseason. Last postseason, the offense was flying. We were scoring a ton of goals. And that's the reason we made it to the Stanley Cup final. So maybe that's going to happen again. It's either that or we're not going to score any goals at all. We've scored 2 goals for the first 2 games. Yeah, that solidifies things. We need a new head coach here. We need somebody that's going to allow this offense to actually score some goals. Because 5 goals in 4 games, that's not going to cut it. So we're bringing in a new head coach next season. The coaching staff's changing a little bit, because that's the reason we lost. We have all the talent in the world on the Chicago Blackhawks team. But 5 goals over the course of 4 games, that's not going to cut it here. Meanwhile, Spencer Knight, he posted a 916 while having a 303. Not only were we not producing offensively, we did not play any defense. Like, Bro was facing 36 shots a game. Literally, we were not playing any defense. Also, it seems like things actually did work out for us. Nakamura is now willing to play left wing. I guess we'll see if that helps. I guess we'll see if that helps his production. Meanwhile, with Will Smith, will you play right wing? No, you will not. Will refuses to become a right winger, even though I'm forced him to play there. Nah, this just makes me sick. The Toronto Maple Leafs Stanley Cup champions. They're going back-to-back while we're losing in the first round. It's not right. Now, I think we might have found a pretty good goaltender in the draft. The 70th overall pick was a medium league type of goaltender, starting off as 67 overall. I do want to point out this goaltender that was selected 2 picks earlier. Yes, he's 17 years old, but he's only a 47 overall. So our guy might be 2 years older, however, he is 20 overalls higher. Also, I'm not really too sure if this guy's going to turn too much, but he is a gem, low top 4 potential, starting off as 65 overall. I'm going to keep my eye on this guy. Actually, I changed my mind. He's 20 years old. He's not turning into anything. Now, Nakamura, earlier you were willing to sign an extension with the team. Now it seems like you're not interested. However, I still think we can get something done. We're looking for 12.3 for the next 5 years. If we did 8 years, I'd give you an improvement. Because that could be your contract interest not quite enough, so I think we're going to stick with those 5 seasons. We'll do 5 seasons at 11.5 million. I think we actually have to do a bit more than 11.5, so how about 11.7 for the next 5 years? That person sticks around. And Zell, I already know you're looking for way too much, so 4 players going to pay. And then with everyone else, the argument drill is 2-way contracts. Now, we shouldn't have to make too many moves here. Leonard Dupont, of course, we have to give you an extension. That's going to be one of our big moves. He's looking for 8 years, and honestly, that's perfect. Because we probably should be able to re-sign you for $12 million for the next 8 years. That's going to lock you down for a long time. And you know what? We actually might be able to do a little bit less than $12 million. How about we do 11.8 for the next 8 years? Leonard Dupont, welcome back to the team. And then Levchinov, I'll throw you a massive bag as well. Let's do 8 years and I'll give you no movement. So Levchinov sticking around as bulk. We do $9 million for the next 8. Yes, we can. Yeah, we're re-signing everyone to incredible deals. Dylan Strome, you're going to be walking after this season. Mike Anderson, I like you as a left defenseman, and we're going to pay you accordingly. So how about you take 6.3 for the next 4 years? You're going to be sticking around. And Zell, I'm going to trade you away. Sale, hopefully I can keep you around, but you're looking for 3.1, so I think you're going to walk. As of right now, we have all the big-time players signed, and that's exactly what we were looking for. Green, maybe I can bring you back to the team. 1.2 million is an absolute steal. And if everyone else, I'm not too worried. We have all the core pieces signed. Now, we're kind of in an interesting position right now, because I do believe that we basically have everyone we need on this team. However, I need some players to pick up some secondary positions. Will Smith, I need you to pick up a secondary position. Woods, I need you to pick up a secondary position. I need both of you guys to pick up a right wing position. If you do that, we're going to be looking incredible. Also, Tage Thompson's only looking for 1 season. I understand he's not really interested in joining our organization based on his organizational interest. However, I'll give you $13 million for 1 season. I'm going to overpay you. Hopefully that's going to be enough to convince you to join the team. Because if we can bring in Tage Thompson for this season, then why can't we win a Stanley Cup? You might as well just give us the Stanley Cup right now. We are about to cook the league. Now this team has all the potential in the world. I just need them to all figure it out at the same time. Stenberg, I can guarantee you next season you're taking over as a second line playmaker. Woods, I'm really hoping you pick up a secondary position of right wing. If you do that, you're going to be jumping into a top 6 role. This team has so much potential, it's ridiculous. What's that potential? We're about to find out. Like Spencer Knight, you guys know what you have to do. Basically the same thing you've been doing every season now. I guess there is only one concern I might have with this team. Is our left side defense a little bit weak? Like 285s and a 79. Maybe we should try to make that a little bit better. But then again, 89 Levchinov, 93 Dupont, we should be able to make it work. Also, remember how a couple seasons ago I said within 3 years, more likely we're going to be skipping over the trade deadline? We've reached that point. The team we have right now is the team we're sticking with. Let's go ahead, Sneely to the end of the season, then go win a Stanley Cup. Alright, Woods, I've reached the point where I don't really care whether or not you pick up a right wing as a secondary position. That's where you're playing next season, regardless if you want to play there or not. Now, it looks like all we needed was a new coach. First in the entire league, a 57-23-3 record, and the most impressive thing, 4 goals per game. The offense completely woke up for this team. We had the best offense and the best defense in the NHL. Now we just need all of that to gel in the postseason. Will Smith, 101 points. Mark Bedard, 87 points. Nakamura, 83 points. Tage Thompson, 40 points. I kind of hope we can keep Tage Thompson around. I highly doubt it's going to be possible, but I would love for him to stay on this team. When it comes to goaltending, you already know Spencer Knight was an absolute superstar. We're heading into our first round match. We're going to take on the Winnipeg Jets. The way Chicago's playing right now, I don't know if anyone's going to be able to stop them. At the end of the day, it's a 7-game series. Anything can happen. So I need the boys to lock in here. I need 4 wins in the first round, then 4 wins in the second, 4 wins in the conference finals, and 4 wins in the cup final. However, let's take this one game at a time because we're dropping game number 1. That is not a good start. Luckily, we are going to respond in game 2. It's been a low-scoring series. Hopefully, we can change that. And we sort of did change that by just allowing a lot more goals. So yeah, we're down 3-1. Things were looking amazing. And then the postseason started. We are the President's Trophy winners, by the way. Luckily, we are going to win game number 5. We win game 6 and force game 7. I need the offense to keep on scoring goals, and that's just not going to happen. Back-to-back seasons where we've been a first-round exit. After all of those seasons of tanking at the beginning of this video, and all the big-time trades we made, I wasn't expecting back-to-back first-round exits after making the Cup final in our first year. Well, I guess we can celebrate the Ice Hogs winning another Calder Cup. At the end of the day, it's not a Stanley Cup. We are here to win Stanley Cups, and we didn't do that this season. I don't know what happened to this team in the playoffs, but we just completely folded. The defense vanished, the offense vanished. This team was just nowhere to be seen. At the end of the day, though, even though we lost in the first round, nothing's changing. 90% of this team's being brought back for next season, because I believe in all the players we have. Strom, you will be leaving the team, though. Woods, you're likely moving into a top 6 role. I have a plan for you. I just need you to be a part of this plan. And you being a part of this plan basically means you becoming a right winger. Just do it for me. It's going to be that hard. Also, I guess we should check in with Tage Thompson. And if we have a lot of money, I actually wouldn't be against bringing him back to the team. So Tage Thompson, how much are you looking at when it comes to an extension? That is Dylan Strom, not Tage Thompson. Tage Thompson, how much do you want here? 13.8 million. We have 21 million. The salary cap hasn't quite gone up yet. I'll do a quick negotiation with you and we'll see what happens. Alright, so after a great negotiation with Tage Thompson, we will return to the team at 11.8 million for the next 4 seasons. I'm giving him a 20-team no movement. In the future, you will likely be traded away, like you've already dropped to exact top 6 potential. I believe you have some good years left in you, and I want to get those good years out of you. Now, I don't think this draft is really going to be cooking up for us too much, so I think this medium top 4 potential defenseman might be the best thing to walk away with. There's only a 50 overall, so can I really expect too much from him? Not really, but there is still a possibility he might see some trades development. Now, at first, I was actually excited about this player right here. Low the potential, and he was a gem, and then I found out he was a grinder. So we basically just wasted a pick right there. Now, we're left with $10 million, but we're not going to do too much during the re-sign phase. Dylan Strom, you're going to be leaving the team. Renzel, maybe we can do something cheap with you now. It doesn't look like it. So I'll qualify you as an RFA, but this time you will be traded away. Sale, maybe we can do something cheap. You want $2.8 million. I don't really know if we can afford that, so I'll qualify you as an RFA. Wyatt Kaiser, maybe I can keep you on the team. $2.5 million doesn't seem terrible, so that's what I'll do. 2.5 for the next 3. Nolan Allen, we can do a cheap deal with you as well. We'll do 1.4 for the next 2. And then with everyone else, we're probably going to be looking at 2-way contracts or very cheap contracts. Now, this is where things could get a little bit complicated for us. We have a handful of guys that need extensions, and they want a lot of money, starting with Connor Bedard. Right now, he wants $15 million for the next 2 years. We only have $24 million to work with. I don't think that's really going to work for us. Hunter Gaucher, you want 11.8 for the next 6. I don't hate that deal, so we can probably do it. However, I do want to save a little bit of money, so how about 10.8 for the next 6 seasons? So after that deal, we're left with around 13 million. So I don't know how we're going to be able to afford the rest of these guys. Stenberg, I'd like to move you to a top 6 role, but you're looking for 6.6 for the next 2. I don't know if I can do that. Woods, I want to make you a second-line player, but you're just not helping me. Luckily, a majority of these guys are RFAs, so if we are unable to sign them, we do have the rights still. However, I want to do more years with Bedard. I want to do more years with Stenberg. Woods, I would like to do multiple years with you. A lot of these guys just aren't helping me right now. So I think we'll hold off on a lot of big moves right now, and I guess we'll just see how this season goes. So this is what I think we're going to do with Sam Renzel. We're going to send him over to the Buffalo Sabres. Linus and a 4th-round pick is going to be acquired. There's one right winger for the bottom 6. Now, the other right winger for the bottom 6 is going to come from the Boston Bruins, and that's going to be Liam Greentree. We could use a couple more right wingers on the team, but I think he's going to fit the role perfectly. Hopefully we can go 1-for-1 here. It doesn't look like it. We need a 7th-round pick. So here you go, Boston. Here's a 7th-round pick. And just like that, we got another deal done. And I think that might be the last move of the offseason. Now, with a handful of the young guys in this team continuing to develop, and us having more 90 overalls this season, I can only assume we're not going to completely fold in the first round of the postseason. Like this team right here should never lose in the first round of the postseason. Truthfully, we should probably sweep the first round every season, and the real playoffs start in the second round. So Chicago, you better figure it out moving forward. Also, now that the season's officially started, I will check in with Connor Bedard, and I'm really hoping he's willing to sign for more than 2 seasons now. However, the problem is, if he does want to sign for more than 2 seasons, we don't have the money for him, but we do have his RFA rights. So eventually, we will bring him back to the team. Now, you know, when I've reached this point, I'm serious. No messing around. We are all about winning Stanley Cups when I bring this method out. No face cam, no looking at regular season stats. We simulate the entire postseason and we watch this team win. We have split the first 2 games. Whatever you do, Don't lose in the first round for the third straight season. We can't do that anymore. We have a 3-1 series lead. All you have to do is win one more game, and we can move on, and that's exactly what Chicago's doing. We're moving on to the second round. Now, I will say, Dallas is the lone team I'm scared of. Dallas is actually a very good team. We are getting smoked. That was an absolute disaster. Hold on, wait a minute. Maybe it's not a complete disaster. That is the craziest thing I've ever seen. Y'all need to win a Stanley Cup. You cannot afford to lose the Stanley Cup now. We're off to the Stanley Cup final. The Pittsburgh Penguins are in front of us. We will not lose. We got shut out in the first 2 games. We were down 3-0, and we made the comeback against the Dallas Stars. Now, all you have to do is beat the Pittsburgh Penguins, and we are going to smoke this team. Yeah, the reason I was scared of the Dallas Stars is for valid reason. Now, as we can all see, they put up a big fight against us in the first round. That's because they were the best team in the entire league with 58 wins. We've won 56 games this season, and we still were the best team. Dallas was really about it, but the Chicago Blackhawks are finally Stanley Cup champions. Hunter Gaucher, 103 points, Will Smith, 88, Connor Bedard, 85, Nakamura, he's picked up 83. The team was just flying. Stenberg, we need to bring you back to the team. Connor Bedard, we need to bring you back to the team. Tage Thompson, I think there's actually a very high probability I trade you. I'm just going to keep it a stack, bro. I don't think you're a part of this team's future. You helped us win this one Stanley Cup, but we need Stenberg, we need Connor Bedard, and I would like to bring back Woods. But the only way we can do all of that is if Tage Thompson is traded. Will Smith, 28 points in the playoffs. Connor Bedard, 25 points. Nakamura, 24. I am terrified to see what the Connor Bedard extension's looking like, but we will find a way to get it done. Spencer Knight, 16 wins, 1 shutout, a 906 and 285. The Chicago Blackhawks are back on top. Stanley Cup champions once again. We'll simulate a couple days just so the salary cap can go up. I guess we may have to simulate one day. Now, Connor Bedard, what do you want to do here? You're still interested in signing an extension with the team. How much are you looking for? $14 million for 1 season. We need to do 8 years. I need to do 8 seasons with you. I'll hold off until the re-sign phase. Hopefully he's going to be willing to change his mind. Stenberg, how much money do you want? $12 million for 1 season. Apparently players only want to sign 1-year deals. We just can't do that. So although I think Stenberg's an absolute stud and Connor Bedard is an absolute stud, we can't do 1-year deals. So I'm going to pray once we get to the re-sign phase, they're willing to sign like 8-year deals. Now it looks like the trend of us drafting medium-league potential goaltenders is going to continue. We're drafting another one with the 116th overall pick. It seems like that's the only thing we can draft right now. Medium-league potential goalies. Well, I mean, there is something else we can draft. And of course, that's going to be low-league potential players. We're securing one in the 4th round as well. Alright, hopefully things are going to work out for us. Woods now has low franchise potential. Stenberg's an 87 medium league. And Connor Bedard, well, we know what Connor Bedard is. But can we do 8 years? Yes, we can. But it's going to cost all of our money. 14.2 for the next 8 seasons. Connor Bedard, welcome back to the team. Everyone else is being qualified as an RFA. Stenberg, I'm just curious on how much you're looking for. You want $14 million. More than likely, even if we trade Tage Thompson, we wouldn't have enough for you. Woods, I had high expectations. I thought you were going to be our #1 right winger in the future. It just didn't work out. Everyone's going to have to be qualified as an RFA. We're left with $1 million exactly in cap space. We can't really afford to do anything. The salary cap's officially caught up to us, but at least we won a Stanley Cup. And right after winning a Stanley Cup, when we thought things were looking good, our head coach retires. Thanks, Bruce Cassidy. Alright, so unfortunately, you guys actually did miss a trade because my power went off and then I lost the recording. Luckily, there was only one trade you missed. Now, what that trade was Woods sent over to the LA Kings. Okay, hold on. Maddox Schultz now has low franchise potential. 90% of the time he has medium franchise potential. Sorry, I just got distracted because I'm really contemplating trading for Maddox Schultz now. I think he'd be a very good playmaker for us. I think that's the move. Okay, but basically I traded Woods. We got LA's 1st round pick. We also got Alexei Joseph in the deal. But Maddox Schultz, I am very interested in bringing you to the team now. Like, why have you dropped a low franchise potential? It doesn't make sense. We're going to trade Tage Thompson away, free up some money. Yeah, we're going to cook up a big deal. Alright, so regardless of what happens here, we're getting absolutely fleeced. That's just the way it goes. I'm looking to get a 1st and 2 second-round picks for Tage Thompson and Stenberg. I highly doubt we can be able to walk away with this package. I'll take one of the second-rounders out. We'll likely trade both of these guys and potentially a draft pick for 1 first-round pick. Like, this is ridiculous. We are getting fleeced in this deal. But you know what? We have to get this deal done. I need that first round pick from the Rangers. We're a little bit off when it comes to trade value. I'll give you our first round pick as well for 2033, but I want second round picks back. If I'm giving you a first, I need second rounders. They're saying no. Yeah, we're getting fleeced. This is a terrible trade. Do not make trades like this. I am doing this because I need to get a specific deal done. They're still saying it's not enough. Wow, this is a terrible deal. Don't do stuff like this. But it's all going to work out for us in the long run, because now we're adding Maddox Schultz to the team and potentially something else. You know what? Let's just go 1 for 1. I'll give you the Rangers first round pick that has quite a bit of value for Maddox Schultz. They're still saying no. This is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Here's 2 third-round picks. I'm trading every draft pick away because I want Maddox Schultz on the team. I'm giving you 2 fourth-rounders as well. I'm basically giving you a top 5 pick, 2 third-rounders, and 2 fourth-rounders for Maddox Schultz. It's still not enough. What else do you need? I mean, at the end of the day, I guess I could give you my first round pick for 2034, but let's just keep this simple. And apparently that's not simple enough. Here is a 6th round pick as well. LA, do not get greedy. Now, if you're making all those deals, we do have to free up a little bit of money for Joseph, but that honestly should be too difficult. So how are we going to free up some cap space? And I'm going to send Frank Nazar over to the Seattle Kraken, and we're going to bring in a 2nd and 3rd rounder. And then what we're going to do with that 2nd and 3rd rounder is we're going to package that up with Mikey Anderson, and we're hoping to pull off another big-time trade. Now, after trading Frank Nazar, what our next deal is going to be looking like is Mikey Anderson, the 3rd round pick, sent over to the St. Louis Blues. I guess we're going to have to give them a 2nd round pick. That's not the end of the world. We're going to be walking away with Theo Lindstein. Lindstein is going to be a good replacement on the 2nd pairing, but the main reason we made both of those deals is to free up money. Because through making all of these trades, I have had a plan since day one. And what that plan is bringing Alexei Joseph back to the team, but not for 1 season. We're doing 8 years with him. I'm going to give him an 8-year deal. I'm going to give him a no movement. He's going to play 2nd line minutes for me, and he's going to turn into a stud. So hopefully $4.5 million is going to be enough for him. Realistically, it should be. His contract interest is almost maxed out. Alexei Joseph, I need you to turn into a star. I also need you to turn into a right winger, but we'll worry about that later. Also, we'll re-sign Bray Bukestad. He's a good right defenseman for us. He plays good third pairing minutes. There's 2.6 for the next 2. Now, before we head to next season, of course, we have to make a couple more trades. Why would we have to make more trades? It's going to be Seneca, Nolan Allen, and a 7th round pick. Hemming and Peyton Krebs are both being acquired. We need somebody to play on the bottom 6 for us. We can be rejecting that package. I guess I'll give you a 5th rounder as well. If I have to give you another 5th, I'll do that. I don't really care about the later round draft picks. We're getting scammed. Alexei Joseph already accepted a contract with us. I didn't show you guys. Hold on, wait a minute. Bro signed with us already. Alexei Joseph has already signed a contract with the team. What do you mean he's an RFA still? I gave him a contract. He literally accepted a contract like a minute ago. No, we just got scammed. I signed him to the greatest deal imaginable. Now we're looking at a 1-year deal. No, that's stupid. We got absolutely scammed, and I can only take the 2nd round pick. I can't match his offer. We don't have money. No, that's stupid. He literally signed with the team. Also, if you think I'm just making stuff up, no, like he literally signed with the team. I accepted your offer enthusiastically. You met my contract clause expectations closely. This was an easy deal to sign. Bro signed with the team, and then we lost him. And this isn't him signing the offer sheet. This is before he signed the offer sheet. No, we got scammed. Like, plain and simple. We just got scammed. So heading into this upcoming season, it's going to be a disaster. We have nothing left. We traded a lot of picks to bring in guys like Alexei Joseph, and we just lost them for a 2nd round pick because apparently we didn't sign them, even though we 1000% did. No, that's just not right. So plain and simple, we got scammed. Our top 6 would have been looking amazing. It would have been Will Smith, Korpidar, Karagoshe, Nakamura, Maddox Schultz, Alexei Joseph. No one would be able to stop that top 6. The bottom 6, yeah, it's a little bit weak, but we were going to rely on our top 6 heavily. But we lost Alexei Joseph because apparently he can say, yeah, I signed that contract, but not anymore, so I'm going to leave the team. We got screwed. Plain and simple. I have never seen a player accept a contract and then 4 days later say, I'm actually going to accept an offer sheet instead. Yeah, I don't really want to play for you guys anymore. Absolutely ridiculous. Although I'm gassed up about this team right now, especially with us finishing 1st in the entire league, I'm still mad about the Alexei Joseph situation. Like, he should be on this team right now. He should be playing very important minutes for me. That's just not the case. Liam Greentree did step up, though. 20 goals, 31 helpers for 51 points. Maybe we keep him around. Hold on, is Liam Greentree going to play some big 2nd line minutes for me? Because he performed when it mattered. Maybe we only need 5 elite forwards, and then that 6th forward can just be some guy that steps into the goal. We actually might be okay here. Spencer Knight, 45 wins, 4 shots, a 910 to 278. The Blackhawks are absolutely flying right now. They're the reigning Stanley Cup champions, and they're looking to go back-to-back. Now let's just keep this as simple as possible. 16-0 in the postseason. Just win every game, and then we can be Stanley Cup champions. No need to worry if you're going to win every game. We've already won the first 2. We're off to a great start. How about we make that the first 3 games? Sweep the Utah Mammoth in the first round? That's what I'm looking for. So we've made it to the second round, and we're finding the Minnesota Wild. You know what you have to do. 4 more victories. Let's win 8 straight games to start the postseason, except that's not happening because we're dropping game number 1 and we're dropping game number 3. Luckily, we split the series. Game number 5 is going to be a very important game, and of course, we're going to show up when it matters. The defense has been really good so far in the postseason, and that's going to continue into game number 6. We're moving on to the conference finals. The Edmonton Oilers are definitely one of the best offenses in the game, but if our defense can shut them down, then there's no chance they're going to beat us. And you know what? Our defense has been shutting them down. Outside of game number 1, we've been just completely locking them down, and just like that, we made it back to the Stanley Cup final once again. Chicago, you know what you have to do. All I need is 1 more Stanley Cup. I need the Blackhawks to lock in for 1 more playoff series. We split the series so far. Game number 5 is the most important game. Can we win that one? We're dropping it 4-2. We can't go out like this. We are the reigning Stanley Cup champions. With the best offense in the NHL, we are going to score goals when it matters. Zegras is picking up the first goal. Stolzville's picking up the second goal. Did we score it all in this game? It was a shorthanded goal from Levshunov, but that goal is not going to be enough. Jack Greaves is taking us down. Honestly, it just kind of makes sense. If we were going to lose to any goaltender, of course it's going to be Jack Greaves. We also can't sleep on Columbus. I do believe they're like the second best team in the entire league, so it's not like we lost to a bunch of frauds. Columbus was an elite team. We gotta put respect on their name. Bedard, Will Smith, Nagabra, Curry Gaucher, Lam Dupont, Bukestad. Bukestad, I was not expecting you to be up here. Hold on now. Is Bro a stud? Maybe Bukestad should be playing some bigger minutes for us in the future. We'll have to keep an eye on him. Levshunov, I'm not gonna lie, you are a 91 overall, significantly higher than Bukestad. We might have to move on from you in the future, especially if Bukestad's going to be outperforming you, but then again, I did give you no movement, so yeah, you're sticking around. Shout out to Bukestad, though. Bro is an absolute stud. Liam Greentree, kind of folded in the playoffs, I'm not going to lie. Alexei Joseph would never. And Spencer Knight, 14 wins, 1 shot, a 916 to 244. It was a good run from the boys. We just couldn't cap it off with the cup. You know what? I'm not too worried. I know for a fact this team is going to be back. But with that being said, are we getting the first overall pick from the LA Kings? I definitely wouldn't be against that. It looks like it's going to be the 16th overall. At least we're getting a lottery pick. Okay, just wait 1 minute. Maybe all along things were working out for us. Alexei Joseph has signed a 2-year extension with the Florida Panthers, and that extension is worth $2.6 million for the next 2. This might work out for us. Alexei Joseph, welcome to the team. I'm going to give up the 16th overall pick. We will get you on this team. I want you on this team from the very beginning. You will now join this team. I don't care what it takes. Also, Liam Greentree, I'm assuming your value has gone up. It's gone up a little bit, so I guess we can hold on to you. Is there anyone we can really trade away here? Hemming, you're a good bottom 6 piece. Wyatt Kaiser, I can give you up because we can definitely find a cheaper replacement. Hopefully this can be enough for saying no. I guess we're giving up every draft pick imaginable. So here's a 6th round pick for 2034. Hopefully this is going to be enough. Okay, this is going to get ridiculous, isn't it? I'm probably going to have to trade all of these picks away to get Alexei Joseph. You know what? We got the guy we wanted all along. Now we just need him to perform with the team. Okay, so I'm cooking up an amazing deal here with the Anaheim Ducks. I'm going to give you the 52nd overall. You give me the 74th and the 124th. Now with those 2 draft picks, we're going to be drafting a couple guys early, but it's going to work out for us anyways. Now this isn't the player I was thinking about because I don't want this grinder on the team. However, I do want this highly potential goaltender. He's going to be joining us, and he's going to be an absolute stud in the future. 17 years old, giving us a 47 overall with highly potential. You already know for a fact he's the next guy up. And then when it comes to the 124th overall pick, once again, we're selecting somebody a little bit early. But that's just so we can get another medium potential goaltender. And this one's going to be starting at 18 years old as a 47 overall. So we have $5.8 million in cap space. Who is willing to sign an incredibly cheap deal? That's all I'm looking for. Ray Martin, $1.9 million, is welcome back to the team. Poonis, how much are you going to be looking for? $1.9 million, welcome back to the team. Green, are you going to keep it consistent and ask for $1.9 million? No, you are not. You want way more, so you're not coming back to the team. Peyton Krebs, how much do you want about 3.8 million. You know what? Welcome back to the team. Actually, we're gonna do less than that. How about 3.5 for the next 3? Peyton and Trev, welcome back to the team in 85 overall. So after bringing those guys back to the team, we're not really focused on anyone else. I'll sign a couple of rookies and give out some two-way contracts, but it's not gonna be anything notable. We got through the re-sign phase and didn't have to spend too much money, but now we're probably gonna have to pay out some absolute bags. Alex Vlasic, I can't do $12 million. I just can't. Theo Lindstein, I'm hoping for around $8 million. He wants 7.4. That's an even better deal. Because I can probably sign you for 6.8, and then of course I'll give you no movement, so I'll get your contract interest up quite a bit. I'll actually do 6.7 million, and Alex Vlasic, I'll trade you away, and then we'll try to bring somebody else for like 6.7 million. And yes, I did say the funny number. Ha ha ha. 6.7. Yeah, whatever. Now trading Alex Vlasic actually might work out pretty well for us. We're gonna bring in Schutz. He's a good young defenseman, currently 81 overall, 19 years old. He's a defensive defenseman, which we could use on this team. We're also going to get a second round pick back in this deal. I guess not. You know what? If we're not getting a second, I don't care about anything else in the deal. We're just going 1 for 1. Now, we do need to sign one free agent, and this free agent signing is actually a little bit funny. Poonis, we already had you in the organization. I could have signed you before, but I decided not to. Now I'm going to give you 1.7 for the next 2 years. So yeah, I let you walk into free agency only for me to eventually bring you back. Now it's an amazing day. We get to run the team that I want to run from day number 1. Alexi Joseph joined the team. Maddox Schultz, Nakamura, Cutter Gaucher, Bedard, Will Smith, the top 6 is incredible. The defense is looking amazing as well. And then, of course, when it comes to goaltending, you already know what Spencer Knight's about. This team's going to take over the NHL. We're going to get back from that disappointment from last season. We've made it to back-to-back Stanley Cup finals, winning one of them and losing the other. But we're going to get back for our 3rd straight season, and we're going to win this time. So for the 2nd season in a row, Chicago's going to be at the top of the league with a 57-23-2 record. We're not messing around this season. We all know what we have to do. We have to win the Stanley Cup. Connor Bedard, Cutter Gaucher, Will Smith, you guys were absolute studs this season. Alexi Joseph, 15 goals, 20 assists for 35 points. I was expecting more. I thought you were going to be that guy, but you were plus 37, so I really can't be too mad. When it comes to goaltending, Spencer Knight, 45 wins, 7 shots, a 913 to 260. You've led us to back-to-back Stanley Cup finals. Let's make it 3 in a row and take down the Winnipeg Jets in the 1st round. So you guys know how to win in the postseason. You've done it before. You know how to win a lot of games. So let's just do that. Let's just keep it simple. Take down the Winnipeg Jets and we can move on to the 2nd round. We've already won the first 2 games. How about we make that the first 3 games and then sweep the Winnipeg Jets? We're allowing 7 goals in game number 3. Not really ideal, but we still have a 3-1 series lead, so we'll take them down 5 games and move on to the 2nd round. Nothing to worry about. One nice thing about this Chicago team right now is I actually have confidence in the team. I believe that we can beat everybody, and we will beat everybody. I haven't had that confidence in the past with some teams. We're dropped game number 1, not the greatest start, but watch us win 3 in a row here. Okay, it might not be 3 in a row, but we split the series. Game number 5 is a must-win. We need to win game 5, and we're dropping that one 3-2. The second I start talking about having confidence with the team, we might lose in the 2nd round. Honestly, that would only make sense. I hype up this team, and then we somehow lose in the 2nd round. It just makes sense. But we're not losing quite yet. We're moving on to Game 7. So it's all come down to Game 7. Can we win Game 7 and move on to the conference finals? Well, we're exchanging goals in the 1st period. Moving into the 2nd, we're going to be taking a 1-goal lead. But is that 1-goal lead going to be enough? It looks like it. Now, Poonis picking up an empty net goal. We're moving on to the conference finals. Things are looking elite for the Blackhawks right now. So we've already won 8 games. Now we just need to win another 8. So how about we take down the Anaheim Ducks in a sweep and then sweep the Stanley Cup final? We might get swept here. No, that's crazy work. I was gassing this team up not too long ago, and here we are losing in the conference finals. We're making the biggest comeback of all time. Can we make a 3-0 series comeback? That is crazy work. This team is all over the map, but now they're in the Stanley Cup final for the 3rd year in a row. So let's just keep this momentum going. We just won 4 games in a row. How about you win another 4 games in a row? We're not going to do that. Instead, we're going to split the series with Toronto. Last season in the Stanley Cup final, we dropped game number 5. We're not going to do that this time. We're going to win game number 5, and now we're going to win game 6 and win the Stanley Cup. The Chicago Blackhawks back on top. 2 Stanley Cups in the past 3 years. The dynasty is slowly building. The Blackhawks are back on top once again, and it should be no surprise Connor Bedard's leading the way. 21 goals and 21 helpers for 42 points. He was a dominant force. Will Smith, 36. Cutter Gaucher, 33. That top line was spectacular. Nobody could stop them. And truthfully, that's the reason we won Stanley Cup. Without that top line, we probably wouldn't have done too much. As Spencer Knight, 16 wins, a 909 and 291. You're a Stanley Cup champion once again. Next season, we go for the repeat. We weren't able to repeat our first time up, We will this time, though. Now, we didn't have too many picks in the draft because we basically traded everything away. We did have 3 picks, though, and we didn't walk away with anything notable. I think a medium top 6 potential player might have been the best thing we got. Now, we do have a lot of cap space heading into the re-sign phase, so bringing players back to the team shouldn't be too difficult. Liam Greentree, I am torn on you. The one season you played in our top 6, you were very good, and I'm contemplating moving you back into a top 6 role. Alexi Joseph, maybe I was gassing you up too much. Maybe you're not quite as good as I think. Like Liam Greentree, 13 goals, 19 assists for 32 points last season. I think that's almost more than Joseph, but maybe we're going to keep Liam Greentree around. We'll sign him for a couple years, I think. If we did a 5-year deal, we could probably keep him around at around $4 million, and then maybe I'll give him a modified no trade or something. How about we do $3.8 million for the next 5 years? I give you a 24-team no trade, so if we have to move you in the future, we're going to be able to do that. Liam Greentree, welcome back to the team. You're playing top 6 minutes this season. Never in a million years I expect you to be a top 6 player for us, but here we are. And then Hemming, how much do you want? $2.2 million? How about we just do $2 million for the next 3 years? Are you going to be willing to accept that? Well, Andrew Burnett's accepting his contract, so he's coming back to the team to be our head coach. Meanwhile, when it comes to Hemming, we're still waiting for an answer. And Hemming, what is that answer going to be? Okay, hold on, I don't care about the scouts anymore. Hemming, are you coming back to the team? Yes, you are. I'll sign a couple rookies, and then we have to give out some extensions. Now, you remember how I was gassing up how much cap space we had? We had to sign a couple players to extensions. Well, these are the couple players. Yeah, I don't know how we're going to be able to do this. Will Smith, you want $17 million. I don't know how we're going to be able to afford you. Nakamura, you might be the most difficult, because you're not interested in signing an extension with the team. You want $18 million. We can get this done somehow. I have no clue how we'll get it done, but we will get this done. We'll start with Will Smith. I think he's one of the most important players. How much money can we save, though? We actually might be able to save quite a bit of money here. If we get this down to the $14 million range, we can probably get this down to 14.5 for the next 7 years. Will Smith, welcome back to the team. And then with Nakamura, I'm hoping we can basically do the exact same. Maybe we can get you down to 16 million. I think we could probably do 15.5 with Nakamura, so he's going to stick around as well. And then Maddox Schultz, how much do you want? You want 12.5 million. How about we do 4 years? I give you a no movement, and then maybe we can get this down to 11.5 or something. 11.5 might be a stretch. How about we do 11.9 for the next 4 years? That's going to have us re-signing all these key guys, and then with everyone else, we'll just figure it out as we go. Also, I guess we do need to re-sign this one goaltender. So yeah, here's 1.9 million for the next 2 years. He's going to be accepting immediately. Hopefully we have enough money for everyone. Now we're going to make one move over the offseason where I'm going to trade one of our medium potential goaltenders. We're going to pick an RFA from the Montreal Canadiens, because I know for a fact we can sign him for pretty cheap. Like, I think Rome is only looking for like 1.2 million or something. He's an 82 overall. He wants 1.4 for the next 2 seasons. I can certainly do that. So with the extensions handed out and one trade completed, let's run it back next season and repeat. Now I'm not gonna lie, I'm not surprised this is happening. Maddox Schultz, we don't have enough money for you. I'll try to offer you a different contract, but if you're not willing to accept that, then you might just be leaving the team. You still aren't interested in signing with the team, so hopefully we can still get something done. We want 12.5 million. I can probably do this. What if I did 4 years? If we did 4 years with no movement at 11.8 million, I think he would accept that. So I'll send that over to Maddox Schultz. I believe he will be accepting that offer. It looks like he is. You have all the important pieces signed. Yes, the bottom 6 is still pretty weak, but we're heavily relying on our top 6, and so far that's been working out for us. Now I would say over the next handful of years, we're not going to be making a lot of big time moves. A lot of the moves are just going to be small ones where we're cleaning up the bottom 6 a little bit, and maybe improving the third pairing. When it comes to 90% of this team moving forward, we have all the key pieces, and so far we've been able to see a lot of success with those key pieces. So how about we see some more success and win another Stanley Cup? Now I can confidently say, moving forward, the Chicago Blackhawks own the league. A 59, 15, and 8 record, 3.84 goals per game, 2.43 allowed. Our offense is amazing, our defense is amazing, and that's not going to slow down anytime soon. Will Smith, Ron Bedard, Nakamura, Connor Gaucher, Len Dupont, Maddox Schultz, the team looks incredible. Liam Greentree, 16 goals and 23 assists for 39 points. You're not really impressing me on the top line. But you know what? I'm not going to worry too much. You play your role there. That's all I'm worried about. And at the end of the day, you still had 12 more points than Alexi Joseph. Rose's been a complete fraud. I thought he was going to be a superstar for us. That has not happened. Spencer Knight, incredible numbers once again. I need those incredible numbers in the postseason. We already have a 1-0 series lead. He's actually simulated a day too far. So it's pretty simple. Repeat and win another Stanley Cup. We've already won 2 Stanley Cups in this video, 2 in the last 3 years. I want to make that 3 Stanley Cups in the last 4 years. But what is happening to our offense and what is happening to our defense? We are collapsing right now. We're not going to drop 3 in a row, though. But those 2 games definitely scared me right there. Let's close it out in Game 6 and move on to the second round. No more messing around, Chicago. I can't have any more poor performances like that. Like, I don't even know what you guys were doing. You collapsed in back-to-back games. You can't do that moving forward. I need perfection from you guys moving forward. We're winning Game 1, but dropping Game number 2. We found a way to respond in Game 3, but we need to win Game 4 as well, and that's what we're doing. So one more victory sends us to the conference finals, and that's where we are now. Now, this Chicago team really has just been something different. Like, they just keep on rolling. So we're 8 games away from hoisting another Stanley Cup. Can we do that? Well, we're down 3-1, but we've made tougher comebacks than this before, and it all starts in Game number 5, which we're losing. All right, I wasn't expecting that. I was thinking we were going to make another big comeback. Now, it looks like Chicago's time at the top has come to an end. Now, that was certainly a disappointing loss, but you know what? Chicago knows how to bounce back. They have been disappointed in the postseason a couple times so far. And you know what they do after they're disappointed? They bounce back and win the following season. So that's what I'm expecting moving forward. Bedard, Will Smith, Nakamura, Karagoshe, Maddox Schultz, Liam Greentree. I need all of you guys to take the next step next season. I need you all to play like absolute superstars because we need to win another Stanley Cup. Spencer Knight, a 902 and a 325. Maybe age is starting to catch up with you, but you're still an 89 overall. I still think you have some good seasons left in you. You're under contract for 1 more season. Next season very likely could be the last dance with you. But you know what? Until then, the Chicago Blackhawks are going to keep on rolling. I believe they have a couple more Stanley Cups in them. I know for a fact they have a couple more Stanley Cups in them because we still have 15 years remaining. No, I definitely wasn't expecting an 80 overall player with a 30th overall pick, but that's what we're walking away with. Welcome to the team, Hayes, an 18-year-old who's beginning as an 80 overall. You're going to be a great player for us in just a couple seasons. So I'm going to give you, I think, 2 more years to develop. Because if I can bring you onto the team when you're an 82 overall on your entry-level contract, I think that's a steal. But you know what else is a steal? A medium elite potential centerman drafted in the 3rd round. Pavel Leonov is going to be an amazing player for us as long as he develops. If he develops and actually turns into a medium elite potential player, we just got ourselves a steal. Now, it looks like the elite drafting is not done yet because now we're bringing in a low elite potential player who's beginning as a 66 overall. But what if I told you we still weren't done? Because up next with the 190th overall pick, another low elite potential player. Yeah, we're bringing in a ton of studs in this draft. As long as these guys develop, we're going to be looking at a bunch of elite players. And you know what? We might just walk away with 1 more. Can we find 1 more low elite potential player in this draft? It doesn't look like it. Low top 9. It was worth the risk. Now I can tell you right now, the reassign phase is going to be so incredibly quiet because all we're doing here is qualifying RFAs. We are qualifying RFAs and that's it. Because we only have $3.2 million, and I know for a fact we can't afford any of these guys. Like Ukestad wants $11 million. I can't do that. Alexei Joseph, he wants $3.2 million. I guess we could do that. I'm going to qualify him as an RFA instead. Yeah, this is going to be a pretty tough offseason for us. Now, I think we might only be handing out 1 extension. That's going to go to Seabrook. We're going to lock him down for multiple years. We'll do 2 years at $1.2 million. Actually, I'll do 1.3 because I'm a nice guy. But when it comes to Spencer Knight, unfortunately, I think you are going to be leaving the team. I can't do $12 million for 1 season. I just can't do that. Alright, so we're going to make a lot of small trades here. One of them being Alexei Joseph from McCollum. He's under contract for the next 2 years. He'll be a good bottom 6 centerman for us. As I mentioned earlier, a lot of the trades move forward, and a lot of our moves in general are just going to be small bottom 6 ones like this. Now, the trades are continuing.
Feeling healthy by leaps and bounds. Making a dinner that makes their whole day. And giving your best friend the best nutrients for their best life. Science did that.
They said it was a fever dream that led Colonel Sanders to the 11th herb and spice. They said it was madness that drove him to perfect the pressure fryer. They said creating his world-famous chicken became an obsession. They were right. The Colonel lived, so we could chicken.
New England's going to be Schutz in the 2nd round pick sent over to Vancouver. Morrow's going to be brought in. He's going to be a good second pairing guy. Apparently 1 second round pick's not enough. That's perfectly fine. Here's 2 second round picks. I don't care about the second rounders. I just want to get this deal done. And this is slowly becoming a very expensive deal for us. I'll give you a medium league potential goaltender as well. Like, we have more than enough medium league potential goaltenders. Who do I want to trade away? I guess I can give you Olsen. I think out of all the guys, he's probably the least valuable. So I'll send him over to Vancouver and now get this deal done. Now, Bukestad, you've turned into an amazing defenseman for us. However, I just can't afford to keep you on this team, so I'm sending you over to Nashville. Denisov and McLean are both going to be acquired. I'm hoping we can re-sign both those guys on reasonable deals. So Denisov, where are you looking for as an RFA? I'm hoping it's not too much. We'll go 5.2 million. All right, you're gone. I'll trade you away. I was kind of hoping we could do something reasonable. I was thinking $3 million. The plane was 3.6 as an extension. I'm going to hold off at that. I mean, truthfully, I think we're going to be holding off with basically almost all these guys right here. There's going to be a lot of guys leaving the team. So Denisov, now that I can't bring you back to the team, I'm going to be bringing in 2 defensemen to play some third pairing minutes for us. I don't need these guys to be superstars. I just need them to play the role. I'm not going to lie though, Denisov, you let me down big time. I was expecting you to be a good bottom 6 piece, and then you turned around and asked for $5 million. Like, who do you think you are? Now, when it comes to Chicago, it's Stanley Cup or bust every season. And last season, it was a bust because we didn't win a Stanley Cup. This season, though, we're looking to change things. You already know what we're looking to do. We're looking to get our revenge, and we're looking to win a Stanley Cup. Simple as that. So this is absolutely no surprise to anybody. Chicago's back at the top of the league. 61 wins this season. Another President's Trophy for them. Will Smith, I'm actually happy I gave you that massive deal not that long ago. 116 points. Connor Bedard, 115. Nakamura, 99. Cutter Gauthier, 99. 4-point-a-game scorers. We almost had 4 100-point scorers. Landon DuPont, 66 points. Maddox Schultz, 63. I was kind of hoping when he dropped the low franchise potential, we'd get an absolute steal and he'd still turn to like a 94 overall. That just hasn't really been the case. Liam Greentree, 47 points, 16 goals, 31 assists. You're still an 82 overall. I'm kind of hoping one of these years you're going to take the next step and may develop to like an 85. I doubt that's going to be happening. Meanwhile, Spencer Knight, 51 wins and 9 shots and 917 to 248. It's the last dance for Spencer Knight, so that can only mean one thing: one more Stanley Cup. But in order to win a Stanley Cup, we do have to take down the St. Louis Blues in the first round. Now, of course, I'm not scared of the St. Louis Blues in the slightest, because at the end of the day, we're in NHL 26. And NHL 26 disrespects the St. Louis Blues regardless of what year it is. I don't care if we're in the year 2036. There is no difference between 2036 and 2026. St. Louis will always be disrespected. And it looks like we're going to be taken down a 5-game series. We're moving on to the second round. That was light work for Chicago. Now, something about the St. Louis Blues in NHL 26 is just not fair. They just continue to disrespect my boys, and honestly, I can't let it slide anymore. Granted, it's not like we're a good team. Like, we are a very bad team right now. The only reason we are not dead last in the entire league is because of overtime losses. I believe we lost our 8th overtime game the other night against the New York Rangers. This team refuses to win 3-on-3. We are also blowing a 3-1 series lead. So yeah, maybe we should lock in. So no more talking about the St. Louis Blues. We're focused on the Blackhawks and not blowing a 3-1 series lead. It was a high-scoring first period, but we still have the lead after 1. Moving into the second, we're going to be losing that lead. There is no way we're blowing a 3-1 series lead, right? We just about did that. Nakamura picking up a hat trick. Arbiter facing overtime, and in OT when it matters most. Who's picking up the next goal? Well, it looks like that's going to be Will Smith. We had a bit of a scare there, but we don't have to worry about it anymore. We're moving on to the conference finals. No, real talk, there is no way Nashville should have put that much pressure on us. We are the best team in the NHL right now. An elite offense and an elite defense. Nobody should really stop us. We just about swept the Minnesota Wild. We are 1 game away from making it back to the Cup final, and now we're there. So we've made it back to the Stanley Cup final. We're looking to bounce back from last season's disappointment, and there's only one way we can do that. We have to win 4 more games. So let's do that right now. 4 more victories against the Carolina Hurricanes. Of course, they're going to be a good team, but can they compete with the Blackhawks? Absolutely not. A sweep to finish it all off. Chicago's back on top. Our 3rd Stanley Cup in 5 years. This team just keeps on winning. The legacy of Connor Bedard is really building right now. Another Stanley Cup for the Chicago Blackhawks. Bedard, 31 points. Will Smith, 28. Cutter Gauthier, 23. Nakamura, 19 points. Even the boys on the bottom 6 were stepping up for us. You just love to see that. And then when it comes to goaltending, Spencer Knight, you want a Stanley Cup in your final season. I really want to bring you back to the team. We just can't do $12 million for 1 season. I will check in again with you because I would love to bring you back. I just don't know if it's going to be possible. But just look at everything he's won with the franchise. 3 Stanley Cups, a Vezina, and 3 William Jennings. I want to bring Spencer Knight back really bad. I just don't know if we can do it. Also, while we're looking at Spencer Knight's awards, we might as well look at Bedard's. 3 Cups, 2 Conn Smythes, a Hart, a Ted Lindsay, a Selke, and a Calder. Yeah, bro's slowly turning into one of the greatest of all time. Also, shout out to Will Smith. He won a Hart last season, and the Ted Lindsay last season. Then Cutter Gauthier, he's won himself a Conn Smythe. Now, we have all the award winners on our team. I probably should have been checking in on that a little bit more. You know what? We're not worried about all the individual awards. We're just worried about the team awards and us winning Stanley Cups. Now, before we move on to next season, of course, Spencer Knight, I do have to check in with you. I don't know how on earth we're going to be able to bring you back to this team, especially if you're looking for a bag, but I don't hate this. So Spencer Knight, I think you are coming back. We're going to save some money. I'm going to give you a no movement clause. You need to run it back with the team a couple more times. How about we do 7.7 for the next 2 years? Spencer Knight, you have 2 more good years left in you. Now we got to make some trades here because I want to pick up a handful of these guys right here. 2 gems and a medium-league potential left winger. Yeah, we need a couple picks around this range. So the first trade we're going to make is with the Buffalo Sabres. We're picking up the 97th overall pick. Now we're going to make a deal with the Carolina Hurricanes to get the 98th overall. So we have 3 picks in a row, and all of them are turning into some pretty valuable players. So we'll start off with this low top 6 potential player who's a gem. We already know his potential is going to be. When it comes to our next selection, we're going for this low league potential player right here who's also a gem. Is he going to turn into anything? I guess we'll have to wait and see. He's also only going to have low top 6 potential, but he was a gem, so we're going to believe in him. And then to finish it all off, a medium league potential left winger. This was an amazing draft right after winning the Stanley Cup. So with the $8 million we have in cap space, I'm not really too sure who's coming back to the team. Klein, I'm qualifying you as an RFA. These 2 guys at the bottom are also going to be qualified as RFAs, and I think all the UFAs are going to be walking, and then we'll find some cheap replacements. Unless a guy like Brady Martin's willing to accept a really cheap deal, I can't do $3.5 million. But Linus, how much do you want? You want $2 million? I can maybe do 1.9. I'll do 1.9 for 1 season, so you're going to be coming back to the team. Everyone else, though, they're going to be walking. Now, before we make any trades for the bottom 6, McCollum, I'm bringing you back for the next 2 seasons at $2.2 million. Hines, I think we're going to hold off for 1 more season. I think I called you Hayes earlier. I might have called you Hayes earlier. It's Hines. Whether or not I called you Hayes or Hines, that doesn't matter. Carlton, I'm also going to hold off with you for 1 more season. We're going to pick up some guys on some 1-year contracts, and then we're going to run it back. Now, we need some third-pairing defensemen, but I found 2 cheap guys on the Red Wings. Both of them are 78 overalls. I'll give up Schwartz in order to get both of them. So this is going to be the final trade we make before we go ahead and repeat next season. Just a couple more guys for the bottom 6. The team's all complete, and now they're ready to repeat. Also, I just re-signed Kent for like $975K. He's an 84 overall. So depending on when Spencer Knight leaves the team, we might already have our replacement. We also do have that highly potential goaltender still in the system, so we can't forget about him. Now, does this team look like the greatest of all time? Absolutely not. Like, we have a pretty weak bottom 6. However, a weak bottom 6 is yet to hurt us. We keep on winning Stanley Cups with that weak bottom 6, so I'm just going to keep running back with those guys. With that being said, Spencer Knight has dropped to an 86 overall. He only has exact start potential now. He might not be that guy anymore. However, he's been that guy in the past, so I know he can give me at least 1 more cup. Though it's just the same old story as every other year. Chicago absolutely dominates. They're first in the entire league. Connor Bedard, 75 goals, 51 assists for 126 points. Just the usual thing here. Liam Greentree, 53 points. He's up to an 84 overall. He's slowly developing for me. Maybe at some point he's going to hit an 86. I would love to see that. Spencer Knight, you have regressed quite a bit. You've lost a lot of X factors, but you're still the star heading into the postseason. 1 last run with Spencer Knight. We have to get 1 more Stanley Cup with him. We're taking on the Ducks in the first round. It's the last dance for Spencer Knight. I mean, that's partially a lie because he is under contract for next season, so I guess it just depends on how much he's going to be regressing. I'm assuming he's still going to be like an 85 overall, so he still should be able to be our Stanley Cup winning goaltender, but what is going on? We have dropped back-to-back games. It better not be 3 straight games. We're going out sad, aren't we? We're about to get swept. We almost got swept in the first round. After winning a Stanley Cup, we're about to go out bad here. I think we're going to lose in 5 games, or we're going to make this comeback. We might make the comeback as well. We were down 3-0. We have made a 3-0 series comeback against the Anaheim Ducks before, and we're about to do it right here after we win Game 7. That is crazy work. That is the 2nd time we made a 3-0 series comeback in this video. Maybe the 3rd time. I actually don't recall. But I know for a fact we've made a 3-0 series comeback against the Anaheim Ducks twice in this video. Why has it happened twice against the Anaheim Ducks? I have no clue. We're dropping game number 1. Y'all can't do this to me again. We can't make another big comeback. We've split the series so far. Game 5 is the most important game. I need you to win that one, and we're winning it in overtime. So let's move on to Game 6. Let's close out Game 6 and then advance to the conference finals. The boys have woken up. After losing the first 3 games of the postseason, we figured it out, and now we're winning games. A sweep over the San Jose Sharks would go crazy right now. Unfortunately, that's not the case, but we will take them down in 6 games because we've lost back-to-back games, and we are not blowing the 3-0 series lead ourselves. We're not going to do that. So Chicago is back in the Stanley Cup final. Carolina, once again, they're looking to get their revenge, while Spencer Knight, he wants to get 1 more as the starter. The Chicago Blackhawks have been looking pretty solid so far in this video, but they want another Stanley Cup. They want to win 1 more with Spencer Knight, and with us having a 3-1 series lead, I think we should be able to win 1 more cup. That's exactly what we're doing. The Carolina Hurricanes can't compete with us. Chicago can't be stopped, and they're Stanley Cup champions once again. Spencer Knight, you might go down as the greatest goaltender of all time. Another Stanley Cup. I believe you're 4th of the video. It could be your 5th. I've lost track. All I know is the Chicago Blackhawks just went back-to-back. They've won another Stanley Cup. If you were questioning the bottom 6 on this team, you shouldn't do that anymore. 16 wins, 5 shutouts, a 922 and a 237. I don't care if you drop to an 84 overall. You're still the starter next season. I don't care if Seabrook continues to develop. Spencer Knight's our Stanley Cup winning goaltender. He can sit the entire regular season for all I care. He's our goaltender when the playoffs are coming around. So not only have we had playoff success in this video, but we've been having a lot of drafting success, especially with low-league potential players. Because so far, a lot of the low-league potential guys we've drafted have developed for us. So with that being said, how about we draft another low-league potential player? And I think that's what we just did in the 5th round. We walk away with another low-league potential player? Of course we can. So I think all of the UFAs on this team are going to be walking, potentially even Ivanov, but I think we actually will bring him back to the team. He was a good centerman for us, so how about we do 3.2 for the next 2 years? Ivanov's coming back to the team, everyone else is going to be walking, but we do have these rookies that are ready to jump to the lineup. Hines played for the Moose Jaw Warriors, so you already know he's a superstar. And Carlton, you were playing with USA Hockey, not quite as good as the Moose Jaw Warriors, but still a decent enough pickup for us. We also have Upshaw, who's a 79 overall, he wants $1.3 million. What if we did 2 years? I'll do 1.5 for the next 2 years, and you can be a third-pairing defenseman for me. Everyone else, though, I think they're going to be walking, including a lot of these young guys right here, because they're not willing to accept two-way contracts, so I think I'll just let them walk. Now, right now, there's 2 main players that need extensions, Cutter Gaucher being one of them. He wants $22 million. I don't know if I can do that for Cutter Gaucher. I'm just going to keep it a stack. I don't know if you're worth that. Pat Morrow, you've been a really good second-pairing defenseman for me, so I can bring you back to the team, especially at this price tag, $6.8 million. But what if we do 8 years and I give you a no movement? If we did 8 years and I gave you a no movement, we could probably do this for $7.5 million or something. Maybe a little bit more. 7.7 for the next 8 years. You're sticking around as one of our key defensemen. I like that contract right there. But Gaucher, I can't give you $20 million. When it comes to Dallas Winther, I think we will sign him to a long-term deal, though I guess we actually can't really do a long-term deal with him. The most we can do is 2 seasons. So how about I do 1.1 for the next 2 years? You're going to play one more season in the AHL, but the next season I think you'll take over as our starter. I guess it depends on how much Seabrook wants. He wants $6.7 million. I think we'll let you walk. So we're going to run Spencer Knight and Seabrook for this season, and then Winther you're taking over next season. Now we need to make one trade before we head into next season. That trade's going to be us picking up Lowry. We're going to be able to re-sign him for like $1.2 million. It looks like I have to give up a 7th round pick as well. But you know what? I'm perfectly fine with giving up a 7th round pick for 2039. This trade's still well worth it. So Lowry, welcome to the team. We could do $1.5 million. But what if we did 3 years at 1.8? That's still a really good deal for the bottom 6. Ken Lowry, you're going to play some good minutes for me. Okay, I have no clue how this worked out, but this is the greatest storyline for the Chicago Blackhawks. I don't care about us potentially three-peating. I mean, I do quite a bit, but not as much as this. So we currently have 2 Upshaws on the 3rd pairing. One of them is Trevor Upshaw. The other is Corey Upshaw. We have Trevor and Corey together. You can't make this up. They're basically the same height as well, almost the same weight. There's a 1-year difference between these 2 guys. Trevor and Corey are going to lead Chicago to another Stanley Cup. This is the greatest thing I've ever seen. The dream of a three-peat is still on, and we're about to do it with Trevor and Corey. I don't know how that worked out, but here we are. We all know what the drill is. Repeat or bust. We need to win 1 more Stanley Cup in order to complete the three-peat. Connor Bedard has dropped to a 95 overall. I think at one point he was a 96, he's dropped to a 95. That doesn't really change too much because the team is still looking amazing. Liam Greentree, what overall are you? You're still only an 83. I'm not going to lie, you kind of let me down. I was thinking you were going to turn into a great top 6 player. I mean, you put up decent numbers. You just never turned into that superstar. Meanwhile, Seabrook, 38 wins, 1 shot, a 907 and a 267. But who cares about those numbers? Look what Spencer Knight did this season. He's taken over in the postseason. 1 final run for Spencer Knight. He has earned it. He has earned the right to be our guy in the playoffs. We're going to give him 1 last Stanley Cup run. So the three-peat starts right now with Spencer Knight. He might not be the highest overall in the world, but he has an amazing team in front of him.
Basic toothpaste just masks stubborn bad breath. Crest Clean Breath neutralizes bacteria for long-lasting cleaner breath. Get that Crest Clean Breath. My secret weapon for public meltdowns is this. These beach nut pouches equal 1 full serving of fruits or veggies. She slurps them down like they're magic, and I get 5 minutes where no one is screaming long. Keep it here in your bag, instant meltdown insurance.
He's already won a handful of Stanley Cups, and he is looking to win one more. We split the series with Vegas to start off the postseason. Not the greatest start, but you know what? This team's going to lock in. Because we're about to win game number 5, then we're going to win game 6 and move on to the second round, because that's what Chicago does. So we've won game number 5, no surprise there. Now it's time for us to win game 6. I'm not kidding when I say this Chicago team doesn't play around. We're winning games and we're winning Stanley Cups. We might give a team a 3-0 series lead, but that means nothing. That's just because we're bored and we want the postseason to be a bit more competitive. We'll win 4 straight games after that. We're moving on to the second round where we have to take on the Minnesota Wild. I think we have a little bit of momentum heading into the second round, and it looks like we do right now. Can we win Game 3 and Game 4 and take a 3-1 series lead? Of course we can. We're the Chicago Blackhawks, and we're building a dynasty. One more victory sends us to the conference finals. After dropping game number 5, can we win game number 6? Of course we can. It's the Chicago Blackhawks we're talking about. This Chicago team might be one of the best Stanley Cup teams I've ever built. And you know why I said this is one of the best Stanley Cup teams I've ever built? Because we're off to the Stanley Cup final. We're sweeping the LA Kings. We're back in the Stanley Cup final once again, and we're about to complete the three-peat. So it all comes down to these 4 games right here. This 4-game sweep over the Detroit Red Wings, because we're not going to mess around. But maybe we are a little bit. We split the series with the Red Wings. Game number 5 is a must-win. Can we figure out how to win that one? Well, obviously we are, because we're going to close this out in 6 games and become Stanley Cup champions for the 3rd year in a row. This is the greatest Chicago team of all time and the greatest team in NHL history. The Chicago Blackhawks are once again Stanley Cup champions. Nakamura, Will Smith, Connor Bedard, you already know what the drill is. You know these guys are going to step up. You know goaltending is going to step up. Spencer Knight is winning one more Stanley Cup. He's a 5-time Cup champion. He won a Vezina. He won a couple William Jennings. Spencer Knight's going to go down as one of the greatest goalies of all time. Like, I just want to show you guys this dominance. 4 of the past 5 Cup winners are the Chicago Blackhawks. We've now probably won like 8 straight President's trophies. Like, it's just getting a little bit ridiculous. Our team is just significantly better than everyone else in the league. It's not even competitive anymore. So now that we've completed the 3-peat, there's only one place to go from here. We're trying to complete the 4-peat now. Now, before we move on to the draft or do anything else during the off-season, we're checking in with Gaucher, and look at this. He's now looking for $14.1 million, a significantly more reasonable deal. I'm looking to do 2 years with you, though. I want to lock you down to you're at least 36, and how about I give you a no movement as well? Cutter Gaucher has been such an important part of this team. We need to keep him around. So how about we do around $12 million for the next 2 years? Cutter Gaucher, you're an absolute superstar for us. It's only $1.2 million more than what you're getting paid right now, and I think you deserve a bit of a pay increase. Now, the draft is about to be a complete and utter bust, but hold on, just wait 1 minute. With the final pick in the draft, a low elite potential player, things might have been looking bad, but because of that one draft pick right there, everything's looking significantly better. Oh, well, that's disappointing. Okay, remember how I just said everything was looking significantly better? Not anymore. Cutter Gaucher is rejecting our offer. I still think we should be able to re-sign him, though. Like, he wants $13.8 for the next 2 seasons now. We can still get something done. So how about I do $12.8 for the next 2 seasons? That's $2 million more than what he was getting paid before. Now he's accepting. And then outside of signing Cutter Gaucher, we'll sign a couple rookies, and then we'll move into free agency where we're probably not going to have to do anything. So I think we basically have our entire team locked down from last season, so we're not going to lose anybody. I mean, we are going to lose some key pieces, though. Like, Spencer Knight's not returning to the team. Our backup goalie, who was actually our starting goaltender for the entire season, he's not coming back either. We have 2 new goaltenders taking over, but I think we can rely on these guys. Like, Winther has medium franchise potential now. Yeah, he's more likely going to be our goaltender for the rest of this video. As long as Winther doesn't see some crazy regression, he's our guy. So after getting through the re-sign phase, 3 of our key players are looking for contract extensions. Landon Dupont, of course you have to return to the team, but I want to do less than $17 million. And you know what? It looks like things are going to work out for us. We're going to save about $3 million on this deal. 14.7 over the next 8 years. That's about a $3 million increase. Levchinov, how much do you want? You want 15.3. I don't know how I feel about that, but I think we can get it done. So how about we do 14.5 for the next 4 years, and then with the remaining money we have left, as long as Maddox Schultz doesn't look for something ridiculous, we should be able to keep him on the team, and I think that's going to be the case. So Maddox Schultz for $11.5 million, you can return for the next 6 seasons. So there we go. We re-signed the 3 key players. Now we don't have to worry about anything. I mean, I guess Upshaw does have medium league potential now, but he wants $6.5 million. Now there's actually one more re-sign we have to do. Kent, here's $1.1 million for the next 2 years. You're an 84 overall. You might be a starting goaltender this upcoming season. Depends on how much Winther develops. So very little has to be said before moving into this season. We're going for the 4-peat. Not the 3-peat, the 4-peat, because we've already won 3 Stanley Cups in a row. We're looking for for the elusive four-peat that has been done very few times in NHL history. We're looking to be the next team to do so. Winther's up to an 88 overall. We have our new goalie. I was a little concerned once Spencer Knight left the team whether or not we would have the next guy. It looks like we do, and we actually have the best goalie in the league. Now, Chicago might not have been as dominant this season. However, I'll take a 54-28 record. We had 0 overtime losses this season. I do want to point that out. For some reason, we're just losing every game in regulation. But when it comes to regulation wins, we won 8 more games than the Minnesota Wild. When it comes to regulation wins plus overtime, we won 7 more games than the Kraken. So clearly, we are the best team right now. Connor Bedard's dominating once again, 120 points, 59 goals, 61 helpers. Will Smith, 108. You already know what the scoring is looking like on this team. Absolutely incredible. Ivanov, he's looking like a stud for us. Maybe he's going to move to a top 6 role. Who knows? Meanwhile, Dallas Winther, I accidentally started you in every game this season. I completely forgot to turn auto-rotate goaltenders to on. The reason I turned it off is so Spencer Knight can be our postseason goaltender last season, and I forgot to turn that back to on. So Dallas Winther, you played every game for me this season, but you put up some pretty solid numbers, so I can't really complain. But I don't care about what you did during the regular season. This is where it matters. The Stanley Cup playoffs. We're going for the 4-peat this season. Winther, you have some pretty high expectations in your rookie season. Like Winther, when it comes to your rookie postseason debut, all I'm expecting you to do is win a Stanley Cup. That's all you have to do. Nothing too difficult. Just win me a Stanley Cup. You've already won the first 2 games, so you're off to a great start. Win me game number 3. Can we sweep the LA Kings? No, I think Winther's the next man up. I was a little bit concerned whether or not he was going to be able to step up in the postseason, but we're already off to an incredible start. A sweep over the LA Kings. How about we sweep the Utah Mammoth? If we get back-to-back sweeps, I think that would be the perfect start, but unfortunately we're dropping game number 1. We will respond in game 2 and game 3 and game 4, so we have a 3-1 series lead. We'll close that with 4 straight victories, and we're moving on to the conference finals. Winther is 8-1 so far in the playoffs. He's not looking to lose. So we're moving on to the conference finals. The Seattle Kraken are up next, so we're already winning the first 2 games. Can we sweep the Seattle Kraken? 16-1 in the playoffs, that's not going to be happening. But 16-2 is still very possible. All we have to do is sweep the Penguins. Can we complete the 4-peat? We are 4 victories away from 4-peating with the Chicago Blackhawks. All we have to do is beat the Pittsburgh Penguins 4 times, and we 4-peated. We just swept them. This team is unbeatable. We will never lose again. The Chicago Blackhawks are never going to lose again. Nakamura, 29 points. Connor Bedard, 27 points. Will Smith, 22. Ivanov, 18. Land Dupont, 17. Cutter Gaucher, 13. The greatest team of all time. Winther, 16-2 in the playoffs. 2 shots, a 9.22 and a 2.34. We are Stanley Cup champions once again. We will never lose. Now, I forgot to mention it, but the draft wasn't notable for us at all. We did get 1 medium top 4 potential player, but outside of that, we didn't walk away with any superstars. But you know what? We don't need any more superstars. We have our team. Now, we have $7 million to work with, but I don't really want to spend any of that money right now because there's a handful of guys that need some big extensions. So what we're going to do is just qualify all of these RFAs. The UFAs are going to be walking, and then we'll sign some new rookies. Now, I do want to point out a lot of our key players here are starting to get up there in age. Connor Bedard is 33 years old. Of course, we're going to keep him around, though. He wants $23 million. Bedard, you've been one of our key players for a long time. I'll give you $20 million. Not 23, though. 23 is kind of wild. So here you go, Bedard. $20 million for the next 3 seasons. Cutter Gaucher, I'll deal with your contract at a later time. Lindstein, I'll deal with your contract at a later time, but we might be losing both of you guys. When it comes to a lot of the other players here, we'll sign them to cheap contracts if possible. Like Hines, 2.7 I think is a great deal. Lowry, hopefully we can do something similar. You want 4.2, so you're likely not coming back to the team. Carlton, I can do 2.3 for the next 2 years. But outside of those deals, we've got to make some trades to improve the bottom 6. So here's going to be one of the trades. Ivanov and Upshaw are sent over to the Philadelphia Flyers. McGinn's going to be brought in. He's going to be a good right winger, immediately jumping into a top 6 role. And once he jumps into a top 6 role, that's actually going to be the best our top 6 has looked in a long time. He's an 85 overall. When was the last time we saw a second-line right winger being an 85 overall? It's been a minute. Hopefully a first-round pick's going to be enough to get this deal done. They're saying no. You know what? How about we shake this deal up a little bit? Leonov, I'll send you over in this deal. Upshaw, I'll send you over as well. But Ivanov, I'm taking you out. This should be enough to get this deal done. We're pretty close. They need like a 3rd round pick or something. You know what? How about instead of giving you a 3rd round pick, I just give you this 7th rounder right here. There we go. Okay, apparently I was tripping. He's only an 83 overall. For some reason I thought he was an 85. Just completely ignore that. He's still going to be a good player. So we're going to keep on trading RFAs and bringing in a couple other young guys. We're bringing in a third-round right defenseman and a bottom 6 right winger. We're also going to get 2 third-round picks in this deal. It definitely wouldn't hurt if we had a couple more draft picks to work with. So here's the final trade before we head to next season. 2 more centermen we're picking up from the Carolina Hurricanes. With this deal complete, we're ready to 5-peat. Never thought I'd say those words. Also, before we get way too far ahead of ourselves, Winther, I need to bring you back to this team. You're an absolute stud goalie for us, but you're only looking for 2 seasons. So we'll hold off a little bit. Ideally, by the end of the year, you're looking to sign for 8 seasons, and that would be perfect. Now, I think through my entire history of rebuilding teams, I don't think I've ever 5-peated. I have never 5-peated before because it is just so incredibly unrealistic. Like, winning 1 Stanley Cup is one thing, then repeating, that's amazing. 3-peating, incredibly hard. 4-peating, nearly impossible up until today. And now we're on the brink of a 5-peat. Potentially 5-peating during this 25-year rebuild. Nothing could make this video even better. Being able to say I successfully 5-peated over the course of a rebuild, if I can't do that now, I don't think I'll ever be able to do it. Like, in order to 5-peat, you have to win 4 straight Stanley Cups. Winning 4 straight, as I just mentioned, nearly impossible. So if you get to the point where you're about to 5-peat, you're about to complete the impossible. So here we go. It all comes down to this. The Chicago Blackhawks, a 62-17-3 record. The greatest team of all time. The greatest team in NHL history is right here, right now, and they're looking to win another Stanley Cup. 1 more Stanley Cup gets us the 5-peat. I completely forgot once again to turn auto-rotate goaltenders on. I'm going to go do that right now before we head into the postseason. We're taking on the Dallas Stars in the first round. Let's go turn auto-rotate goaltenders back to on. So it all comes down to this, our chance at a 5-peat. We need to win 16 postseason games. We've been able to do that 4 times in a row now. Now it's time to do it 1 more time. We're exchanging the first 2 games. I'm not really liking that. We need to win game 3, and that's what we're going to do. It's been a defensive masterclass so far, and it looks like that's continuing. Can we win game 5 and move on to the second round? Give me 1 more victory right now, 12 more wins. All we need is 12. We have now won 25% of the games we need. So how about we win another 25% right here? We need to take down the Minnesota Wild in a sweep. That would be the best case scenario, but we are getting the worst case scenario. Well, maybe not the worst case scenario. As long as we win game 5, we are still in a pretty good spot. And of course, we're going to score 7 goals. When our backs are against the wall, we find a way to respond. But now we're in game 7. But that means our backs are against the wall, so watch us show up. Chicago taking on Minnesota. We need to win this one right here, but we're allowing the first goal of the game. Not really ideal, but I know this team will respond, and that's what we're doing. However, Minnesota's responding as well. The third period is going to decide this one. Can we somehow win in game 7 and move on to the conference finals? It's over. The dream is over. The dream is dead. The Minnesota Wild are taking down the Chicago Blackhawks. The dream of a 5-peat is now dead. I think this is the end for the Chicago Blackhawks. I think a lot of guys are going to start aging out on us. We had a good run. What can I say? 5 Stanley Cups over a 6-year period. We would have had a 6-peat if we didn't end up losing to the Tampa Bay Lightning that one season. Because we won a Stanley Cup, lost, and Tampa Bay won, and then we went on a 4-peat. So if Tampa Bay didn't win that one Stanley Cup, where I believe we lost in the conference finals, not only would we completed a 5-peat, we would have 6-peated. At the end of the day, it was only a matter of time before somebody beat us, though. We can't beat everybody, especially with this team getting up there in age. Players are aging out on us. Winther, you put up good numbers, a 927 and a 225. I can't be mad about you, but it seems like Father Time is starting to catch up with our team. Connor Bedard's dropped to a 94 overall. I want to look at his award case once again. 6 Cups, 3 Conn Smythes, 4 Harts, 4 Ted Lindsays, 4 Art Ross, 2 Maurice Rucker-Shards, a Selke, a Calder, and a Lady Bang. I think he's the greatest player of all time now. I think Connor Bedard has solidified himself as the greatest player of all time. Like, just look at these regular season numbers. 782 goals, 792 assists for 1,500 points. By the time his career is up, he's probably going to be in the 2,000-point club. I might have been gassing up Connor Bedard a little bit too much, because even when comparing his trophy case to Wayne Gretzky's is still slightly better. So yeah, Connor Bedard, all that hype I was talking about, you being the greatest player of all time, I take it all back. Gretzky's still that man. Now, not only are we going to be losing in the playoffs, but we're also losing one of our key pieces. Cutter Gauthier has decided to call it a career. At 36 years old, he's going to be retiring. He was an incredible player for us. He won a handful of Stanley Cups, 7 to be exact, 1 Conn Smythe. One of those Stanley Cups was with the Anaheim Ducks, though, but he won 6.
The Sixers, Bulls, Clippers, Blazers. Friday, 7 p.m. Eastern, only on Prime.
Do you know Hobby Lobby has hundreds of incredible products on sale every single week? Just check out our weekly ad to discover unbelievable savings across the store and start shopping in-store or online at hobbylobby.com today.
6 with the Chicago Blackhawks. Gauthier, you were an incredible piece for us. Now we have to find a replacement, and I don't know how we're going to do that. Now, Cutter Gauthier, we might have lost you. However, I'm going to replace you with 3 different players. Actually, we might replace you with 4 different players, depending on how this draft goes. Is the first thing I'm going to do is draft this medium league potential goaltender right here. He's beginning as a 48 overall. And the next thing I'm going to do is with the 78th overall pick, we're going to take another flyer. And that flyer is going to be on this guy projected 88th overall. Now, he is going to have medium league potential. Then we're going to move on to the 81st overall pick. And guess what we're going to draft with the 81st overall pick? You guessed it, another medium league potential player. And then hold on, we are not done yet. Because now with the 83rd overall pick, what are we going to be drafting? Another medium league potential player. This one's going to be a goaltender. Now all these guys are to replace Cutter Gauthier. Yes, 2 of them are goaltenders. One's a playmaker, and the other one is a defensive defenseman. But they will somehow replace them. And how are they going to replace them? Well, I'm going to package those guys up and then hopefully get a superstar. And then if we're lucky, we get another medium league potential player right here. Yeah, this was the greatest draft in history. Actually, this was the greatest 3rd round in history. Because we drafted 4 medium league potential players all in the 3rd round. Now, of course, I don't think we've drafted enough medium league potential players. So how about we get one more goalie? So we have $16 million in cap space to work with. However, there's one guy we have to spend almost all that money on, and of course that's going to be Winther. But it's not quite $16 million with him. Instead, we're going to be looking around 12.5. So 12.5 for the next 8 years. Winther's going to be sticking around, a 91 overall with medium franchise potential. He is our guy moving forward. Now, when it comes to the remaining $4 million, I don't know if we're going to be really spending any of that. We're probably going to be letting all these guys walk. So this is what I'm thinking. Hines and Wolf are both going to be sent over to the Winnipeg Jets. Wolf was one of the medium league potential players that we just drafted. I think he could be a good player in the future. However, Dennis can help us right now. So I'm going to offer this package over. They're going to reject it. We'll throw in some draft picks and get this one done. I feel like a 2nd rounder probably should be enough to get this deal done. Unfortunately, they're going to be rejecting that. I'll give up a 3rd round pick as well. Hopefully this is going to be enough because I don't want to throw more into this deal. I guess I have to throw in a 7th, and I'm not against that. So here we go. Dennis is going to be brought to the team. Our defense is basically set now. We just need a couple guys for the bottom 6. Okay, I just need to show this off because this is crazy. So Kulikov, we're going to trade for you. You're 79 overall. You can be a good 4th line centerman for us. Brady Martin is also on the Seattle Kraken. So maybe we trade for Brady Martin. Clearly his cap hit can't be too crazy. $15 million. In what universe is Brady Martin getting $15 million as an 83 overall? That is crazy work. So what we're going to do is basically just send an RFA over. Hopefully they're going to accept that. We're not even close in value. I don't even know why I offered that. So I'll give you a 7th round pick as well. Maybe that's going to make up. They're saying it's a little bit low. I'll give you a 6th round pick as well. So Kulikov, welcome to the team. You're going to play good 4th line minutes. Now we need to find one more centerman. Now we do need to make one more trade. So I'm sending a couple later round picks over to the St. Louis Blues. We got our 3rd line centerman now. I think we should be good to go. Now I think we need to make 2 more trades for the bottom 6. We're going to pick up this player from the Colorado Avalanche. Of course, I'll give up one more 4th rounder. We're going to do no drafting over the next couple of years, but honestly, I'm perfectly fine with that. Now, one more trade has to be completed, and you know what? With all those medium league potential players we drafted, how about we just draft somebody who went 1st overall? I think that makes a lot of sense for us. So I'm going to send this package over. Calgary's saying no. I'll throw in draft picks. We don't have that many draft picks left, but you know what? We could trade a couple. Here's a 2nd round pick. If you say no to that, I'll give you a 4th round pick as well. If you say no to that, I'll give you a 1st round pick. I don't really care anymore. The Chicago Blackhawks are a dynasty, and I'm definitely not making this team any worse with the trades I'm making. Last season, we were disappointed in the playoffs. That won't happen again. Now, I think losing that Stanley Cup last season might have been the breaking point. Connor Bedard's dropped to a 94. He only has elite potential now. The forward core is not looking nearly as good. Taking a look at the defense, Levshinov's dropped to an 84 overall. He's under contract for another 3 years with no movement. This team's not the same. However, we still have the best goaltender in the league, and maybe he can win us a couple extra games in the postseason. So even though we don't look like the greatest in the world anymore, I think we still are the greatest. So let's bounce back from last season's disappointment and let's get ourselves one more Stanley Cup. We only have 10 more years left in the rebuild, so we can't be wasting any seasons. Let's lock in and win another one right now. Now, not too long ago, when we started our dominant run, when we were building a dynasty, I simulated the entire postseason, didn't look at the regular season standings or anything. That's what we're doing today. Last season, we were disappointed in the playoffs. This season, we're absolutely locking in. We are going back to our old ways, which is winning Stanley Cups. The first thing we have to do is simulate game number 1, and we're finally doing that. We're winning game 1 and we're winning game 2, and it's been a dominant force from our team so far. 14 goals in the first 2 games, we're absolutely flying. But now we drop back-to-back games. Things are not looking good. You can't drop 3 in a row, and luckily we're not going to be doing that. So we're moving on to game number 6, which we're going to be winning. So we've moved on to the second round. In the second round, we're taking on the Colorado Avalanche. I need this team to keep the momentum going. We looked not bad in the first round, but I need to see that continue into the second round. We've been okay so far, splitting the series with Colorado. Game number 5 is a huge win, and game 6 is an even bigger win. So we've made it to the conference finals. 4 more victories sends us to the Stanley Cup final, but can we find those 4 victories? I'm not too sure. We dropped the first 2. We ended up dropping game 5. You know what? None of that matters anymore. We're in the Stanley Cup final. That was a tough series against the Kraken, but here we are, the Cup final, taking on the Carolina Hurricanes. When in doubt, bring out this move right here. Simulate the entire postseason, and you will see success, and that's exactly what we're seeing right now. Can we close it out in game number 6, though? Can you give me one more victory? Chicago's back on top. That is now 6 Stanley Cups in the last 8 years. If that isn't a dynasty, I don't know what is. I think we've won 7 in this video. I've completely lost track at this point how many Stanley Cups we've won. The only way for me to know how many Stanley Cups we've won is looking at Bedard's numbers, because he's been here for all of them. 61 wins is going to allow us to win another President's Trophy. Of course, we're the best team in the entire league. Even though we have lost a lot of players, this team still finds a way to win. Connor Bedard, how many Stanley Cups do you have? 7 Stanley Cups. We've won 7 Stanley Cups in this video, but we've won 6 over the last 8 years. This is the greatest team in NHL history. You will not find a better team than what we have right here. Winther's putting up amazing numbers. He's won 2 Stanley Cups in the last 3 years. He's definitely the future goaltender. DuPont's leading the way, but hold on, what happened to Bedard in the postseason? He was not his usual self. But you know what? We still want a Stanley Cup, so I guess it doesn't really matter. Winther, 16 wins, 2 shouts, a 929 and 215. You're a Stanley Cup champion once again. 2 cups of Vezina and a William Jennings. You're slowly turning into one of the greatest goaltenders of all time. We still have 9 seasons left in this video. So how about we pick up 5 more Stanley Cups? 5 more cups over the next 9 years. I think that's reasonable with how this team's performing. Now, over the next 2 seasons, I believe we have 1 or 2 draft picks. With one of those draft picks, a medium potential power forward. If things couldn't get better for the Blackhawks, they just did right there. So I think moving forward, I'm not going to be showing the re-sign phase unless something notable is happening, like us signing the 79 overall rookie. Because most of the time, we're just not going to be bringing players back, or we're just going to be qualifying RFAs. Other than that, it's going to be very boring moving forward. Now I'm expecting the next couple of years to be incredibly rough on us, because we're going to be losing some good pieces. Will Smith, we should be able to hold on to for 2 more seasons. Maybe we can do around $10 million with him. We do have to save money somewhere. So I'll do $10.8 million for the next 2 years with Will Smith. He'll return to the team. But yeah, we've just run out of money. We don't have a lot of cap space. There's not really too much we can do here. I will sign this defenseman right here, though. I'll do 1.7 for the next 2 years. That's a good right defenseman who's going to be on a really cheap contract. Team went in. I'm thinking we could probably do something cheap with you. Never mind. You want $4.6 million. Yeah, we're probably going to have to start trading for a lot of rookies. Also, is this Jack Hughes? It's Justice Hughes. Shout out to Bro, I guess. So it's time for us to move on with some of our RFAs. We're going to go pick up the guy that we just drafted first overall. He's a centerman who is a power forward. Ideally, we can move him over to one of the wings. I'm not 100% sure how easy that's going to be. I'll give up the 7th round pick as well in this deal. There's trade number 1. So we're going to make one more trade before we head into next season. McLean and Jokinen are both going to be brought in, as well as a 2nd round pick. We need some more players on this team. That's why we're making that deal. Now, I'm not going to lie. The downfall of the Chicago Blackhawks is a little bit tough to watch right now. However, I can't really say we've completely fallen off, because we are the reigning Stanley Cup champions. However, Levshinov's dropped to an 80. Bedard's not the player he used to be. Will Smith isn't the player he used to be. We have a 70 overall backup this season. I don't really care about having a 70 overall backup. I know this team is good enough to win games. Can we somehow find a way to repeat for a 2nd time in this video? Maybe even go on another 4-peat? We'll find out pretty quick. Now, the fall-off might officially be here. We might have won the President's Trophy again, but only by 1 point. We are not the clear favorite anymore. Connor Bedard has dropped to an 89. You just hate to see this. The fall off has begun for a majority of the players on this team. They're just not the same anymore. But you know what? I think they're good enough to get us one more Stanley Cup. We can walk away with one more cup here. Let's lock in. I shouldn't say one more cup. Like, we're looking to win 5 more Stanley Cups here. Or are we talking about only winning one more cup? Chicago, no messing around here. I need a Stanley Cup this season. I'm out here yapping about winning one more Stanley Cup. Or are we talking about one Stanley Cup? We need at least 5 more Stanley Cups. Chicago has to build the greatest dynasty in NHL history. Not even the Montreal Canadiens can compete with what we're doing right now. That's how dominant we are. So we're moving on to the second round, and that's going to have us taking on the Minnesota Wild. Very rarely have we lost in the Minnesota Wild, but in fairness, very rarely have we lost in this video. We just keep on finding ways to win. And that's exactly what we're going to do here. We have a 3-1 series lead. We're 1 game away from making it to the conference finals, and just like that, we're back where we belong. But technically, the conference finals isn't where we belong. We belong in the Stanley Cup final, and 4 more wins can send us there. Can we take down the Colorado Avalanche? Well, things are looking amazing, but then we drop back-to-back games. So it better not be 3 straight. We need to win Game 5, and it looks like Chicago's collapsing. Has time finally caught up with this team? We're about to find out. I need Chicago to win this game right here. This is a must-win for the Chicago Blackhawks. Things are looking good entering the third as long as we continue to play defense, and that's what we're doing. We're winning this one 3-2, and we're off Game 7. So let's just take this one game at a time. We need to win Game 7, and then we can worry about the Stanley Cup final, because we're not even in the Cup final yet. We're scoring the first goal of the game. That's an amazing start. Moving into the second, we're doubling down with another 2 goals. We're not collapsing in the third. We're back in the Stanley Cup final. The Chicago Blackhawks are back once again. We're in the Stanley Cup final, taking on the Montreal Canadiens. You know what we're going to do here. We're going to find a way to win. We split the series so far with Montreal. Game number 5 is the most important game. We need to win that one right here, and we're dropping it 4-3. Normally, Chicago's not dropping those games. That's how you can tell we're starting to age out. However, if we made it to the Stanley Cup final, clearly we have a chance at winning. We're picking up the first goal of the game. We're picking up the second goal of the game. How about we pick up the third goal of the game and shut the Montreal Canadiens out? It might not have been a shutout, but it's still a victory, and now we're moving into Game 7. It all comes down to one game. The regular season and every game before this doesn't matter anymore. This is the only one that matters. We have Game 7 against the Montreal Canadiens. Who can win this one game in order to win the Stanley Cup? Well, in the first period, Will Smith's going to be picking up the most important goal. In the second, Connor Bedard's picking up the second most important goal. And in the third period, who's going to be picking up the final goal? Well, Tiemannin's going to be picking up the last goal for the Chicago Blackhawks. Montreal would pick up back-to-back goals, but it doesn't matter. The Blackhawks are going back-to-back. They're winning another Stanley Cup. The dynasty is not done quite yet. Just like that, 7 Stanley Cups in the last 9 years. 8 Stanley Cups in this video. Chicago refuses to be stopped. I don't care if this team is aging out. I don't care if the players aren't what they used to be. It does not matter. They're going to keep on finding ways to win. Levshunov had 17 points. He is a 76 overall. It doesn't even make sense anymore. Win third, 16 wins, 2 shots, a 920 and a 236. You were an absolute superstar. But I do have one concern moving into next season. Who's retiring on us? Because I know for a fact somebody's going to call it a career. More than likely, Levshunov's going to be that guy. And I'm going to keep it a stack. I kind of want Levshunov to retire. And you know what? He's going to be helping us. But maybe not, because Will Smith is retiring as well. We're losing a lot of stars here. Will Smith is calling it a career. Levshunov's calling it a career. We're losing 2 more important pieces from our core. I don't know if Chicago's going to be able to bounce back from this. We're going to have a lot of cap space to work with. So I guess we can re-sign some of our players. But can they replace Will Smith, and can they replace Levshunov? I don't know. So the draft was basically pointless because we only had 1 pick. This was the 1 draft pick we got. Trey Manning, 64 overall, medium top 6 potential. Maybe he can turn into something. Who knows? So we have $33 million in cap space, but a lot of these RFAs, not interested in them. So we're going to qualify all of them, and then we'll make some moves over the offseason in order to improve this team. We're definitely not going to be the same moving forward. We lost way too many important pieces, but we'll find a way to make it work. So with all the money we do have, Nakamura, of course, I have to bring you back to the team. And honestly, you're not really looking for too much. It's actually going to be less than what you're currently getting paid. So we're going to save a little bit of money. And you know what? We need to save that money. Here's $13.5 million for the next 3 seasons. We're saving $2 million on your contract. Connor Bedard, we're probably going to save a couple million on yours. No, Connor Bedard's washed. He's only looking for 12 million. What has happened to our king? We could probably get this sub 10 million. If I did 9 million and gave you a full no movement, is that enough? It doesn't look like it. I guess we'll do $10 million for one season. I'll give you a no movement. You know what? I'm going to put some respect on Bedard's name. I'll give him a bit more than that. We'll do 10.5 for one season. I want to make sure he's getting paid. McLean, maybe I can give you a bag because who knows where you're going to be playing. $4 million. I'll do 3.8 for 2 seasons. Honestly, for all I know, you're going to be playing top 6 minutes this upcoming year. We have a lot of trades we have to make. We have to make a handful of moves in order to improve this team. We lost a lot of key players, so let's go replace them. Alright, so I think we have to get risky. Walker Trainer, you're an 89 overall. You're a pretty good sniper. I'm not going to be able to trade for you because I know for a fact your trade value is going to be too high. However, I can offer sheet you, so that's exactly what we're going to do. I'm going to give him this player request. I'll give him 19.5 million. I'll do whatever it takes to get this man on my team. We're going to have to give up our next 4 years of first round picks. But you know what? I don't even care about that. We'll get it done. So here's what I'm going to throw at Walker Trainer. 19.1 million for the next 6 seasons. I'm gonna pray that Vancouver doesn't match that. Because if we can walk away with him, that's an absolute steal. Now we will need a playmaker to play alongside him. And that's where this player's going to step in. We're going to trade for them. We got to get pretty risky moving forward. So here's what we're going to do at the Colorado Avalanche. We're basically just going to...
This December at Bob's, I've got tons of trending styles for $9.99 or less, like my Playday sectional, Phantom Power reclining sofa, Brookline dining set, bedding bedroom, or my top-rated Copper Sport hybrid mattress. When you holiday the Bob's, oh my God!
The swap RFAs, I think this works out for us. Because we need a playmaker, and that's exactly what we just acquired. Now, when it comes to the playmaker we acquired, we're looking at the $14 million range, but I'm pretty sure we can get cheaper than that. So how about we do $13.5 million for the next 7 years? I think that's a pretty solid deal for him. Whether or not he accepts, that's another question. Walker Trainer is going to be accepting our offer, but it's whether or not Vancouver's going to be matching or not. I can only imagine they're going to be matching because they're going to have a ton of cap space to work with. If they don't match that, I wouldn't be incredibly surprised. And look at that. Walker Trainer is joining the team. We fleeced. We completely fleeced them. Also, I just want to point this out. Bro accepted our contract, and for some reason, it hasn't registered. So is this going to be another one of those situations where he receives a qualifying offer after he's accepted our contract and then we can't keep him on the team? I'm starting to think that's going to happen. Like, I can't offer him a contract. He's already signed to the team, but it won't let me offer him a contract. We're going to get fleeced again, aren't we? I'm simulating a handful of days. Like, I want to make sure Bro is joining the team because I don't want to get fleeced again like this. I have a feeling it's going to happen, though, because there's nothing I can do. So here's what we're going to do. The player that we acquired from Colorado was going to be flipped over to Winnipeg. We are getting Winnipeg's first-round pick in this deal because that team is so incredibly terrible. That first-round pick is going to be top 3. I can basically guarantee it. More than likely, it's going to be dropping from 1 to 3. That's how bad Winnipeg is. Look at this team. Besides the player that I gave them, they have absolutely nothing. This is one of the worst teams in the entire league by far. Unless they have a superstar goaltender, which they don't. That pick is going to be top 3, guaranteed. Now, Chicago is so deep in the trenches right now, we're honestly just picking up players off the streets. If you can skate, you can join this team. Like, we have a 75 overall on the 4th line. We can't afford anything else. When it comes to the defense, it's looking a little bit cooked here. However, we have Bedard still. We have Nakamura still. We have Maddox Schultz. We have Trainer on the team now. We still have the pieces to win a Stanley Cup. And I have a feeling this team's going to surprise a lot of people. Now, last season, I thought the Chicago Blackhawks were washed. They would never get back to their former greatness. I might be wrong. We have repeated, and this season, we go for the three-peat. Although Connor Bedard is not the player he used to be, and he is kind of a fraud now, he is still a good player. He is still one of the key players on this team, and we will still win with him. Also, this guy is turning out to be an incredible pickup. 43 goals, 26 assists for 69 points. Yeah, he might turn into a stud for us. Meanwhile, Winther, we already know what we're going to get here. 49 wins, 8 shots, and 917 to 248. We have won 7 Stanley Cups in the last 9 years. We are looking to make it 8 Stanley Cups in the last 10. If we win a Stanley Cup right here, we have won 80% of the Stanley Cups over the last decade. So just keep that in mind. Years and years ago, the Montreal Canadiens went on an incredible run, but there weren't that many teams in the NHL. Now there's 32 different NHL teams, and of those 32 NHL teams, one stands alone at the very top right now, the Chicago Blackhawks. Nobody is able to compete with the Chicago Blackhawks. You could combine all 31 other teams into one team, and they still probably wouldn't beat this Chicago Blackhawks team, because this Blackhawks team doesn't lose. They only win. they have found ways to just keep on winning. Even after losing a ton of players, they have found a way to keep on winning, and they have done the impossible. If we win 3 straight games, we're 1 game away from the conference finals, and that's exactly what we're doing. We need 1 more victory to send us to the conference finals, and in game number 6, that's exactly what we're going to get. So we're moving on to the conference finals to see the Seattle Kraken. Now, Seattle Kraken, of course, they're a good team if they make it to the conference finals, but can they compete with this Chicago Blackhawks team? I'm not too sure, because this Blackhawks team always finds a way to win. Even when we're down in the series, we find a way to make the comeback. So game number 6 is a big game coming up. Can we find a way to win this one? Of course we can. The boys are flying right now, and they're going to shut Seattle out. So we have game 7 coming up. I need 1 more victory to send us to the Cup final. When in doubt, you just have to believe in the team. You have to believe in what we're building, and what we're building right now is a dynasty. We have become a dynasty, the greatest team in NHL history. However, we do need to beat Seattle here. We need to win the 3rd period, and what exactly did we do? Well, we just won the 3rd period. We're back in the Stanley Cup final. 8 Stanley Cups over the last 10 years starts right now. There is only 1 more team we have to beat, and that is the Pittsburgh Penguins. We have faced the Pittsburgh Penguins a number of times in the Cup final, and we have beat them every time, I believe. So all I'm asking for is 1 more. Give me 1 more Stanley Cup right here. 1 more for Connor Bedard. He deserves it. For a second, I thought we got swept, but that's actually not the case. We have split the series with Pittsburgh. Game 5 is the most important game, and we're dropping that one in overtime, but it's fine, because our backs are against the wall, and when they are against the wall, we don't lose. We will always find a way to step up when it matters. We will find a way to win the 3rd period, and that's exactly what we're doing. We're winning the 3rd period. Now we have to win overtime. 1 more goal is all I'm asking for here, but it looks like our time is done. Our time is done at the very top. We're losing in overtime to the Pittsburgh Penguins. Only 7 Stanley Cups over the last decade. It was an amazing run for Chicago, but everything has to come to an end eventually. It's a heartbreaking loss, it really is, because this very likely was the final run for Connor Bedard. He's aging out on us. There's nothing we can do. Connor Bedard is not the player that he used to be. With that being said, he did perform in the playoffs. He had 6 goals, 16 assists for 22 points. He's an 82 overall, though. Connor Bedard's just not that guy anymore. This team is not as dominant as they used to be in the past. I'm not sure if we're ever going to get back to our previous greatness, because in reality, our greatness was so incredible. Also, how on earth did we only get the 15th overall pick from Winnipeg? That team was a dumpster fire. How were they not dead last? But as I was going to say, getting back to our previous greatness, which was 7 Stanley Cups in 10 years, I think that's going to be impossible. But you know what? We might not be done yet. Because as you can see, no key pieces from the Blackhawks are going to be retiring. We still have a lot of good players left on this team. Truthfully, it's the salary cap holding us back now. So I have no clue how we can afford everyone. Now, I'm a little bit nervous with the 15th overall pick because honestly, I have no scouting on any of these guys. So we're just going to take a flyer on this guy right here. Medium top 6 potential. Hey, it could have been significantly worse. Okay, I just need to point out the amount of mediumly potential players we've gotten who aren't goaltenders. 90% of the time, we're drafting goaltenders. Not today, though. Now, moving forward, I've made up my mind with what I want to do. I want this team to have a new identity. Because right now, we're kind of just bringing in new players to jump to the top 6. The following year, we'll have new players to jump to the top 6. And we're always rotating new players. I want a bit of stability moving forward. I want to at least have 6 guys in our forward core and 4 defensemen we can rely on for the rest of this video. So with that being said, we're going to be making a lot of trades. I don't want to just be cycling through players moving forward. So all the UFAs are going to be walking, we're qualifying all the RFAs, and then of course we'll sign some rookies. Now we have 4 of our key guys: Nakamura, Schultz, Trainer, Leitch. We need to bring in 2 more right wingers. Now, who are those right wingers going to be? I don't know. But for 1 season, one of them will be Connor Bedard. Ideally, Adams is going to be able to jump to a top 6 role, so maybe we hold off for 1 season. I would like to bring in at least 1 right winger, though. And then when it comes to the defense, I don't think we have to do too much. Land DuPont's here to stay, Morrow's here to stay, Dennis is here to stay. We need to bring in 1 good right defenseman, and then I think we'll be good. Before we do anything, though, we should handle some extensions. So, Leitch, how much are you going to be looking for? I'm hoping for around 11 million, but 13 million is definitely not 11. However, we can still get something done here. So how about we do $12 million and I give you a no movement? So I'm pretty sure 12 million with a no movement keeps you around for the rest of this video. We're actually going to do less than that. I'll do 11 million for the next 7 years. That's going to keep him Leitch around. Actually, let's do more than that. Let's make sure he returns to this team. 11.5 million. Now, if we lock him down for the next 7 years, he's going to be sticking around with the team for the rest of this video. Dennis, I'd like to keep you around as well because I think we can do something cheap with you, but you only want to do 1 year, so we're going to hold off with you. And then Connor Bedard, there is a chance you leave the team, especially if you're going to be looking for way too much money. And you know what? Maybe we can actually trade Dennis away, because we have this other young defenseman who's only 2 overalls lower, but he's 2 years younger. I think we go with him. He can move into a top 4 role for us. I'll do $7 million for the next 6 seasons. Actually, I'll make that 7.1 for the next 6. He's going to stick around. I'll give him a no movement as well, just so we can save a little bit of money. We'll end up locking him down for 6.5 for the next 6 seasons. And then Dennis, I'm going to trade you away. Alright, so here's what I'm thinking. One of our RFAs, a 2nd and 3rd rounder, and then Bathgate. A medium league potential player who has some potential and could jump to the lineup for us, but we got to make this move right now. Cowan, welcome to the team. Now, if we're bringing Cowan to the team, obviously I do want to extend him. He's looking for $15 million, though. Okay, we'll hold off with Cowan for a bit, because I'm just not doing $15 million. Alright, so the next move is going to be us picking up Cracknell, and then hopefully we're going to find a way to extend him. I don't know how that's going to be possible, but we'll find a way, because we need him on the team. The first package we offered wasn't quite enough, so I'll throw in a 4th and 3rd rounder. I still don't think that's going to be enough, but maybe we can get lucky, and it looks like we got lucky. Now we just need to hope he's willing to sign an extension, because honestly that's the one thing we're struggling with right now. And of course, why would Cracknell be willing to sign an extension with the team? That just doesn't make sense. $12 million for the next 2 isn't terrible, but I want to at least lock him down for 6 seasons, so we'll hold off for a little bit. The plan is for the re-sign phase, we get both of these guys to re-sign for at least 6 seasons. And we're still looking for another right winger, and I might have found that guy. Hirama, welcome to the team, 14.7 for the next 6 seasons. I'm really hoping you accept that. And then when it comes to everyone else, we're going to look at some really cheap bottom 6 forwards. Like this guy right here, $1.3 million for the next 2 years. That's a steal. And then we found another player for $1.3 million. We'll sign him to the team. And then to finish it all off, Logan Taves. How about we do 1.2 for the next 2 seasons? Once again, another bottom 6 player. So John Hirma is going to be joining the team. Lynch is also going to be re-signing. I think we have our core moving forward. As long as we can continue to re-sign everybody, we're going to be in a really good spot. So we've gone ahead and made some adjustments to the team. I think we're in a better spot than we were last season. However, we still don't have enough money for everybody. Cowan, I do want to bring you back to the team next season. However, if I do that, Cracknell won't be coming back to the team. But you know what? In the event that he can't come back to the team, we might still be in a really good spot. We just want to have a little stability moving into the final couple seasons here. We don't want everyone having new line mates every season. We need a bit of consistency and stability. Now, I think with Chicago's new core, we could finish out this video pretty strong. We have a handful of years left. That means a handful of Stanley Cups. Nakamura, 114. Trainer, 96 points. We know what this team is capable of doing. We've seen it in the past. Now we just need to see it one more time. Winther, 49 wins, 8 shots, and 914 and 242. By the time you reach the end of your career, you're going down as the greatest goaltender of all time. What can't that man do? Now, like, Winther is actually a different beast. Ever since he joined our team, he has won Stanley Cup after Stanley Cup, regular season game after regular season game. He is the greatest goaltender in NHL history, and he's about to add another Stanley Cup to his legacy. Nobody's going to be able to compete with him once we get to the end. Like, we all thought Spencer Knight was a superstar goaltender with the Chicago Blackhawks. I don't know if he can compete with Winther, because Winther is just a different breed. He just wins every single game he plays. It's a bit ridiculous. I mean, he's lost the last 2 he's played, but he's not going to lose 3 in a row, because that's not what Winther does. What does he do? He picks up shutouts after losing games. He's going to get us into the conference finals with that victory right there. Connor Bedard, before you leave Chicago, we have to get you one more Stanley Cup. We're taking on the Seattle Kraken in the conference finals, a place we have been a handful of times. We are 1 game away from making it back to the Stanley Cup final, and here we are, the Cup final, taking on the Carolina Hurricanes. We have played the Carolina Hurricanes a lot in this video, and we've beat them a lot. So how about you give me one more Stanley Cup right here, Chicago? Give me another Stanley Cup. This team has been rolling, and we're not going to stop rolling, because we're going to sweep Carolina. The Chicago Blackhawks, once again, Stanley Cup champions. This team is never going to lose again. I've completely lost track of how many Stanley Cups we've won. That's 8 Stanley Cups in the last 11 years. Connor Bedard, how many do you have for your career? I want to double check with that. Connor Bedard is a 9-time Stanley Cup champion. That's ridiculous. One of the greatest players of all time. Connor Bedard has stepped up time and time again, and so has Winther. 4 shutouts, a 939 and a 172. Yeah, he's the GOAT. The greatest goaltender of all time. 4 cups, 2 Vezinas, 2 William Jennings, and he's only 28 years old. Nah, bro's him. But after getting through all of this, of course, we do have to re-sign somebody. Now, who is that going to be? Are we going to go with Calvin, or are we going to go with Cracknell? Honestly, I think a defenseman's a bit more important here, but he wants 16 million. Okay, we're not doing that. Cracknell, how much are you looking for? 16 as well. Okay, we'll trade both these guys, and we'll try to find replacements. So I'm not giving them 16 million. And we don't have too many picks in the draft, but of course, with the way this video's been going, of course we have to get some elite potential players. So we're going to start with this medium elite potential goalie right here. Now, of course, one elite potential player wouldn't be enough, so how about we get a low elite potential playmaker in the 5th round? Now, Connor Bedard is yet to call it a career. He wants to stick around for a couple more seasons. And you know what? I actually have a plan here. I've been talking about how I want stability in our top 6. What's more stable than Connor Bedard at $4.9 million for the next 2 years? I don't care if he's not the player he used to be. He can play top 6 minutes. Cracknell, I'll qualify you as an RFA. We'll trade you away. Cowan, I'll qualify you as an RFA, trade you away. We'll try to find a $7 million defenseman, and then with the bottom 6, we'll do the exact same thing we did last season. We'll find cheap players. Now, before we make any trades, Maddox Schultz, of course, I do want to bring you back to the team. You're looking for $12 million, and I think that's going to be an amazing contract for us. But of course, we're going to save money, because why wouldn't we save money here? 10.5 for the next 2 years. Maddox Schultz, welcome back for less money than what you're getting paid right now. Alright, so I think moving forward, we're almost going to be forced to just bring in guys on their entry-level contract, because things have gotten very stupid in the NHL. First of all, there are very few right wingers that are on reasonable contracts. Bro's an 88 overall, getting paid $20 million. This other right defenseman, he's an 87 overall, getting paid $23 million. How on earth can we afford any of these guys? This guy's an RFA. He's looking for $18 million, so we can't bring him to the team. Everyone else here is a left defenseman. All the right defensemen available are getting paid way too much money. So basically, we're going to have to run the left defense.
With ring retinal 4K, the holiday cheer is coming in clearer than ever before.
It's the NBA on Prime.
Friday, the Sixers square off with the Bulls. Then the Clippers meet the high-flying Blazers. Sixers, Bulls, Clippers, Blazers. Friday, 7 p.m. Eastern, only on Prime.
Defenseman on our right side. We don't really have any other choice. So moving forward, we're basically just going to be flipping RFAs every season. We're going to be flipping guys on their entry-level contract. So I don't think I'm going to be showing a lot of deals like this where it's just us trading an RFA for someone who's like a year younger. These are pretty pointless trades. But yeah, it's time for the team to lock in. We've already won 2 in a row. Let's three-peat next season. You know what? I actually lied. I am going to show you all of the RFA trades. I'm just not going to show you the free agent signings where we're picking up our bottom 6 players. Like, you don't need to see me signing that 79 overall who's only going to play for us for 1 season. These trades, though, they're a bit more notable. So once again, the Chicago Blackhawks are repeating. But you know what's up next? The three-peat. Let's three-peat for the second time in this video, and then after we three-peat, of course we have to go for the four-peat. Let's go for the three-peat. One more for Connor Bedard. We have to get Connor Bedard another Stanley Cup. He's still with the team. He's still a key player for us. Yes, he only had 55 points this season. He's only an 82 overall, but Connor Bedard has been a key piece for us for a long time, and we need to get him one more Stanley Cup here. Winther, how about you pick up another Stanley Cup while we're at it? You're an absolute superstar for us. You deserve another as well. So let's go ahead and lock in for another postseason run. We've been here before, and we've won here a lot. Like, we have won a lot of Stanley Cups in this video, but I think we should win one more. And we are not off to a good start. We're not going to be a first-round exit, are we? Like, the Chicago Blackhawks are not a first-round exit team. I can't believe we did that. I can't believe we actually did that. We just lost in the first round. The Chicago Blackhawks lost in the first round. After dominating the NHL for basically the past 15 years, we lost in the first round. No, the fall off is here. We're never going to be the same team again. You know what? Nothing you can do about that. Losing to the eventual Stanley Cup champions. A lot of teams in the past have lost to the eventual Stanley Cup champions when they lost to us. Minnesota just went on a crazy run, and we're falling. We're falling in the first round. The team's not the same. Winther put up some good numbers, but we just weren't producing offensively. I guess our time has officially come. The fall off has begun. Now, to make things even worse, after losing in the first round, we're not even walking away with any medium league potential players. No, the fall off is actually really crazy. Not winning Stanley Cups and not drafting medium league potential players. Who are we? So we're done stopping at the re-sign phase moving forward. It's going to be the same every season, qualifying RFAs. Now, Nakamura, you've been one of our key pieces for a long time, but you're bugging. I'm not giving you 25. We'll figure that one out later. But $25 million is crazy work. Morrow, I will re-sign you. because you're not looking for $25 million. That is the craziest thing I've ever seen. Like, respectfully, who does Blood think he is asking for $25 million? Yes, you're a franchise potential player and still one of the best in the game, but 25 M's is crazy work. Now, Owen, you played one good season with this team. Now it's time to trade you to Colorado so we can get a second-round pick and someone who's on their entry-level contract for the next 3 seasons. I don't care about overalls. I care about entry-level contracts. Alright, so we're going to take a couple of risks heading into the next 5 years. Adams, I'm going to re-sign you to the team. I'm going to give you $4.5 million for the next 4 years. I'm giving you no movement. You're only at 82 right now. I'm really hoping you develop into a star player for us. Connor Bedard, I don't really know how much money you could possibly be looking for. $5.7 million. We're holding off because I'm pretty sure I can do it cheaper than that. Now, last season certainly didn't end how we wanted it to. Like, we wanted to walk away with a three-peat and another Stanley Cup for Connor Bedard. And unfortunately, we basically got the complete opposite of that by losing in the first round. That's not going to happen again. This team doesn't lose in the first round in back-to-back seasons, except for that one time we did it basically 20 seasons ago. Chicago's a different team than we were back then. We've become a dynasty over the past 20 years. So there's only one logical way we can finish this video out, with a couple more Stanley Cups to solidify our legacy. So I'm not even sure if we have to look at the standings every season. We already know we're winning the President's Trophy. We've basically won it for the last 15 years in a row. We know our offense is going to be amazing. Our goaltending numbers are great, even though I didn't look at them. We're going to beat Winnipeg in the first round because we're not going to lose in the playoffs again. So we have the Winnipeg Jets in the first round, and we've already been able to steal the first 2 games away. Can we make that the first 3? Is this a sweep over Winnipeg? This is light work. I'm not gonna lie to y'all, recording this video right now has actually gotten a little bit boring. Because normally when I do a 25-year rebuild, we don't dominate this much. Like, how many Stanley Cups have we won at this point? Because it's getting a little bit ridiculous. Our team always wins. Like, we're winning the Stanley Cup 90% of the time. Until now, though, because St. Louis has now won back-to-back games. Are they going to steal 3 straight away from us? It doesn't look like it. Can we close this out in game number 6, or do we need game 7? Of course we're closing it out in game 6. We have been dominating so much, this has actually become very boring for me. Like, we're just beating absolutely everybody. We have a 3-1 series lead on Vancouver, 1 game away from the Stanley Cup Final. Who could have predicted this? Chicago back in the Stanley Cup Final. I want to say over the last 16 years, we've almost won 10 Stanley Cups. We have dominated so much that we are down 3-1 in this series. We were down 3-0 at one point, and we are somehow going to make this comeback. We are somehow going to win 4 in a row until we don't. Okay, maybe things are starting to get interesting again. We were dominating for so long. I was so confident for so long. Things might be getting competitive. We might have to lock in for the final 4 years. I was just saying how this was boring because we were dominating so much. It's time to lock in once again. We need to absolutely lock in because I don't want to be losing in the postseason moving forward. We need to keep on winning Stanley Cups here. No more falling, no more failing. It's back to Stanley Cup or bust moving forward. Oh yeah, by the way, Bedard's not done. He still has a couple more good years left in him. Now, before we even jump into the draft, Nakamura, how much are you looking for? You only want $18 million now. We can certainly do that. However, if we bring Nakamura back to the team, that means we have to say goodbye to Connor Bedard. We won't have enough money for him. This is a sad day indeed. $17 million for Nakamura. He's not helping us in the slightest. But Connor Bedard, your time has come to an end. You won't be returning to the team for the upcoming season. You know what? That's not right. That is not right in the slightest. Bedard, I will try to find money for you. Ekman Larsson, I will also try to find money for you. We need to figure out about $10 million to bring both of these guys back. We'll find a way to do that. So this is what we're going to do at the draft. This defenseman right here, I'm going to throw him in a trade finder. I don't care what we get. Toronto's sending us a good package, a 2nd and 3rd rounder. I'm perfectly fine with that. But we need to free up some other money as well, so who else is getting shipped out? We need players on multi-year deals. I'll trade this forward who's getting paid $2 million. I'll send him over to Colorado. There you go. We free up another $2 million. And then who else can we trade away to clear up a little bit of money? I'll trade this guy right here. He's only a 77 overall. Give me a 3rd and 5th round pick. So that's everything we're doing during the draft, because I don't think we're getting anything notable here. Unless this guy actually has low league potential, then we might have got something. But yeah, that's not the case. So there's 2 main guys I want to bring back to the team. Of course, Connor Bedard has to be one of them, but he wants $6 million. Why do we have $26 million in cap space now? How on earth did we get that much money? Did we lose somebody? Hold on, I thought we didn't have any money. Maybe we didn't have to make those trades I made. I have no clue what's going on. Connor Bedard, welcome back to the team, though. Was I just completely bugging? How do we have $26 million in cap space? Somebody must have retired on me. Who retired? Well, we're going to find out who retired in a moment. Ekman Larsson, here's $4.3 million. But seriously, who retired on me? We lost somebody for sure. Now, I think I just realized who retired on us. we lost the best defenseman in the NHL. Landon DuPont, you had an amazing career, but I guess we're heading in a different direction. So I guess what we're going to do here is we'll qualify these RFAs, and then we have to go get a Landon DuPont replacement. Because, yeah, we have nothing when it comes to our defense now. So there's 2 extensions that we have to worry about right now. Maddox Schultz, of course, being one of them, but we're going to be able to re-sign him on a really cheap deal. I'm not too concerned about him whatsoever. We'll do 11.5 for the next 2 years. It's $1 million more than what he's getting paid right now. But Winther, we need to bring him back. Okay, I guess we don't. Why do we have so many extension dollars? Like, we have $40 million in extension dollars. Why do we have that much money? You know what? I'm not going to question it. I guess Nakamura's about to be a free agent. We have $16 million in cap space right now. Maddox Schultz is technically a pending UFA. Okay, maybe that makes a bit of sense. Now, if you're wondering how much of a dumpster fire the NHL is right now, I sorted every defenseman who is making less than $8 million, and this is the highest rated right defenseman, and 84 overall. So this is our Landon DuPont replacement. Yeah, there is no right defenseman out there. Like, literally none. So all I'm going to do in free agency is find a bunch of UFAs that we can bring in for 1 season. I don't really want anyone signing a multi-year deal with the team. I only want players for 1 season. And on top of only wanting players for 1 season, they also have to be very cheap players. Now, we actually might pull off 2 more big trades before we head into next season. So I'm going to give up a medium potential goaltender and a 2nd round pick for Stevens. Now, unfortunately, that's not going to be enough. But I didn't realize how many 2nd round picks we have, and how many of those 2nd round picks have a ridiculous amount of value. So 2 2nd round picks aren't going to be enough. I'll throw in the Chicago Blackhawks 2nd round pick. Is that enough? Yes, it is. Now, you know what? Now that I understand how much value a lot of these picks have, we're going to make 1 more big trade here. So I'm going to trade 2 1st round picks, 2 2nd round picks, and a 3rd round pick. We're going to try to get Cousins from the Toronto Maple Leafs. They're saying no. This might seem like a crazy deal, but there is method in the madness. So 3 years of 1st round picks are going to be given up because I want this player so bad. We need an elite defenseman on the team, and I know he can be that guy, so I'm going to send all of this over to Toronto. Did we overpay? Absolutely. But we needed a defenseman, and he's our guy. So we had to make some adjustments over the offseason after losing Landon DuPont. But you know what? I still think we're in a pretty solid spot here. We have a lot of high overalls on the team. Winther's still our starting goaltender, and as long as we have him and Connor Bedard, then there's no way anyone's going to be able to stop us. Now, we have to take things seriously moving forward. No more messing around, no more ha-has, no more having fun. This is all about winning Stanley Cups. These final 4 years are only about winning Stanley Cups. After dropping game number 1, we're scoring a lot of goals in game 2. I need that goal scoring to continue into game number 3, but we're dropping that one. What is this Chicago team doing? We can't be falling to the St. Louis Blues. Granted, they're an incredible team, so losing to them wouldn't be much of a surprise, but we just can't allow that to happen. We need Chicago to lock in, because we know what this team is capable of. And what are they capable of? Winning Stanley Cups. A sweep over Dallas. We're moving on to the conference finals. We're slowly heading back to our old ways. And our old ways, we're winning lots of Stanley Cups. We're in the Cup final. We have won a lot of straight games. It's back-to-back sweeps. Can we get another sweep right here? Did we actually sweep them? Hold on now. What did this team just do? Also, by the way, we sucked during the regular season. We only won 48 games. But that was 3 straight sweeps. After starting the postseason 1 and 2, we won 15 games in a row. Alright, even when the regular season doesn't look good for Chicago, they're still the greatest team of all time. Because for the first time in a long time, not only were we not the President's Trophy winners, but we were actually 4th in the entire league. The Minnesota Wild were the best team in the division, but I guess none of that matters, because the Chicago Blackhawks are back on top once again. We're Stanley Cup champions once again. No, that was ridiculous. There is no reason we should have won that Stanley Cup. Also, the main reason that we weren't nearly as good, we don't have Landon DuPont, plain and simple. Our defense wasn't nearly as good this season, and that's why we didn't see as much success. But you know what? We actually did see as much success because we won a Stanley Cup. That's how good we were. Dallas Winther, a 16-2 record, 1 shutout, a 922 and a 225. You did exactly what you were supposed to, and that's winning a Stanley Cup. So after that incredible performance right there, Connor Bedard, are you calling it a career? Because there's a very good possibility Bro decides to retire here. I wouldn't blame him for retiring. He's definitely done everything possible in his career, and it looks like that's happening. Connor Bedard, after 1,954 games played, he scored 981 goals, 1,065 assists for 2,046 points. He just had one of the greatest careers of all time. Just look at this man, a 10-time Stanley Cup champion. That means we've won 10 Stanley Cups so far in this video. 3 Conn Smythes, 4 Harts, 4 Ted Lindsays, 4 Art Ross, 2 Rocket Richards, a Selke, a Calder, and 2 Lady Bangs. Connor Bedard, that's one of the greatest trophy cases of all time. Realistically, I think the only player you're behind all time is Wayne Gretzky. Also, is this Ray Bukestad? Show it to Ray Bukestad. He turned into an absolute stud in the NHL. 982 points from him. We drafted him a long time ago, and he was an amazing player for us. Granted, he didn't play too many years with us, but shout out to Ray Bukestad. How many Stanley Cups did you win? 2 Stanley Cups, both of them with us. You'll love to see that. Also, I guess it wouldn't hurt just to double check to make sure we aren't losing any other players. I guess we're losing Hutchinson as well. But yeah, he wasn't a big time performer for us or anything. Did we draft Hutchinson? No, Dallas did. Shout out to Bro, though. Now, after losing Connor Bedard, clearly we need to pick up a replacement. So we're going to draft this medium league potential player right here. Is he really the Connor Bedard replacement? Absolutely not. But once we package him up with a couple other assets, we actually might get the Bedard replacement. Now, to finish off this draft, I thought it was only right if we drafted one more low league potential player. So that's what we're going to do with Keane Savage. Now, because of how few right defensemen are actually in the NHL right now, we are going to massively overpay this 84 overall, just because we need somebody to play some right defensive minutes for us. McLean, I would like to lock you down for the next 3 years, and I think we can do that. Never mind, no, we can't. Somehow it's going from 2.8 as an asking price to 8.6 million. No clue how that works, but here you go. Here's 3 million for the next 2 years. Now, bro's bugging. Nakamura, I'm going to keep it a stack. I didn't even recognize you. I did not realize this was you. An 85 overall, and then how much did you want? 14 million. Nakamura, you're a Chicago Blackhawk legend. Don't get me wrong, one of the greatest of all time. Like, how many Stanley Cups did you win with the team? You won 10 Stanley Cups. Look at your trophy case, arguably better than Connor Bedard's. But I can't give you 14 million. I just can't do that. Now, without Nakamura, this team's not going to be the same in the future. With that being said, we do need to make sure some players are returning. Walker Trainer, here's $19.8 million. It's about $700K more than what you're getting paid right now. When it comes to some of our defensemen, though, they're going to want some absolute bags, but some of them have earned it. Starting with Nakar, we'll do $13.1 million for the next 7 years. He's getting a no movement in those final couple seasons. Stevens, I guess I can keep you around the team as well. I think you're a good second-line player. And if I give you no movement, we should be able to save quite a bit of money. Like, we might be able to get this down to the $10.5 million range. How about we do 10.8 for the next 7? And then with everyone else, we'll find some cheap replacements in free agency. But just wait a minute. Winther, you need to stay on this team. And out of all players, of course, it's going to be Winther, stepping up for us when it matters, taking the most reasonable deal of all time. We're looking sub 10 million. When was the last time we saw a sub $10 million deal? I don't think I've ever seen one before. Now, you know what, Nakamura, I just can't allow you to play another season not on the Chicago Blackhawks. So welcome back to the team. 15 million with a no movement. We can't go on without Nakamura. He is our man. Also, he's now willing to sign a 1-year deal, which is way more reasonable. Now, Chicago is pretty simple. Just win me a couple more Stanley Cups to finish off this video. I don't believe we have won enough Stanley Cups here. Winther, you've had an amazing career, but you know what would make your career better? A 6th Stanley Cup. So how about you go win that? Now, last season, we simulated the entire postseason, and things worked out for us. So why should I change things up here? Let's simulate the entire postseason once again, and let's see if we can run it back. When we simulated the entire postseason last year, we saw a lot of success. We won the Stanley Cup. So I don't want to change things up here. We're shutting Vegas up in game number 1. We're beating them 4-1 in game number 2. We've now allowed 1 goal in this series. We then proceed to allow 5 goals in game 3, but who cares? A sweep over Vegas. How many straight wins is that now? That is our 4th straight sweep. I believe that is 19 straight postseason victories. We have won 19 straight postseason games going back to last season. Can we make it 20 straight games? It looks like it. That's 21 now. Can we make it 22? Can we make it 23? It doesn't look like it. We're finally going to be losing a game after 22 straight postseason victories. We're finally going to be dropping a game to the Dallas Stars. Chicago's moved on to the conference finals. They're 8-1 in the playoffs right now. They don't plan on losing anytime soon. The Calgary Flames are the next team up. Can Calgary even compete with this Chicago Blackhawks team? I'm not too sure. But you know what? They've split the series with us. Game number 5 is a must-win for us. Can we show up in Game 5? It doesn't look like it. We have Game 6 elimination coming up, and it's not elimination for the Calgary Flames, but instead the Chicago Blackhawks. Are we going to fall in the conference finals? Absolutely not. A 5-0 victory. We're going against a former Blackhawk goaltender. We're not going out like this. The Chicago Blackhawks are going to finish this video out with a 4-peat, maybe even a 5-peat, because I've lost how many straight Stanley Cups we've won at this point. We're outscoring them in the first period. Moving into the second, it's going to be a quiet one. So it's all about defense entering the third. And in the third period, yeah, we scored a lot of goals. 5 goals to be exact. It's a 7-1 victory. We're back in the Stanley Cup final. This is for Stanley Cup number 11 in the video. 11 Stanley Cups is a wild stat right there. So here we go. Can we win Stanley Cup number 11? All we have to do in order to win that is beat the Philadelphia Flyers. We split the series with Philly. They're putting up a big fight here. But we need to win Game 5. Game 5 is the most important, and we're dropping that one. Don't go out like this. Do not fall to the Philadelphia Flyers. I want Stanley Cup number 11 right now. We're allowing the first 2 goals. Not a great start. Moving into the second, the offense can't get going. We need somebody to score some goals for me. It's just not going to happen. We're going to be falling in the Stanley Cup final 4-1. A heartbreaking loss for the boys. No, I can't even be too mad about this. We have 10 Stanley Cups right now. Stanley Cup number 11 would have been amazing. But we've won 10 Stanley Cups. The Chicago Blackhawks are going to win the President's Trophy this season. It was a big bounce-back campaign from them. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter because we didn't walk away with the Stanley Cup. Nakamura, 85 points this season. Even though you're regressing, you're still an incredible player. Maybe we do try to keep you on this team because we definitely wouldn't be the same without you. However, I don't want to do a multi-year deal, and I definitely don't want to give you $18 billion because, yeah, you've been asking for some absolute bags. I do believe you have the cap space to keep you on this team if you're willing to sign something reasonable. So honestly, it's all up to you. Will you sign a cheap 1-year deal? We'll find that out pretty quick. Also, Winter, an $8.95 and a $2.95, you should be disappointed in yourself. Also, hold on, exact start potential, he's an 87 overall. Nah, bro's starting to regress on us. I never thought I'd see the day. Winter's regressing, Nakamura's not the same player he used to be. What is going on in this league? I just hate everything about this right now. So this draft so far has been a massive bust for us to the point where the best player we're drafting is a grinder. Yeah, if that doesn't sum up this draft for us, I don't know what will. Now, the only player we're focused on during the re-sign phase is Nakamura. Can we bring him back to the team? Is there any way we can do this? The most money we can give him is $10.575 million on a 2-year deal. Is he willing to accept that? That's literally the best I can do. He's returning for 1 more. Now, for the final 2 years of this video, I would like to run the exact same team. So with that being said, Maddox Schultz, I don't know how we're going to be able to bring him back to the team. Actually, yes, I do. This should be pretty easy. Because obviously, I'm not going to be doing a modify no trade. No, instead, I'm going to give you $10.5 million for the next 2 years, and you're going to be returning. When it comes to Hirama, I'm really hoping you'll do something reasonable with me. $18 million is not that reasonable. But you know what? We'll negotiate something. This is a joke. An absolute joke. Thank you, but I'm not convinced this organization is the right fit for me with these contract terms. Buddy, you are lucky to be here. So you know what? We're letting him walk. He can walk into free agency. If you don't want to be a part of this Stanley Cup team, don't be. You're out the door. Instead, because I'm incredibly petty, McLean, I'll give you all the money in the world. You don't deserve this money right here, but I'm going to give that to you. And then Irma, you're playing second line minutes. McLean's on the top line over you this season. If you think you're better than the Blackhawks organization, buddy, you're wrong. Now, if we want to run the exact same team for the next 2 years, everyone needs to be under contract for at least 2 years. So Cousins, I'm sending you over to the Red Wings. Smirnoff, welcome to the team. Now, the next player we're going to pick up is Mathers from the Philadelphia Flyers. He has low potential, under contract for the next 2 years. I'll throw in a 6th round pick as well, and that should be enough to get this deal done. I guess they need a 7th as well. I don't really care what I have to give up here. I want to make sure that Mathers has joined our team, and it looks like he is. Moving on to our next trade, what we're going to do is this medium potential player we drafted a couple years ago, I'm going to send him over to the LA Kings. Garrison and 2 second rounders can be acquired. Never mind, just make that Garrison and 1 second rounder. So let the trades continue as Tapper is now going to be acquired from the Florida Panthers for a 2nd round pick. We're just about done with our team. I think we just need to make a couple free agent signings. That's if we even have enough money to make any free agent signings. This man McLean did not just say he is not interested in extending with the team. What is wrong with bro? I just gave you the biggest bag imaginable, and you said no to it. Hirama, maybe I will bring you back to the team. Here's 18.4 for the next 6 seasons. McLean, we don't need you. I offered McLean the biggest bag imaginable, and bro just said no. And then Hirama just said no. What is wrong with these players? Do they not understand how good Chicago has been over these past couple years? You take a pay cut to stay with this team. Plain and simple. Now he's willing to sign with the team. Now he's willing to negotiate with me. I would have given you more money. I would have given you more clauses, but you lost all of that. So instead, here's 16.5. You cost yourself money. Now, sometimes it's a little bit ridiculous. Hirama, welcome back to the team. You're not getting any promises. I might even play you on the 4th line this season just cause. Now, Hirama, I will play you on the top line, but I just want you to know, you were absolutely bugging. Also, why is this guy playing on the 2nd pairing? Yeah, let's not do that. Like, that just makes absolutely no sense. Bro is absolutely bugging.
Win third, you dropped to an 86 overall. You're not the player you used to be, but I know we can win 2 more Stanley Cups over the next 2 years with you. Now we're going to simulate the postseason like this one more time, but for the final season, we're going to go round by round. The only reason I'm doing this is because of the success we've seen in the past with this method. Like, we've been winning a lot of Stanley Cups with doing this method, so if it ain't broke, don't fix it, just keep on doing this. Truthfully, if we win a Stanley Cup this season, I should probably use this method for the final season, but no, for the final season, we're switching it up. So it's a clean sweep over the Nashville Predators in the first round. We're moving on to the second round. We're going to be taking on the Dallas Stars. That is 5 straight victories. Can we make it 6 straight wins? This team is rolling right now. There's only a matter of time before we drop a game. We're dropping game 3. That doesn't matter because we're already in the conference finals. We're taking on the Colorado Avalanche next. We're dropping game number 1, but I have a feeling this team's going to respond, and that's exactly what they're doing. Back in the Stanley Cup final. Give me another Stanley Cup right now. We got swept. Wow, this Chicago team cannot catch a break anymore. How many straight Stanley Cup finals have we been to now? I think that might be 4 straight Cup finals, but we've had way too much disappointment in the last 2. The Blackhawks, once again, the best team in the entire league. We won 62 games. We dominated the NHL. Trainer, 100 points this season. Nakamura, 86. But what happened? What just happened in the Cup final? Because that was an absolute joke. We just got swept. Winther, you better not have put up bad numbers once again. You have been a stud up until these last 2 postseasons, where I think age has caught up to you. At 33 years old, I just don't think you're the same player you used to be. I need you to prove me wrong in our final season, though. The Tampa Bay Lightning Stanley Cup champions. How many straight Cup finals have we made? We've made it to 4. 4 straight Stanley Cup finals, and we've only won 1 of them. Now, these past 4 years have been tough on the boys, so we're moving into our final season. One last season with the Chicago Blackhawks. As long as nobody retires on us, we're running the exact same team. And honestly, the only player I'm worried about retiring is Nakamura. And you know what? It doesn't look like he's going to be retiring. He's going to be running it back for 1 more season. We're not losing any players. Let's just run it back. No changes to the team whatsoever. But here we go. The 2050 NHL season. We have made it all the way to this point. We know what this team does. We know what this team's capable of. Winther, I need you to lead us to 1 more Stanley Cup. Why do you have fringe starter potential as a 34-year-old? I have no clue. But this man has had the quickest fall off of all time. But before you completely fall off, win me 1 more. So here we go. The last dance for the Blackhawks. First in the entire league, a 56-19-7 record, 3.65 goals per game, 2.49 allowed, one of the best offensive and one of the best defensive in the entire league. Trainer, 106 points. Leitch is picking up 77. Hirma's picking up 73. Nakar's picking up 71. Maddox Schultz, 60. At this point, he's going to be pretty old. He is 40 years old right now. Nakamura, how old are you? You got to be up there in age as well. You're 40 years old as well. A bunch of old vets on the team still performing. Winther, you're another one of those old vets. You've been here for a long time. You've been regressing for a while now. You know what? I think we've got to get these old boys 1 more. Get these old vets 1 more Stanley Cup, and that run starts right now. So here we go. 1 last postseason run with the Chicago Blackhawks. And of course, we are going to come out flying. A sweep to start it off, that's what I'm looking for. One thing about this Chicago Blackhawks team is they're always going to fight. Regardless of what is going on, they're going to compete for a Stanley Cup. After dropping the first 2 games, I'm assuming they're going to respond in Game 3, and that's exactly what they're doing. And not only are they responding in Game 3, they're responding in Game 4. But they're not going to respond in Game 5. We're going to be dropping that one. We can't be a second-round exit in our final season. Chicago, you have done too much in this video to fall in the second round. We just can't allow that to happen. 3 goals in the first period is great. 5 goals in the game is amazing. But how about we pick up 1 more, and that's exactly what we're going to do. Nakamura's picking up another. Now we're in Game 7. The winner of Game 7 is moving on to the conference finals, and I am very confident that's going to be the Chicago Blackhawks. When this team's back is against the wall, they find a way to fight back. They fight back every time, and they win every time, and that's exactly what we're doing right here. We're moving on to the conference finals. Our final run's not quite done yet, so we're moving on to the conference finals, and the Dallas Stars are going to be the next team up. We have faced Dallas a number of times in this video, and you know what? I think we have a good record against them, but our record means absolutely nothing because everything's different now. It's a best of 3 moving forward, with game number 5 being the most important, and we're dropping that one. I don't know if we're going to be able to make another comeback here. We have made 1 3-2 series comeback already. Can we make another one? Well, we're exchanging goals in the first period. Moving into the second, Dallas is taking the lead. Is this the end for the Chicago Blackhawks? It looks like it. The Blackhawks are falling in the conference finals. It's all over just like that. The 25-year rebuild of the Chicago Blackhawks is now complete. Now this was quite the run for the Blackhawks. Like, how many Stanley Cups did we win? It was either 10 or 11. 10 or 11 over the past 25 years, and the first 5 years were just basically rebuilding. So over the past 20 years, we won 10 or 11 Stanley Cups. I would consider that a massive success. Now, when it comes to the all-time leaders for the Blackhawks, Connor Bedard's going to be at the top with most seasons played with 24, and the most games played with 1,954 points. When it comes to goals, that's going to be Nakamura, though. He's picking up 1,086, while Connor Bedard, he's picking up 1,065 assists. Bedard's also going to be leading in all-time points with 2,046. When it comes to penalty minutes, no surprise, that's going to be Chris Chelios. But Nakamura was catching up. He's finishing with over 1,000. Now, when it comes to wins, this isn't a surprise whatsoever. Winther, 578. That's the most in Blackhawks history, and he was catching up to Tony Esposito when it came to shutouts. He picked up 68 so far in his career. If we had a couple more years in this rebuild, I wouldn't be surprised if he passed Esposito. But now it's time to look at the all-time leaders across the NHL. When it comes to player games played, that's going to be Ovi, 1,983. Goalie games played, that's going to be Sergei Bobrovsky with 1,900. Most goals is going to be Ovi with 1,156. Most points, no surprise, Wayne Gretzky's still at the top. And he's going to be at the top in assists. But shout out to Quinn Hughes, 1,447. He was pretty dominant. Looking at wins, Marty Brodeur is still at the top with 691. Shout out to Spencer Knight, who's finishing 4th all-time in wins, a former Chicago Blackhawk. When it comes to shutouts, Marty Brodeur is still at the top, 50-goal seasons. Nakamura is taking over with 12 50-goal seasons. When it comes to 100-point seasons, Wayne Gretzky's still at the top. I'm a little surprised at that. I thought Connor McDavid would have passed him. I guess not. So over the past 25 years, we've rebuilt the Chicago Blackhawks, and we have turned them into a dynasty. One of the greatest seasons of all time. This was arguably one of my most successful rebuilds of all time. Like, we almost completed a 5-peat. In order to complete a 5-peat, you have to 4-peat. And that's what we did in this video. Chicago, I turned you into one of the greatest dynasties of all time, if not the greatest dynasty.
Dinner time doesn't have to be stressful. My best mom hack to have a peaceful evening, giving them exactly what they want. That's why I keep the Beach Nut Veggie Pouch Variety Pack stocked up. 9 pouches, 3 flavors, and I'm always ready. Dinner is just easier when you've got their favorites stocked. 1 variety pack, many peaceful meals ahead.
So I think it's time for us to meet the newest team in the NHL, the New Mexico Bandits, with their AHL affiliate being the Kansas Outlaws. I'm going to be taking over as GM and head coach of the New Mexico Bandits, and we're going to turn this team into an absolute dynasty. We're going to have 10 years to turn this New Mexico Bandits team from a team having no players on the roster, because we're about to head into the expansion draft, to Stanley Cup champions not once, not twice, not 3 times. We're going for 5 Stanley Cups over the next 10 years. Now, the New Mexico Bandits are going to be in the Central Division, because honestly, I think that just makes the most sense for the team. And it looks like they're going to be jumping to the 2nd overall pick, and that's going to be huge for us. Now, like usual, when it comes to the expansion draft, I'm not going to show every single pick here, because that would get a bit tiring. You guys don't need to see every single pick, but Lucas Dahlstrom, you're going to be the first guy brought to the team. Brandon Carlo, you're the next. I can't pass up on Brandon Carlo. Brandon Carlo, a stick on the ice legend, and speaking of stick on the ice legends, Henry Jokiharju is going to be available here. That wouldn't be a bad pick of either. But instead of Henry Jokiharju, I think we're going to go with the young Ryan McLeod. Now, the Carolina Hurricanes are bugging. They didn't protect Kochetkov. Kochetkov's going to be available here for selection. No, that team's a while, and how is Kochetkov available? That makes no sense, but we're certainly going to bring him to the team. And the next guy we have to bring to the team here, Patty Maroon, just cuz. Now, this next selection is going to be a tough one. Do we go with Casey Milstead, or do we go with Samuel Girard? Samuel Girard would be an elite defenseman for us, especially if we can keep him long term. But Casey Milstead could be a really good playmaker for us. You know what? I usually don't have good luck with Casey Milstead turning into an elite player, so we're going to go with Samuel Girard. Now, this is going to be another big-time play for us. Maverick Bourque, I've had you on my teams a lot in the past, and you've usually turned into a pretty good player, so I'm going to be stealing you from the Dallas Stars. And you know what? If we're going to be stealing Maverick Bourque, Rasmussen wouldn't be a bad pickup either. He's a good young sniper, could develop into a stud for us, so we're going to bring him to the team. 3.2 for the next 5 years, that's a great deal. Now, Sam Bennett, although I don't think you're going to be a part of this team's future, you could be a good guy for year number 1, so we're going to bring you to the team here, and then don't be surprised if you get traded in the future. Alright, you already know who I'm going with when it comes to the LA Kings. Kaliev, welcome to the team. Another stick on the ice legend. selection. Now, almost every single time I've done an expansion draft, I've always selected Keandre Miller, but today we're actually going to be taking a different route. And who am I going to be selecting? Capo Caco. Trust me on this selection. Bro's going to turn to like an 89 overall. Now, although I haven't done a ton of rebuilds so far in NHL 25, one guy's definitely turned into an early stick on the ice legend. Zamula, welcome to the team. Bro turns into a stud basically every single time I have him on the team. Now, of course, the St. Louis Blues are going to have a ton of great players to select. Joel Holford to be our backup goaltender. I'm definitely doing that. Now I'm going to go back over to the Nashville Predators because I originally selected Scott Wedgwood, but now that I have Joel Holford on the team, we'll pick somebody else up. Moving on over to the Vancouver Canucks, we have another stick on the ice legend, Hoglander. In most circumstances, I would bring you to the team, but you know what? We're actually still going to bring you to the team here. I was contemplating Dakota Joshua, but no, we got to go with our man Hoglander. And then this might be a bit of a controversial pick, but I think I can unlock Pierre-Luc Dubois' potential. We're going to take that risk. Pierre-Luc Dubois, you are not that guy right now, but I'm going to turn you into that guy. And then with our final selection, I've decided we're going to go with Morgan Barron. And I'm not allowed to pick Morgan Barron. Okay, I might be losing my mind here. I'm trying to bring Morgan Barron to the team, and I'm not allowed to. You may not pick this forward. You have too few goaltender and defender slots remaining for the required minimums. I have 9 of 9 defensive slots filled and 3 of 3 goaltender slots filled. I don't know what I'm doing wrong, so I guess we'll go with Dylan Samberg. I'll bring him to the team. Alright, I guess that's who we have to go with here. But it doesn't matter. The New Mexico Bandits have built themselves a pretty solid team here. Are we going to be competitive in year number 1? Absolutely not. I think there's no way this team's competitive in year number 1. However, once we get to year 2, and giving these guys a year to develop, we could be looking at a pretty special team. So here we go. It's going to be our first draft and our first chance of bringing in an elite player to the team. And you know what? Ken McMuffin, I am bringing you to the team just because of your name. Yeah, you have elite potential and you're a 79 overall, but your name is Ken McMuffin. Bro, I don't even have to contemplate that. We're bringing McMuffin to the team, and I'm immediately making him our captain. I'm not passing up on McMuffin. I immediately got a 70 potential player. We're going to pretend that didn't happen. Okay, so we're not even going to waste our time here. We did 0 scouting. I mean, I didn't get to do any scouting. It's just the CPU did the scouting. But yeah, we're not wasting our time here. Let's trade these draft picks. So I'm going to try to steal this future second round pick away from the Buffalo Sabres. I'm going to say no to this package right here. But if I throw in a future 6th rounder, I think it will be enough, so I'm going to offer that over. But they're still saying no. So I guess we'll just head over to the Calgary Flames. Are they willing to trade their 2nd round pick? Actually, give me Colorado's 2nd rounder. I'll take this 6th round pick out. Can we do a 3rd and a 7th for that 2nd? They're saying no because they want the 6th round pick. But what if instead of the 7th rounder I give you the 6th? Then we'll be able to get this deal done. And then to finish this draft off, because we're not wasting our time here, a 2nd rounder from the Carolina Hurricanes. So we have 3 2nd rounders heading into the next draft. We're setting ourselves up for a lot of success. So I gave every single player in the NHL an extra year in their contract, just so when we move into season number 1, we have the exact same rosters in the NHL as we should on day number 1 of the 2024-2025 season. With that being said, we still have to go with some extensions. So we're going to start with Sam Bennett here, and you know what? You actually could be a part of this team's future if you're willing to accept a deal like this. So how about we do 4.3 for the next 5 years? We have a lot of money in cap space, and if I don't have to give you a no trade clause or anything, this is a great deal. Romanov, I think you have the potential to be a star defenseman for us, but what's that going to cost for us? It looks like it's going to be $4.2 million for the next 4 years. That's definitely a deal I can live with. Beauvillier, I think we might just ride out your contract. I don't think you're actually going to turn into a superstar player for us. Kaliev, I do want to lock you down to a very reasonable deal. Where are we going to be looking at? It looks like it's going to be 2 years at $1.9 million. Actually, we'll just make that a 2x2. I think that's pretty fair for him. Now, the one guy I did want to give a long-term deal immediately, or try to get a long-term deal done, was Capo Caco, but I actually can't give him a deal right now. Maverick Bork, I see the potential in a guy like you, so we're going to try to lock you down for the next 4 years. We're going to be looking at $2.5 million for the next 4. And speaking of potential, that's something Ryan McLeod's got, so we'll give him $1.6 million for the next 2 years. Phil Costin, you're still young enough that you can play on our bottom 6, so here's $1.7 for the next 2 years. I mean, you don't even have to play on our bottom 6, but you know what? I think that's where you're going to play. Now, realistically, I think every single player is going to be getting a deal here, except for Patrick Maroon. I don't even know if Patrick Maroon's going to play for us this season, if I'm being honest. I kind of just brought him onto the team for the memes, but now that I'm thinking about it, does Patrick Maroon actually fit on this team? Jordan Harris, here's $1.7 for the next 3 years, another really cheap deal. Moving on over to goaltending, we have Joel Hofer to give a contract to, and that's going to be $1.4 million for the next 2 years. St. Louis legend Joel Hofer, he's definitely got to stay on this team. And then Lucas Dahlstrom, I can do $1.3 million for 1 season. So with all the extensions given out, let's move into next season. So every single player on the team said yes, except for Sam Bennett. So now we have to go back around to him. Now what's he going to be looking for? We do $5.4 million for the next 6 seasons. Now just look at this team right here. We're definitely going to be getting number 1. And I'm not talking first in the entire league. I'm talking the number 1 overall pick. This team is not good right here. We are not going to be competing for a Stanley Cup in year number 1, I can tell you that right now. However, in 5 years, we could be somewhat competitive. I mean, it's not even going to take 5 years. Give us 2 seasons and we'll be pretty competitive. Before we get to this season, though, we got to make some big-time trades. Yeah, so you remember that thing I said about me making a couple trades because we have some good players that aren't playing for us? Well, we're at the very bottom of the salary cap floor right now, so we actually can't afford to make a trade. Yeah, it's a tough situation. I mean, the one guy we could trade for is like Erica Branson. We could trade for Brendan Gallagher, and then with their contracts, we'll be able to reach the salary cap floor. But yeah, I don't really want to trade for those guys, so we're just going to rock with the team we have here. We're going to go compete for a Stanley Cup. That might be a complete lie. We might be competing for the first overall. We'll see what happens this season. At least the coach is being honest here. Bro doesn't even think we can make the playoffs. I agree with you. This team's going to be very bad. However, there is one thing we can do right off the rip. 5-on-5 focus. Let's get that offensive awareness up. Let's get that defensive awareness up. And then everyone on this team will be a 90 overall by year 3, because that's how it works. So while we simulate season number 1, subscribe to the channel. We're still not at 70K. Subscribe. If you're watching this video for a reason, subscribe. So I don't know how to feel about the New Mexico Bandits right now, because we're not a bad team. Like, we're 13th in the entire league. We're actually in the upper echelon. A 33-22-7 record. Offensively, we're terrible. Defensively, we're amazing. I was kind of hoping for the first overall pick in this upcoming draft, because I think it would be Gavin McKenna. Actually, no, it wouldn't. Gavin McKenna's not for 2 years. Never mind, just ignore that I said that. But this team has performed way better than I was expecting, and we're actually making a push for the Stanley Cup. If we're going to make a push for the Stanley Cup here, we might as well win in year number 1. The team's looking elite so far. But you know what? We could look a bit better after making a couple trades. And one guy I was kind of interested in trading for at the beginning of the season, but I never checked who his no trade clauses are for. Patrick Laine. I do believe he has a no trade clause. Is he willing to come to the New Mexico Bandits? If he is, that's going to be huge for our team. Now, unfortunately, Patrick Laine not interested in coming to the team. That's certainly going to hurt us. I mean, he only fits on the 4th line, so I mean, that wouldn't help us in the slightest. But yeah, I was kind of hoping to bring Patrick Laine to the team. Alright, so I want to make a big splash here at the trade deadline. We're going for a Stanley Cup. Shane Pinto and Carrier, both of you guys are healthy scratches for us. But one guy that would be a healthy scratch, Brock Besser. He's going to be brought to the team. Ted Luger's also going to be brought here. We just have to do it to make the contracts work. I don't think we're going to be able to go 2 for 2 here. We're going to have to throw some draft picks into this deal. That's not the end of the world because you trade for a handful of picks. So we're going to start with a 3rd round pick and a 4th rounder. I don't think it's going to take too much more than this, but this is just where we're starting. They're saying no to that. What if we use some of the 2nd round picks we acquired? Now, I know these don't fit the Vancouver Canucks trade block, but I think if I throw enough 2nd round picks in this deal, they're going to say yes to that. So we're going to say no to that first one. How about another 2nd round pick? This one from the Carolina Hurricanes. Brock Besser, welcome to the team. Also, we're getting pretty lucky. Brock Besser signed a very reasonable deal. He's going to be sticking around for the next how many years? He signed this deal with the Vancouver Canucks at $7.6 million. I'll take it. Well, the New Mexico Bandits did something I didn't think would be possible in year number 1 of this rebuild. This team made the playoffs, 14th in the entire league, a 42-30-10 record. Our offense was atrocious, but I think we might have had the best defense in the entire league. We had a top 10 defense. The top 10 defense part doesn't really surprise me too much. Making the playoffs surprises me a ton. Like, there is no reason this New Mexico Bandits team should have made the postseason. Brock Besser, you were a great pickup, leading the way with 82 points, but look at Rasmussen, 83 overall. Bro picked up 36 goals and 36 assists for 72 points. Samuel Jordan, 71 points. Pierre-Luc Dubois, 57 points. He's kind of filling the role nicely on this team, so maybe I made the right decision bringing him to the team. This team doesn't look horrid. Like, the fact that we're not looking like an absolutely atrocious team right now, this is giving me a lot of hope for the future. Now, we're going to be taking on the Winnipeg Jets, but there is one stipulation I haven't mentioned yet. I'm allowed to play some of the games. So here's what the rules are. I'm allowed to jump into 1 game per series. 1 game in the 1st round, 1 game in the 2nd round, 1 game in the conference finals, 1 game in the Stanley Cup final. Based on what we've seen in the past video, there's a couple more rules on top of that. So at the very minimum, I'm not allowed to jump in until the 3rd period. If I'm losing the game by 3+ goals, I can play the entire 3rd period. If I'm losing by only 2 goals, I can't jump in until the halfway point. Okay, I gotta pause the simulation here. Yep, we're already down 3-0 in the series. Not too sure if I even want to play game 4. But as I was saying, if we're trailing by 1 goal or less, I'm allowed to play the final 5 minutes of that game. And of course, if it's tied heading into overtime, I can play the entirety of overtime. But right now, we have ourselves a tie game entering the 3rd period. Now, there's a good chance I'm allowed to jump into this game. And I will jump into this game right here because I really want to avoid the sweep. I don't want to be getting swept in our first ever postseason appearance. That can't be happening for the New Mexico Bandits. So we're about to reach the 5-minute mark, but JJ Moses is going to pick up a massive goal here. Are we going to be able to hold on to that lead entering the final moments? We have 2 minutes left in this game. Are we going to be able to hold on to it? JJ Moses picking up another massive goal. We're taking this one 3-1. So we were able to survive the sweep in game number 4, and we're moving on to game number 5 here. Okay, the boys are kind of looking good here. We have a 2-1 lead entering the 3rd period. Are we going to be able to make a 3-0 series comeback? It is possible. Neither Niederreiter's picked up a goal the second I finish that sentence. Not what we're looking for here. So it's a tied game, so at the very minimum, I can jump into the final 5 minutes of this one. We've reached the 7-minute mark, but Rasmussen's picking up a huge goal here. He's giving us the lead in this game. Can we hold on for the final couple minutes here? If we're able to win this one, we're moving on to Game 6. That's exactly what's going to be happening. Now, this is a huge game right here, because I believe if we win game number 6, there's a very good chance we can win this series. We're down 1-0 entering the third period, but there is still a chance we can make a comeback. Like, 1-0 is definitely easy to come back from. Even 2-0 isn't the worst in the world. We're entering the second half of the third period. We're going to pick up another massive goal here. It's time for me to jump in. We have 8 minutes left in this game, and I got to pick up 2 goals. Also, look at those jerseys. Absolutely elite. So we got ourselves 5-minute periods, 8:20 left in this game. We're definitely the underdog, no question about it. Like, we really don't have that great of a team here. But you know what? Anything is possible. And Pierre-Luc Dubois is immediately trying to go to work here. He's looking to get something going. So here we go. We got a great chance, a 2-on-1. Why is my team so slow? Capo was looking to throw that towards the net, but nobody was able to catch up. We're going to swing it back to the defense. Samuel Girard's going to tee one up, but that's going to be blocked. We'll send it back to the defense. Girard's teeing up another one. How did I time that perfectly, and that was as hard as you hit the puck? Bro got 0 contact on that shot whatsoever, even though I timed it perfectly. So this is a big-time face-off. We have 4 minutes left in the game. If we can win this face-off, we'll have a great chance at a goal, and that's exactly what we're going to be doing. Carlo's going to send it back to Girard. Girard's going to tee one up here. He had enough space going towards the net, but Hellbuck's making that huge save. Look at Samuel Girard turning on the Jets here. He's getting past the defense. But Connor Hellbuck's going to say no. Know what? We're going to try to throw that over to Carlo. Carlo's going to get, he's going to wrap around the net. Psych, he's not wrapping around the net. He's looking for somebody. Send it back to the point. Rasmussen's going to tee that one up. We just can't get anyone open right now. Now, did I get a bit too confident in my abilities? Absolutely. But you know what? We had to take the risk. Beauvillier, can you turn on the Jets here and get past the defense? Yes, you can. So at least we're going to be picking up 1 goal. And never mind, no, he isn't. Klim Kostic, you throw a puck towards the net. What happened to Beauvillier? Why is he slow to get up? Bro got injured when I have injuries off. Ain't no way that happened. So Mool, I guess you're going to be taking the last shot here. You're going to try to throw a backhander towards the net, but it doesn't matter. We're going to be losing this one. But seriously, what happened to Beauvillier? Like, I don't know what happened to Bro. Like, I guess he got injured, but why are you so slow to get up? Like, we enter the final 10 seconds right around here. So it's going to take Bro a good, 4 seconds just to get off the ice. Like, he barely got out of the offensive zone in time. He crashed into Connor Hellbuck at, the 20-second mark, and then didn't get out of the offensive zone till the 5-second mark. Actually, make that the 3-second mark. What happened to you? I mean, in those final seconds I played, I did as much as I could there. We had a couple great opportunities. But you know what? We just couldn't capitalize. We're going to be falling in the first round. But in the grand scheme of things, I don't think that's too bad, considering I didn't think this team had a chance to make the playoffs, and I thought we were going to get the first overall pick. At the end of the day, we were just completely outmatched to the Winnipeg Jets. Like, we had no business even competing with this team. We should have been competing for the first overall pick. But the Edmonton Oilers are going to be Stanley Cup champions, taking down the New York Rangers. The New Mexico Outlaws were showing a lot of potential in that game. Kaliev's going to lead the way, 4 points. JJ Moser, 4 points, including 2 goals. He's showing big-time moments. Capo Caco's picking up 4 points, up to an 85 overall. That's why I selected him. I saw the potential in a guy like Capo Caco, and he's living up to that potential. And then, of course, Brandon Carlo, 87 overall. Bro's a beast like usual. Now, when it comes to goaltending, Kochetkov, I mean, you did what you could here. 88 overall. You've got yourself an X Factor now. A 925 and a 261. We just have to get the offense going in front of you. Like, these are Stanley Cup winning numbers, as long as we can score goals, and we weren't able to do that this time around. So after that expected loss in the first round, it's time for us to move on to the draft here. We're going to be starting off with a decent prospect with the 20th overall pick, a medium top 4 potential defenseman starting off as a 69 overall. Alright, so we're basically in the exact same situation we were last season, where the draft's looking absolutely cooked here. I'm going to try to get a future 2nd and 3rd round from the Winnipeg Jets. They're saying no to that. They want a 5th round pick as well. I mean, at this point, why don't I just give you all of our draft picks and we get something done here? So I'll trade you a 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th rounder, and you give me a 2nd, 3rd, and 4th rounder. I think that's a fair deal. Alright, so Capo Caco's going to be a star for us. And you know what? I want to lock him down to an 8-year deal. Let's get this man locked down. I see Capo Caco being a star player for us. I want to see if we can lock him down to an 8-year deal. He's looking for $5.5 million if we do that. Let's try to get that down a little bit. So I made a promise to Capo Caco. I was going to make him a top 6 player for us. But if you're going to be a top 6 player for us, $4.7 million for the next 6 years. We got to save a bit of money on that contract, and it looks like we're going to be able to. So Capo Caco's going to be sticking around for a while, and he's going to be a stud. So we don't have too many players we have to re-sign here, but I will give McMuffin his rookie deal. I didn't sign him last season. I want to give him 1 more year to develop, and now he's going to be joining the team here. JJ those are, of course, I got to re-sign you. Where are you going to be looking for? $5 million for the next 4? Let's get that a bit lower. How about we do 4.4 for the next 4 years? That's a pretty solid deal for you. So Mula, we're going to be locking you down to a great deal as well. You're a stick on the ice legend. How many years can we do? That seems reasonable. We're going to do 4 years at $3.1 million. Teddy Blue, going to hold on to you this season, then you're going to be walking away. Salvador Fia, you've actually been a pretty solid bottom 6 player for us. And at this asking price, of course, I'm going to keep you on the team. 1.7 for the next 2. Barrett Hayton, honestly, I'm okay if you leave the team here, so I think we're just going to hold on to you. We'll qualify you as an RFA and trade you away. Lomberg, don't really care too much about you. But Colson, you might be a bottom 6 piece this season. I haven't actually decided, so we're not going to give you an extension yet either. And then Lucas Dostal, we're not going to give you an extension quite yet. We're going to hold on for a little bit. Now, we do have $15 million we could work with, and if we want to, we could bring in a big name free agent. I'm looking at a guy like Shea Theodore. That'd actually be a really good pickup. Cam Atkinson obviously doesn't fit the timeline here. But does Shea Theodore really fit the timeline? Like, he's looking for a 5-year deal. He is 29 years old. If we don't have to give him a no-trade clause or anything, this isn't a terrible deal. However, he is looking for a full no movement, and I can't do a full no movement. So how about we try something like this? 7.5 for the next 5 years, a modified no-trade clause, 50% team protection. We'll see what happens. I'm not really expecting him to be accepting that deal, but you know what? I thought it was a pretty fair offer. We are going to make one other signing here. It's going to be Mantha, 2.7 for the next 2 years. For a bottom 6 player, he's immediately going to be joining the team. That's actually a pretty good deal. So the real question is Shea Theodore going to be accepting that offer? I highly doubt it, but best case scenario, he is. And yes, Shea Weber is one of our scouts now, so shout out to Shea Weber. He's going to be helping the team a ton here. And it looks like Shea Weber's going to be accepting the offer. That's actually a big move for us. By not giving him that full no movement and giving him a modified no trade clause, we can move him down the road. Okay, now I don't think we can get this deal done, but I still want to try. 2 second rounders of Teddy Beluga for Trevor Zegras. We're going to say no to that. I'll give up 1 defenseman in this deal. I'm not really too sure who that defenseman is going to be. I guess it could be Romanov, but if I'm giving up Romanov, I want to take one of the second rounders out. I'm going to offer this over. They're saying no. What else is it going to take, realistically? Like, if I give you a 3rd round pick or something, is that enough to be the difference? Please allow me to bring Trevor Zegras to the team. That's great. Now, Trevor Zegras, I actually don't plan on keeping him on this team. We're going to flip you. Because now Trevor Zegras, as well as our 1st round pick for 2027, is going to be flipped over to the San Jose Sharks. William Eklund, a 4th and 5th rounder, are going to be acquired. It's kind of funny. That exact same package I sent over to the Anaheim Ducks, I offered to the San Jose Sharks, except with that 1st round pick. So basically the exact same assets. They wouldn't give me William Eklund for all those assets there. However, once I did a bit of 3-team trading, not only do we get William Eklund, but we get a 4th and 5th rounder as well. Sometimes the 3-team trade is just a lot easier. So after our discussion with William Eklund, we're going to be saving a ton of money in this deal. It's going to be 6.1 for the next 7 years. He's going to be given a no movement clause in the final 3 years. But I'm perfectly fine with that because I plan on keeping him on this team for the rest of the rebuild. Now, I'm not going to lie, in year number 1, I had such low expectations for this team. I didn't expect too much. Now that we've moved into year number 2, I have very high expectations for us. We've got to be a top 10 team in the entire league. The offense is looking great. The defense is looking amazing here. On top of all of that, 88 overall Kochetkov. He's going to lead us to greatness here. I think we might be a top 5 team. I might be getting a bit ahead of myself, but you know what? The team showed a lot of promise last season, and with everyone being better, I'm expecting big things. So in year number 1, we had dreams of the 1st overall pick. Now we have dreams of finishing 1st overall. The New Mexico Bandits, a 37-20-5 record. The offense is still very mid. Like, yeah, we need to start scoring goals here. I don't know why we're not scoring more goals. We're just not. Offensively, we just haven't been good enough. The bottom 6 is what's really holding us back here. Yeah, that's tough. That's real tough. I actually don't know what's going on here. Like, I feel like our 3rd line should be really good. Hollander, 87 overall, 87 overall Kalia. I mean, goaltending-wise, Kochetkov's looking great. 31 wins, 5 shouts, and 915 to 258. Like, he's looking fantastic. But we just don't score goals here. Now, what is it going to take for us to score goals? I'm not too sure. Like, do I really want to make any trades here? Like, if I were to trade somebody, it would be somebody on the bottom 6. I completely forgot to put McMuffin in the lineup. You know what? This might be for the betterment of the team because he's going to play some bottom 6 minutes. He's going to dominate the AHL. Yeah, that was the plan all along. Ken McMuffin, 1 season in the AHL, and then you'll jump to the lineup. No, but in all seriousness, like, what's the actual plan here? Like, Capo Caco, what are you doing? You actually have really good numbers on the 2nd line, so I'm happy that you're here. Hoglander, you're not really filling the right role here, so I might trade you away. But then again, I kind of like you on that 3rd line, so I think we're going to keep you on the team. I don't think we're going to make any moves here. I like the team that we have. Yeah, we might not be simulating the best, but if I have to jump into any of these games, I want all these guys on the ice for me. So the New Mexico Bandits are going to have a decent finish to the season. I mean, I was expecting a bit better. 47-29-6. I mean, I can't really complain too much about that. 3.11 goals per game. I will complain about that, though. We've got to be better offensively. We've got to score some more goals here. But you know what? I can guarantee you this is going to happen. We're going to step up offensively in the playoffs. We've been a very mid-offensive team the entire season, but watch the postseason come around and this team just completely steps up, and we start scoring goals like crazy. Coach Kochetkov continue to be pretty solid here and will win a Stanley Cup. We have the Colorado Avalanche in the first round. It's going to be a tough task. This matchup could really go either way. So the Bandits are looking to make some big-time moves heading into the first round matchup here. We're going to be taking 3 of the first 4 games. Is this simulating faster? That seemed to simulate way faster. I don't know what it is, but this simulated way faster than normal. Like, it was fast enough where it actually stood out to me that I was like, wow, that simulated way faster than normal. I don't know why it did, but it did. We're moving on to our next matchup. We're taking on the Dallas Stars. We'll see if that continues. Like, nothing has happened between the last video we recorded and this one, but it just seems to be simulating a bit quicker. Now it's not really simulating as fast, but we're scoring goals. We scored 10 goals in game number 4. This is a perfect example of what I was talking about. For some reason, our offense is going to wake up in the playoffs. We've got the Anaheim Ducks up next. Are we really going to be winning a Stanley Cup in year number 2 here? I know the New Mexico Bandits are an elite team, but I didn't think we were this good. We are 1 game away from the Stanley Cup final. 1 game away from the Stanley Cup final in year number 2. All right, we just got to keep on rolling. Like, this team just keeps on winning games. I don't know why we're dominating the way we are. But you know what? I'm not going to complain. So here we are, the Stanley Cup final, taking on the Florida Panthers. The New Mexico Bandits haven't been stopped yet, and I don't think we're going to be stopped. Can we win game number 4 and have a 3-1 series lead? It doesn't look like it. Moving into game 5, this is going to be a big one. And in game 5, we're going to be showing up. So we have game 6 coming up here. Can we close out and win the Stanley Cup? It doesn't look like it. Game 7 for the Stanley Cup. I might be jumping into this one. The New Mexico Bandits have been looking absolutely elite so far, and it looks like the offense continues to be elite. We're picking up 2 goals in the first period. In the second period, we're going to keep on picking up goals, but it is a 1-goal game right now. We got to be careful in this one. Like, I can't just go ahead and trust the CPU, because this is exactly what would happen. Schultz is going to be picking up a massive goal, and now we have ourselves a tie game. But it doesn't matter, because Pierre-Luc Dubois is going to respond seconds later. Actually, it wasn't really seconds later, it was 5 minutes later. But the point's still going to stand here. We have the lead entering the final moments of this game, and Sam Bennett's going to pop the insurance goal for us. We're Stanley Cup champions in year 2. That happened really quick. Like, I was originally saying, it's going to be 3 years before this team is somewhat competitive, and we won in year number 2. The New Mexico Bandits are about to build a dynasty, aren't we? And just think, Hoglander, Kaliev, both you guys were on the trade block. I was thinking about trading you away, and thankfully I didn't. We're Stanley Cup champions here, but did you guys show up in the big time moments? Sort of. I mean, Kaliev had 7 points, but he was +0, -0, whatever you want to call it. Bro was a 0. And then when it comes to Hoglander, actually he was really good. 7 goals, 4 assists for 11 points. Bro stepped up in the big time games, and so did this man right here, Kochetkov. A 16-4-2 record, a 910-281. How did we just do that? The New Mexico Bandits, Stanley Cup champions in year number 2. I didn't even have to jump into any of these games. I think this team's going to keep on rolling, though. Alright, now, it'd be really useful if we actually had some good scouts on our team. Like, the highest overall scout we have right now is a B, and B scouts really can't do too much for you. So yeah, we're just going to trade all these picks away. Move over to the Dallas Stars next. Can we secure a 2nd and 3rd rounder? I don't think we're going to be able to, but you know what? We might be able to. Alright, we finessed them. We got a 2nd and 3rd rounder for a 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. Dallas is wildin'. So Barrett Hayton and Colson are both going to be qualified as RFAs. Actually, I shouldn't even qualify Barrett Hayton, because his qualifying offer is more than what he's asking for. I mean, it's actually about the same. We're going to qualify him as an RFA. Everyone else is going to be walking here. Lucas Dostal, maybe I bring you back to this team. What are you looking for? 800K for the next 2 years? I'll bring you back. Alright, so we didn't have to do much during the re-sign phase, but now it's time to make some big moves here. Carlo's going to be the first one. 6.9 million? I don't hate that deal. 6.9 million, I'm not going to give you a no trade clause or anything. I'll definitely do that. So it's going to be 6.4 for the next 3 years. I'll keep it till you're 32 years old, and then we'll figure out what to do from there. Samuel Girard, I think you're a key piece of this team for the future, but I won't do longer than 3 years. So if we do a 4-year deal with a modified no trade clause and do $7 million, are you willing to say yes to that? I think that's a pretty solid deal for you. I'm going to offer that over. He's going to be accepting on the spot. That was a good deal for us. Moving on over to Kaliev. He's turned into a bottom 6 player for us, and I don't think we're actually going to give him a deal yet. We're going to hold off for a little bit. Actually, what's $2.8 million for 1 year? $2.8 million for 1 year. Kaliev returns for another year. We win another Stanley Cup. It's pretty obvious what the right decision is. Clem Costin, I'll keep you on the team. 1.5 for 1 season. Mantha, if we can do a 1-year deal with you, I'll keep you on the team. But you're looking for 3 years. But 3 years at $2.3 million is not too bad, so I'll actually keep you on this team as well. Ryan McFadden, okay if you walk. Harvey Pinard, you can walk as well. And then Bukolzin, I qualified you as an RFA. We'll see what happens with you. But the real big extension comes with Kochetkov here, and he's going to be getting the big time dollars. But he's only looking for a 3-year deal. Honestly, that's not the end of the world. We'll do 3 years at $5.7 million, and then with the $2 million he's getting paid right now, we have him for another 4. And if we're signing goaltenders, we might as well give Joe Holt for a deal. $800K for next season. So you know what? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Let's run it back with the exact exact same team. Let's just go back to back here. A lot of the young guys got better. A lot of the core guys got better. This entire team got better across the board. So I'm expecting we're going to do big things once again. So if you didn't think we were good enough last season, look at the core now. Rasmussen's an 87 overall. Look at all the X factors. Capo an 88 overall. Look at his X factors. And then there's the defense. The lowest overall being an 86 Middleton. No, we're absolutely stacked here. Goaltending's elite. Lucas Dawson's going to be the backup, I guess, over Joel Hofer. Not a fan of that, but you know what? We're going to roll with it. This team's going back to back, plain and simple. Now, I'm absolutely stunned that we're not first in the entire league, considering we have a 44-19 record. But once again, it's that offense. We're not scoring enough goals here. Defensively, we're so incredibly elite, but we're not scoring enough goals here. So clearly, we got to make an addition. But do we have to make an addition? I mean, we're 44-19 right now. Who cares if we're not scoring goals? The team's looking elite here. The plus minuses are looking elite. And on top of all of that, the goaltending numbers, they're elite. So if the entire team's looking elite, do I really want to try to mess anything up here? Like, realistically, who would we acquire that's actually going to help the goal scoring here? I don't think there really is anyone. Like, out of all the best players on the trade block, there's no super sniper that we can really bring to the team other than Andre Burakovsky. Alright, we know what we're doing here. But Andre Burakovsky, I can't believe this. We're on your no trade list. You don't want to come to the New Mexico Bandits. I've never seen something more disrespectful. Andre Burakovsky, I thought you and I were friends. I thought we were best buds, and you don't want to come and join the New Mexico Bandits, my NHL franchise. You hurt my feelings, Burakovsky. How could you do that to me? Yes, we're just going to pretend that this didn't happen. We won 7 games after the trade deadline. I don't know what went wrong with this team. We completely collapsed in the final 20 games. I really don't have too much to say about that. Pierre-Luc Dubois, 64 points. He's up to an 86 overall, so he's turning into a pretty solid option for us. I'm really happy I took him in the expansion draft. But yeah, I don't know what happened to this team. We collapsed. Like, plain and simple, it was a collapse after the trade deadline, only winning 7 games. But you know what? We're on a bit of a heater heading into the postseason, but we do have a tough matchup in the first round. We got the Dallas Stars. Now, the Dallas Stars are one of the better teams in the NHL, but we're going to be stealing game number 1, but dropping game 2. Moving into game 3, we're going to be stealing that one as well. A 3-1 series lead. We take out the Dallas Stars in a 5-game series. Oh no, we got momentum. We're not looking at the playoff bracket. The New Mexico Bandits have been on an absolute roll. We are not losing games here. We're dropping game number 1 to the Colorado Avalanche. We're going to be dropping game 3, but you know what? We split the series so far. We're down to a best-of-3 moving on here. Game 5 is going to be a huge game, and unfortunately, we're going to be dropping that one. We're off to game 6 elimination. Now, as long as New Mexico gives me an opportunity to win this game, I'm going to be able to do so. Casey Millsap's picking up a goal in the first period. In the second, we're going to be exchanging goals. We got ourselves a 1-goal game, so we're going to have to slowly simulate this one. Now, Shea Theodore's going to be picking up a massive goal in the third period here. We've reached the halfway point, so if we are going to be jumping into this one, more than likely it's going to be because it's a 1-goal game, and that's exactly what's happening. But at the 5-minute mark exactly, it's time for New Mexico to come back into this one. So there's 5 minutes and 5 seconds left in the third period here. We don't have too much time to get back into this game, but we're battling along the boards here. Carlo's got a step, but it looks like Wood's going to get in the way. Carlo picking that puck away. We're going to send it up to Brock Besser. Let's see if he's got a step on the defense. It looks like he does. Going to the backhand here, and more than likely that was Gorgiev in between the pipes. Of course, it's Gorgiev. Gorgiev's definitely going to be giving up a goal like that. I don't know why I'm trying to spread Gorgiev slander right now, but in the first 5 games so far this season, man, have the Colorado Avalanche been bad. I mean, it's not all Gorgiev's fault. Obviously, the defense has been bad too, but Bro is getting lit up in every single game. So it didn't take us too long to strike. 3:17 left in this one. How about we win this one so we don't need overtime? Like, let's try to avoid overtime here. That's what Pierre-Luc Dubois is doing. Diving towards the net, but he's going to get knocked off the puck. So we got 41 seconds left in this one. Sam Bennett's taking a big draw in here, and he's going to be winning that one. Why am I winning faceoffs all of a sudden? If you know me, I always lose faceoffs. Rasmussen's got speed. He's going to the backhand here, but Gorgiev's going to make that save. Okay, Rasmussen's got some speed on him. We got to start utilizing that. And Rasmussen, you're going to have another step here. It's time for him to turn on the Jets. Bro, we're on superstar difficulty. Look at Gorgiev making that save. Rasmussen's trying to go short side. There's a loose puck. We're going to keep on throwing it towards the net. 8 seconds left in this one. We're going to send it towards Siegebauer. He's going to tee one up, but they're making the save there. We're off to overtime. Bro, how did Gorgiev keep that out of the net? We timed it perfectly. He was exhausted, and we had the full pressure meter maxed out. No, he's just making big saves. After trying to spread that Gorgiev slander earlier, he's showing up in big moments. A nice pass over to Kaliev, back over to Klim Kostin, but he's going to make the big time save there. Gorgiev has been lights out ever since allowing that goal up until this point right here. How do we not score? Oh, we do score. I was about to say, how do we not score there? We know what we are going to score. Klim Kostin's never given up on the play, and he's going to be burying the winner. We're off to Game 7 because of that massive goal. Shout out to Klim Kostin, a St. Louis legend. Yeah, what a weak goal to allow. It starts off with Gorgiev's slander, then I start giving him a lot of props, and then he allows this goal. Klim Kostin not giving up on the play. Why is our man in the net here? Hold on, what happened? Devon Taves is just going to cross-check him in the back, throw him into the net. That's not going to work out. And because of that cross-check from Devon Taves, Klim Kostin's never going to give up on this play. Look at this shot he takes. There is no reason this shot right here should end up in the back of the net. How did that get under the pad? Okay, that's kind of ridiculous, I'm not going to lie. There is that much space for the puck to get under, and that's how we win. We didn't deserve to win like this. Like, I'm fine with winning the game, but not like this. That's just so cheap. So we got Game 7 coming up. The Bandits taking on the Colorado Avalanche. We allowed 4 goals in the first period. We're not coming back in this game. We lost 4-1. After scoring that overtime winner, the flukiest overtime winner, out shooting them 40-27, Gorgiev's throwing his head and we lost. I got nothing to say. Gorgiev outplayed us there, ain't no way. So the New Mexico Bandits had dreams of going back-to-back here. That's not going to be happening. You know what? I still believe in the team we have here. We might have lost in Game 7. You know what? We're showing a lot of potential. I do think we have to make some changes to the team, though. We got to be able to score some more goals. That's the one thing holding us back right now. We're just not scoring enough. Capo Caco, what a stud. 88 overall, 9 goals, 8 assists for 17 points. Brock Besser looking great. Rasmussen's looking great as well. Pierre-Luc Dubois, I really like you here. You've been a great player so far, but we might have to trade you away. I think we just have to tweak things a little bit. Kochetkov, your numbers just fell apart in the postseason. I need better from you. So we have back-to-back picks in the draft here. The 60th overall and the 59th overall. The only notable guy is going to be Wolf, but he's starting off as a 51 overall, so I highly doubt he develops in time. Alright, so I'm cooking up a deal with the Buffalo Sabres. Sam Bennett, I want to be honest, you've been a great player for us, but I just don't think you fit the timeline anymore. You're 31 years old, you're getting older, and I would like to get a bit younger. Zamula, you've been a healthy scratch, but you're up to an 87 overall because we've been setting it to 5-on-5 focus, so your trade value's gone up a ton. I'm going to trade these 2 players along with the 2nd and 3rd rounder. Now, once we can get Zach Benson in the 1st round pick, they're saying no. I don't think we can get this 1st rounder, but maybe we can get a 2nd. So we'll see if we can get New Jersey's 2nd round pick in this deal. I feel like we should be able to. Buffalo's going to be accepting on the spot. That's a great trade for us. Now, part of the reason I'm trading all these draft picks away, once again, the draft is atrocious. Give me a 2nd, 3rd, and 4th round from the Winnipeg Jets. They're saying no. How about a 2nd and 3rd rounder? We got that deal done. Now, the only pick we have left is the 224th, and I guess I can use that pick. So this will be one of the few selections we make in the draft here. It has been absolutely cooked. Like, there is nothing good. I guess we'll go with low top 9. At least he's guaranteed to have that. So when it comes to the re-sign phase, Barrett Hayton, I think we're going to let you walk here. Although you're a good bottom 6 player, I just don't think we're going to be able to afford you. Ryan McLeod, what about you? What are you looking for? 1.8 million? We can do that. We'll do 1.7 million for the next 3 years. That'll be a pretty solid deal for you. You're basically going to play the exact same role as Barrett Hayton, but for a lot less money. Harvey Pinard, you're going to walk. Colson, I guess I can give you a cheap deal. What are you looking for? Yeah, we can certainly do that. And then obviously we'll give this rookie who's a 72 overall his entry-level contract. And then this medium top 9 potential player, you can get one too. So the only 2 guys you're going to be losing here, Barrett Hayton, Harvey Pinard, and I'm perfectly fine with that. So we have ourselves a handful of players that need to be re-signed here. Zach Benson being one of them. We just acquired him, but now he's looking for an extension. Now what's he going to be looking for here? I mean, the plan is to keep Zach Benson around for a long time. And you know what? We might just give him a no movement clause. So if you're giving Zach Benson a no movement clause, we're going to be saving $3 million per year. It's going to be 6.9 for the next 7. That's a great deal, and he's going to be accepting on the spot. Yeah, we're saving a ton of money right there. Maybe I should have traded Zamula because now Siegenthaler is looking for a deal. And I don't really know if we can keep him long term, but you know what? As long as he's not asking for a no trade clause, we can keep him on the team. So how about we do 5.7 for the next 4 years? I'll keep Siegenthaler around a bit more than what he's getting paid right now. Allinger, we have to trade you away. You have high elite potential. We're going to capitalize on that trade value. So this is the deal we're looking at. Rasmussen and 2 third-round picks can be sent over to the Dallas Stars. We bring in Logan Stankoven to be our second-line centerman. He's going to be a great sniper for us, 85 overall. I think this is going to work out for us. This is an easy deal to get done. Rasmussen and 2 third-rounders, now we finesse them. Alright, so Algoder, we know you're not going to be coming back to the team. I'm going to package up you in a second rounder over to the Penguins. We're bringing in Rudder McGroarty. He's going to play some bottom 6 minutes for us. Hopefully he doesn't get mad and request a trade, because you never know, that might happen. Now they're going to be saying no to that deal, but you know what, we know the 7th round pick's going to make the difference, so I'll throw that into the deal, and we're going to get this one done. Now this might seem like a bit of a risk, considering we don't really know where Lekkernmäki's going to fit on this team, but you know what, he's going to find a role in the bottom 6, so we're doing Pavel Dorfia straight up for Lekkernmäki, 1 for 1. That's a good deal for us. So we've traded a couple expiring contracts away. Jordan Harris, I don't plan on bringing you back to the team here. Sandberg, I don't think I'm going to bring you back to the team as well. Actually, 950k, we can do that. I might as well check Jordan Harris then, 800k, welcome back to the team. And we do have to re-sign one of these goaltenders. I can't give Joel for a deal right now, but Lucas Dostal, where are you looking for? $2 million for the next 2? Yeah, I'm not doing that right now. I don't really want to give you $2 million to be the backup. So our forward core is really good here. You know what? I don't even care about that, because look at our defense. Shea Theodore, 91 overall. Samuel Girard, 90 overall. JJ Mosier, Tozer 89, Seathaler 88, Jacob Milton 85, Brandon Carlo 91. This is the greatest defense you will ever see. There is a very good chance this season we have about less than 2 goals per game. Kochekhov's an 87 overall. This team's ready to win. Last season, Colorado Avalanche might be able to beat us. That's not going to happen this time. We're simulating right to the end of the season, and we're winning a Stanley Cup. No doubt in my mind we're not coming out on top. So I was kind of hoping with the changes we made, the New Mexico Bandits would have a better offense here. A 48, 27, and 7 record is great and all, but 3.33 goals per game, we gotta be better than that. Defensively, we're the best in the entire league, but we just gotta start scoring goals here. We always know we're gonna step up in the postseason. We'll start scoring some more goals there. Zach Benson 69 points, Brock Besser 68 points, William Eklund 67, Capo Caco 62. But Pierre-Luc Dubois, you were definitely a disappointing player for us, so I might be trading you away. We might bring in a different power forward next season. We need a bit of an upgrade when it comes to that position. And then Kochetkov, 38 wins, 89 overall. I mean, he did what he could this season, but all that matters is the team steps up right here. We're gonna have ourselves a tough matchup in the first round. Once again, we got the Dallas Stars. We beat this team a handful of times. Let's go ahead and do it again. So the Dallas Stars will be a good matchup for us, but we're gonna be dropping game number 1. Luckily, we're gonna be responding with an overtime victory. If we make it 3 straight wins, we've split the series so far. Game number 5 is a big one. Don't be dropping game number 5 here. Alright, I guess I'm jumping into game number 6. I feel like when you have this dominant of a team, I shouldn't have to jump into one of these games early on. We're going to be exchanging goals in the first period, and the second period is going to be a scoreless one. I guess we're going to see what happens here. Pierre-Luc Dubois is going to be picking up a massive goal, and Samuel Girard's going to be scoring just a couple seconds later. I think if we make it to the 10-minute mark and we still have this 2-goal lead, we're going to be okay. I'm going to simulate the rest of this game, and now we're off to game 7. So here we go, game 7 between the Bandits and Stars. The Dallas Stars are going to come off flying, picking up 3 goals in the first period. In the second period, though, we are going to be responding, so we're going to be simulating a bit of this game. But Tyler Seguin's picked up a massive goal here. We're trailing by 2. I might be jumping in sooner than later, but never mind. Logan Stankoven picking up a massive goal here. We're going to have to wait till the 5-minute mark. Lindell's going to pick up a massive goal, and now we got to jump into this one. So I'm not going to lie, that was a bit of a tough one. We ended up wasting an extra 2 minutes before we could jump into this one. Trailing by 2 goals. We got 8 minutes to work with here. We got to go to work pretty quick. So Rasmussen's going to be picking up a cross-checking penalty for the Dallas Stars. He's going to be sending us to the power play. Even though Rasmussen's not on our team, he's still going to be helping us. Now, as long as we can capitalize on this power play, we'll be in a good spot. If we don't capitalize, we could be in a bit of trouble. So look at Rudder McGroarty just weaving in between everyone. McMuffin's going to get it. We're going to send it back to the point. Over to Brock Besser. Pierre-Luc Dubois is going to collect that in the corner. We're just trying to find somebody wide open, and we're going to ring that one right off the post. Samuel Girard had an incredible chance there, ringing it right off the post. Jerome had an elite opportunity, just ringing it right off the post, and we're still going to be trailing by 2. We still got a lot of time left in this power play, but man, that is a tough one right there. We should have scored there, but it's not going to be happening just yet. So the boys are putting on all the pressure. We just can't capitalize. We can't even get a shot towards the net right now. Dallas is blocking everything right now. It's actually ridiculous. I think they might have 7 block shots in the last minute 30. We're going to send that towards the net. William Eklund, can you bury it? Bro couldn't get the shot off in time. He would have certainly had a goal there if he could only have gotten that shot off. So time's just going to run out for us. We're going to throw that towards the net. Jake Ottinger's making the save. All right, do we really have to play the final 0.7 seconds? We lost this game. We outshot them like crazy, though. We outshot them 40-21. They scored 5 goals on 21 shots. The defense did not show up in this game. We had a couple great opportunities. Samuel Girard just couldn't bury that one, and we're losing in the first round here. That is a tough loss. We had so many amazing opportunities. William Eklund almost topped one. Samuel Girard rung that one right off the post. We just couldn't catch a break in this game. That's a tough loss for the New Mexico Bandits. I don't think we were making that comeback even with the simulation. I had to jump into that one. Unfortunately, we couldn't make that comeback, but we had so many amazing opportunities. Jake Otten just stood on his head. Nothing you can do about it. We lost to a great goaltender. He played fantastic. I can't really expect too much more from the boys other than playing a bit better defense. So the Dallas Stars would make a push for the Stanley Cup, making it to the conference finals, but they would fall to the eventual champs in the Winnipeg Jets. It's been too long since the Bandits have won a Stanley Cup. We got to get back next season. We're going to make a couple small changes to the team. We got to get the offense a bit better. But then again, it wasn't really the offense's fault. It was the goaltending. Goaltending completely folded on us. Kochetkov, you got to be better than this, plain and simple. So we might have been upset in the postseason, but at least we're not going to be upset in the draft. We're going to be getting a medium league potential goaltender, starting off as a 64 overall. And it looks like we're going to keep on winning in the draft. Now we're bringing in a medium league potential centerman. But why would we ever stop winning a high league potential goaltender in the second round? No, the second round was amazing for us. So if I hadn't gotten enough medium league potential goaltenders, Why not draft another one with the 124th overall? Now, this draft is something else. A low league potential player now, we just keep getting win after win. And then to finish the draft off, another low league potential player. But the best thing about this player, he's a gem, so he's going to turn into a superstar. Well, maybe not for us, because I mean, it's going to take him so long to develop, but he could be a good player. So Kaliev and Klim Kostin are both going to be leaving the team here. Unless I'm going to sign Klim Kostin to a very cheap deal, we can do this. I'll do $1.6 million for next season. He's a good fourth line guy for us. And then Kaliev, I'm just going to let you walk. I guess when it comes to goaltending, we do need to keep one of these goaltenders around. I'm assuming it's going to be Joel Holfer. He's been the most reasonable here. We'll do 2 years at $900K. So I'm assuming Dawson's going to be looking for like $2.5 million. Burrow is wildin'. Yeah, it's not happening. Alright, so we got a couple contract extensions to give out. McMuffin, I would love to keep you on this team. Barring what you're looking for, do I want to give you this to be a third line guy for us? Like realistically, like our playmaking is set on this team. What we really need is a superstar power forward. I'm going to hold on to you for this season, but then next season you will be traded for a power forward. Jacob Middleton, I was really contemplating trading you away. But you know what? One last run. Maverick Bork, you're a great bottom six guy for us, so I'll keep you on this team. What are you going to be looking for? We could probably do 2.3 for one season. So here's 2.3 for one season. You hold down the bottom six. That's what Klim Kostin's going to be. Lecker Mackey, I'd love to keep you on this team as well. What are you looking for? We could do 2.5 for the next three. Actually, we'll make that 2.6 just so we know he'll join the team. And then Pekolzin, I don't think you've ever played in the NHL for us, but $900K, I'm perfectly fine with that. So we're crafting up a deal with the Anaheim Ducks, but we're going to have to give up so much to get this guy, but I think it's going to be worth it. We're going to be trading this medium elite potential player we just got, who's a 54 overall. We're going to be trading Pierre-Luc Dubois and that high elite potential goaltender. All of these guys for Cutter Gauthier, low franchise potential. They just want a bit more. Cutter Gauthier is going to help this team a lot. He's going to be an absolute stud for us. I'll give you this 4th round pick, and that's going to be enough. Cutter Gauthier, welcome to the team. Now let's go ahead and win a Stanley Cup. Now this is going to be a big season for us. Cutter Gauthier is going to be joined the team, but basically the forward core is going to be looking identical. Mantha, more than likely, this is going to be your last season with the team. We have to win a Stanley Cup this season. A lot of the guys on the defense are going to be changing over the next couple of years. Shea Theodore is 33 years old. Siegenthaler is 31 years old. J.J. Moser is 28, so we'll keep him around. Carlos 31. Samuel Jardy is 30 years old. We don't have too much time left with these guys. When it comes to goaltending, Kochetkov, I need a career year from you. I need a career year from every single player on this team. Let's start scoring more goals. So the New Mexico Bandits at the trade deadline are 4th in the entire league, 37-25 record. The offense still just doesn't score goals here, and our defense isn't quite as good. So I don't really know what's going on this season. I don't know why we can't score goals. I'm thinking we have to bring in a different coach here. I think a different coach would make a huge difference here. However, we have built this team based on this coach's line chemistry, so we'll have to think on that. Zach Benson, he's looking great so far. Cutter Gauthier's looking great. Brock Besser's looking great. The team's looking great here. Maybe the defensive core is aging out. I'm not really too sure. Kochetkov's looking fantastic. Do we make a move here? I mean, we're not making a move to the defense. We're not making a move to the top six. So is there really any move that's going to help this team? I don't think so. I mean, maybe Velarde, like, I don't know, maybe he can play some bottom 6 minutes for us. But even Velarde on the bottom 6 doesn't really help a ton. You know what? We're still going to do a deal for Velarde. It's going to be Ryan McLeod in a 2nd round pick over to the Winnipeg Jets. Velarde's going to be brought to the team. He's going to play some bottom 6 minutes. He's going to help us get that Stanley Cup. So at this point, I'm fully convinced if we want to start scoring more goals here, we just have to bring in the new coach. A 50, 26, and 6 record's amazing. But 3.26, where does that put us in the entire league? We've got to have one of the worst offenses. Okay, maybe it's not as bad as I think. It's kind of like a middle of the pack offense. Actually, it might be in the upper echelons. So right now we have the 14th best offense in the NHL, and then when it comes to defense, we're tied for the best. So you know what? I'm pretty confident how the team's looking. However, we are going to have a tough matchup in the first round. Brock Besser, 72 points. He's scoring a ton of goals here, picking up 34. William Eklund, 69 points. Zach Benson, 67. I mean, the low scoring numbers could be because we have so much scoring depth here. We're just spreading out the love. And then when it comes to Kochetkov, 41 wins, 7 shots, a 916 to 247. He's got a chip on his shoulder. He knew what happened last season, and it's time for us to get a revenge. We have the Dallas Stars in the first round. Like always, it's going to be a tough matchup. So we know the Dallas Stars aren't going to mess around. They're going to come out flying, but luckily we are going to be taking game number 1, but dropping game 2 right after that. Game number 3 is going to be going to us because Kochetkov's standing on his head. We have a 3-1 series lead, and I don't think this team's going to blow a 3-1 series lead. Closing out in game number 6 here because we're going to drop game number 5. Just don't lose back-to-back games here. We're going to be closing this out in overtime. We're off to the 2nd round. So it wasn't too long ago we matched up against the Colorado Avalanche, and they would be able to eliminate us after we made a massive comeback in game number 6. We get to match up against them again here, and we're looking to get our revenge. So here we go, the Colorado Avalanche taking on the Bandits. We're going to be dropping game number 1. We dropped 3 straight games. We got swept. I didn't think we'd get swept. I know I'm supposed to only simulate 3 games at a time, but you know what? I believed in the Bandits. I was like, you know what? I'll give them 4 games, and we got swept. The New Mexico Bandits don't get swept. I got nothing to say. Like, I really don't know what to say there. In my head, I knew I should probably only simulate 3 games, but you know what? I believe in the Bandits. We're one of the best teams in the NHL. We're a dominant team. We play great defense. There's no way we get swept in a 4-game series, so we're not going to get outscored We're not even outscored. We're not going to allow enough goals that we're going to lose in 4 straight games. Colorado's going to win the Stanley Cup. That's a tough loss to process here. So after being swept with the Colorado Avalanche, things continue to not look that great. You're going to get a low elite potential player, but so far this draft has been cooked. And there's been very few elite players we can actually pick up here. I'm just sorting by potential. You know what? We're taking swings here. I guess we'll try for this guy. He might have low elite potential for lucky. All right, that was a decent pickup then. But this draft really hasn't worked out too well for us. I mean, we're just going to try to pick up what we can here. Maybe we can get another low elite potential player, low top 6. I guess it could be worse. So McMuffin's going to be qualified here as an RFA because I don't think we're going to bring him back to the team, especially for the role he's going to be playing. I can't give him 8.4 million. Like, he just doesn't fit that role. Velarde's not going to come back. Them Costin, you continue to be a good bottom 6 piece, so why not? 1.3 million for the next 2 years. He's coming back. Jacob Milton, you're going to be leaving. Harris, you're going to be leaving as well. Velarde, we could potentially do something here, but I'm not giving you a no movement clause, so we're not going to bring you back. So we have a lot of guys on expiring contracts right now. JJ Mosen, Brandon Carlo, Shea Theodore, McMuffin, Rudder McGroarty. It's going to be really tough to keep everyone on this team, but we're going to try to do so. I guess we're going to start with JJ Moser being one of the best players on this team at 92 overall. I don't think I can give JJ Moser 10.4 million. I just don't think I can. I mean, you fit on the top pairing. If you fit on the top pairing, then maybe I can keep you around. He has a pretty decent fit there. JJ Moser, let's get something to happen. So after a solid negotiation with JJ Moser, we're giving him a no movement clause because he's going to be sticking around for the rest of this rebuild. 6.7 for the next 8 years. What an absolute steal. Bro was looking for $10 million and we got him for 6.7. Carlo's going to be leaving the team here. Shea Theodore's going to be leaving the team. We're going to trade both of these guys. McMuffin, more than likely you're going to leave the team. Rudder McGroarty, what are you actually looking for? I mean, you're a third line centerman for us. We can do this for sure. We can do 3.3 for the next 2 years. That's a great deal. Logan Stankoven, you're playing some top 6 minutes for us. So let's try to keep you around, but not at this price. $6 million for 1 year. We're going to have to wait on that. So we negotiated a deal with Kochetkov. We're going to be looking at 6 years with a no movement. It's going to be 6.2 for the next 6 years. That's going to allow us to save $2 million. And then Joel Hofer, you're an elite backup. $825K for the next 2. So Shea Theodore, I want to thank you for all the years here. You helped us win a Stanley Cup, but you know what? It's time for us to move on here. We're going to send you over to the Calgary Flames. 1 for 1, we're getting Zane Parekh. I know anyone will think that Calgary came out on the short end of the stick. We just got Zane Parekh, and he's going to be a star defenseman. So if you know one thing about me, I'm not a fan of Luke Hughes. He is an offensive defenseman who can produce offensively in this game. I'm yet to trade for Luke Hughes in any of my rebuilds so far, but he just picked up 62 points in 82 games. Luke Hughes, you're going to get one chance with this team. I'm going to trade Brandon Carlo over for Luke Hughes. We need to add a bit more to this deal. Yes, I'm trading Carlo straight up for Luke Hughes. I mean, it's not straight up. It's Carlo and a 7th round pick for Luke Hughes, but you get the point. Carlo and 2 7th round picks for Luke Hughes. You were going to get one opportunity, Luke Hughes. I mean, it's not really one opportunity. You're getting 4 years with this team. You need to prove you can be an offensive defenseman that can produce. So we don't have too many deals left to do here, but we do have this one. It's going to be McMuffin and a 2nd round pick over to the Vegas Golden Knights for Wiseman. I'm actually really surprised to say no to that deal. Like, trade value-wise, we've often weren't enough. Here's a 3rd round pick as well, and now we need a bit more. Okay, here's a 6th round pick. We're basically going to have no draft picks for this upcoming season. That's perfectly fine. And because of the way we've managed the salary cap so far, Wiseman, I'm going to give you 6.3 for the next 3 years, and you might be a top 6 player for us. I haven't really decided yet. I did not realize you had a superstar X factor. Okay, bro's actually really good. So the forward core has never looked this good. Look at the left side. William Eklund, Zach Benson, Wiseman. This is an elite left wing. Nobody's going to be able to compete with us there. When it comes to the defense, nobody can compete with this top 4. Yeah, we have a -1 boost on the 3rd pairing, but you know what? Zane Parek's going to lead that, so we'll still be in a great spot. Then when it comes to goaltending, Kochetkov, 89 overall. We all know what you're capable of. Can you live up to the hype? Can this team live up to the hype? I mean, the answer is no. We haven't done that the past, 4 years. But things are about to change, hopefully. So the offense was certainly better, but we're still not first in the entire league because the Edmonton Oilers are just built different. 49, 10, and 4 to our 43, 16, and 4. Their offense is better than ours. Their defense is better than ours. Very rarely do I see a team that has a better offense and a better defense than us. That's normally me. I'm usually the guy building those teams, but I guess not today. Brock Besser, Hunter Gaucher, Eklund, Stankoven. You guys are looking great so far. Stankoven still needs an extension. We'll go ahead and give him that. Just go check off. He's looking amazing like usual. So instead of making some trades here, we'll give Stankoven that extension. So it looks like we are going to be able to keep Logan Stankoven around 5.5 for the next 4 with the 21 team no trade clause. So Stankoven, welcome back to the team. And then Maverick Bork, let's see what you're looking for. You're looking for 3.9 million. I want to do multiple years. Is there any way we can do multiple years? How about we do 2 years at 3.6 million? Are you willing to accept that? I guess we'll find out. Now, how often does a team finishing with a 56-19-7 record finish 2nd in in the entire league. Like, I can't really expect too much more from this team right here. Maybe some more offense, though. Let's score the puck. Like, seriously, score. We don't have a single point-a-game scorer on this team. Although the plus-minuses are amazing. Luke Hughes, I'll give you a bit of credit. You were terrible here. Granted, we're not a high-scoring team, so 46 points and plus 32, you were actually decent this season. So shout out to Luke Hughes for actually being good for once. An offensive defenseman that actually produced in NHL 25. It's a glorious sight. Honestly, I never thought I'd see the day. Luke Hughes producing, it doesn't even seem real. In the first round, we have the Chicago Blackhawks. Let's see if Luke Hughes can continue to produce. So have we learned from our mistakes? Absolutely not. I'm simulating the first 4 games, and we're going to be winning game number 1. So at least we're going to make it through 4 games here, but we're not dropping 2 straight. Of course, we're not going to do that. But we are going to split the series. All right, we're the second best team in the entire league. Whatever you do, don't drop game 5. We drop game 5. All right, game 6. Luke Hughes, I guarantee you have 0 points so far. Like, we're really down this series. We're picking up 2 goals in the first period. In the second, we're picking up another one. Let's do something stupid and simulate the entire game. All right, we're off to game 7. I was fully expecting us to lose there. So we got ourselves game 7 between the Chicago Blackhawks and the Bandits. We're exchanging goals in the first period. In the second, we are going to have a 1-goal lead entering the third. But you know what? A 1-goal lead's not enough for me. And this is exactly why a 1-goal lead's not enough. It's now a tie game. So we got ourselves a tie game here. We're entering the final minutes. We're about to reach the 5-minute mark, and that means I'm going to be jumping into this one. There's 4:59 left in this one. I can't trust the CPU. I got to do it myself. Okay, I'm not going to lie. Offensively, the Chicago Blackhawks were cooking us, but we're going to be drawing a penalty here. Not going to lie, that team was absolutely flying. If we don't draw that penalty right here, Chicago's probably picking up a goal. Like, the amount of offense the Chicago Blackhawks had there was absolutely ridiculous. That team was skating around us. So we got ourselves a nice 2-minute power play. We're going to capitalize on it. Aiden Hill's going to be starting off with a massive save. But we're just building that full pressure meter up. So we definitely have to capitalize on this power play. If we score here, we're going to have a 1-goal lead entering the final couple minutes. We're going to tee that one up towards the net. I was kind of hoping for a deflection, but I guess we're not going to get it. But I think we are going to keep the puck in the zone. Okay, Capo Caco, you got to keep that in the zone. All right, Wiseman's got the puck. Holy, this guy has wheels. I don't know what it is. Wiseman can absolutely fly. He's going to pick up this goal, isn't he? He's going to have that shot blocked, but man, Wiseman has got some wheels on him. You know who else has got some wheels? Zach Benson, but not quite as good as Wiseman. That man could absolutely fly. It was ridiculous. We're going to throw that towards the net. We're going to send it over to Zach Benson. What a pass from William Eklund. I think he went between the legs. And I think he might have went between the legs of all the defensemen. Zach Benson capitalizing on a huge goal there. But look at that pass from William Eklund. Bro thread the... Okay, it wasn't even between the legs pass. I thought that pass was a lot nicer. I thought it was a no-look between the legs pass. But I guess not. He's just going to throw that in front of the net. Zach Benson's right there. That's an easy goal for him. And we got a 1-goal lead. So we got 2 minutes left, a 1-goal lead. We just got to play some great defense. But you know what? Chicago's got some amazing offense, so we have to be careful. So the net's pulled. We have an opportunity. Mantha's going to go for the empty net. Is he going to hit that from all the way in our own zone? It doesn't look like it. He's going to be a little wide of the net. Mantha, that was a great shot, but now we got to win the face-off. That might have been a risky play there. He went for the win, and now we have a face-off in our own zone. We got to win the face-off. Maverick Bork, we're a line on you. Can you win this face-off? It doesn't look like it. Samuel George's going to be blocking the shot, though. That was a huge block from him. Let's try to get the puck out of the offensive zone here. Connor Bedard had a great opportunity. We're going to send it over to Maverick Bork. And now the game's over. Klim Kostin, he's going to fake the shot here, and then he's going to get it past the defenseman. I was trying to wait for the defenseman to bite on that slap shot. He didn't, but you know what? It doesn't matter. Klim Kostin's going to bury the empty netter, and we're going to win this game. So the boys won the game with that empty netter, but why not try to pick up another goal here? We've got the big-time players out here. Why do we have our big-time players out here? I don't know, because why not? JJ Moser, a huge hit there. He's going to send it up to Brock Besser, and they pulled the goalie again. All right, Brock Besser, pick up your 3rd goal. Yeah. Brock Besser's 3rd goal of the postseason here. We're winning this one 6-3 or whatever the score is. Honestly, I wasn't expecting Chicago to pull their goaltender again, but I guess they are, and we won this game. So Zach Benson's going to be scoring the winner, but we're going to pick up 2 empty netters. We're off to the second round with this big victory. Show it to the boys. They all stepped up when we needed them to. Especially Capo Caco. 2 assists, 3 hits, and Luke Hughes, 2 points. Never would have expected that. Well, well, well. Look who it is. The Colorado Avalanche. We have learned from our mistakes. Simulating 3 games max. Last time we played the Colorado Avalanche, things really didn't go our way. We dropped game number 1. What did we do in game number 2? Alright, we're down 2-1 this series. Do not lose game number 4 here. We're not trailing 3-1 this series. Yes, we are. So we got game number 5 to move on to. We're down 3-1 this series. Ideally, if I have to jump into a game, I'm jumping into game 6 here. But I think we're going to be jumping in a bit early. We're down 4-1 entering the 3rd period. I get to play the entire 3rd period here. Let's see if we can spark that comeback. And you know what? Since it's such a big game, game, we're throwing the alternates on. So we have a massive hill to climb, trailing by 3 goals. We got to get the offense going pretty quick here. And you know what? We have a great opportunity. Cutter Gaucher trying to go to the backhand, but instead he just did a very strange shot. We're going to send it back to Samuel Girard. Samuel Girard over to Luke Hughes. He's about 19 feet wide the net. We're going to try to throw that on net. Bro, ain't no way Kale McCarr blocked that shot. We got so unlucky there. We just about had a goal. But it looks like Cutter Gaucher has got himself another break. Can he throw that one towards the front of the net? It doesn't look like he can get the pass across. Brock Besser, go grab that loose puck. What are you doing? It looks like he's laying the hit. That's what he's doing. He's laying the body. He's going to the backhand here. But Gorgiev's going to make the save. Let's go short side. Gorgiev's not ready for it. I knew it. Gorgiev wasn't ready for the short side shot. Brock Besser's going to bury that one in the back of the net, and we're back in this game. The boys are putting on all the pressure right now. Colorado can't compete with us. We're absolutely flying. Look at Brock Besser. He knew Gorgiev was going to bite short side, so that's where he went, and he couldn't make that save. So look at Girard picking up that loose puck. We got ourselves a bit of a 2-on-1. We're going to send it over to Capo Caco. He's got himself a wide open net. He's going to bury that one, and just like that, it's now a 1-goal game. So our boy Wiseman's out on the ice here. We got to play this puck to him. I don't know how we're going to get that to him. Bro, ain't no way Siegenthaler's not catching that pass. We passed it right over to Siegenthaler, and he's going to muffle it. Kochetkov passes this over to Siegenthaler. We're going to break this out, and he muffled the pass. No, that's tough. I want to get the puck to Wiseman. I want him going coast to coast. We know he's got those wheels. But Siegenthaler, you got to catch that, man. So we were able to draw ourselves a penalty, so we're going to have a massive power play here. We got to capitalize on this one. If we score this power play goal, it's still going to be a 1-goal game. But we just have to score quick enough. As long as we score fast here, we're going to give ourselves a lot of time. We're throwing that towards the net, but it's going to be blocked. All right, let's go, Luke Hughes. All right, bro's turning on the Jets here. I'm going to let him go coast to coast. We're going to let Luke Hughes go coast to coast here and just see what happens. He is cooking in front of the net. Why did you move, Zach Benson? You were in the perfect spot and you moved out of the way. We would have had you on the doorstep, but you decided to move last second. Bro, why are you doing this to me? So I don't think we're going to be able to make the comeback in this game. Like, I really think we're going to lose to the Colorado Avalanche here. And it was just because this team couldn't step up in the big-time moments. Okay, no way that's the goal. Yeah, no, we're done here. That's going into the net. We have had elite chance after elite chance, and you're telling me this right here is going to end up in the net. It was just a basic shot thrown towards Kochetkov, but I guess Nichushkin just happens to be right there. We got absolutely robbed in this game. Everything went wrong. Like, this play started to develop. Kochetkov wants to play this out because we have Wiseman out here. We know Wiseman has those wheels, so it's a pretty basic play. Just send this over to Siegenthaler, have him break it out. This is a good pass, but Siegenthaler just kicks it the wrong way. Bro, you probably should try to kick it towards your stick, not away. And because of that, Kochetkov's not in a great spot. Ain't no way we're losing like that. We're going to be falling to the Colorado Avalanche yet again here. But I'm not taking the blame for this one. So I'm going to make a stick on the ice statement. Things are serious when I make a stick on the ice statement. We have 4 years left in this rebuild. 3 Stanley Cups minimum. We're winning 3 in the next 4 years. The team's going to step up big time. We're going to make some changes. We're going to bring in some superstars. Brock Besser, you were great during the postseason. I don't know what held us back here. It was Kochetkov. He wasn't good yet again here. But it can't be Kochetkov's fault, considering we have one of the best defenses in the entire league. Wiseman, you were terrible. You were -6 here. What's your speed? I'm actually very curious. He has 95 acceleration, 95 agility, 94 speed. That seems about right. Bro was flying up there. Now, if we're going to win 3 Stanley Cups in the next 4 years, there is one thing we need, and that's prospects that have trade value, and that's what we're going to be getting here in the first round. Alright, so we have 4 guys that need to be re-signed. Sandberg, what are you going to be looking for? I think you're going to be looking for a bit too much here. 5.5 million, we only have 3.6 to work with. Mantha, I don't plan on bringing you back. However, there is this young guy. How many years can we do? Like, we can do 2 years at 1.4 million. I'll keep him on the team for the next 2, and he can be a good third-pairing defenseman for us. And really, that's the only important guy we have to sign here. I mean, we'll give this goaltender his entry-level contract, but outside that, we're ready to roll. So we got to give him some extensions, and Karagoshi is going to get the first one. It's going to be 9.2 for the next 8 years. He's going to be sticking around. We're actually going to be saving a bit of money on his contract. Samuel Girard, I think we're going to trade you away. You're 32 years old. You're only going to be getting worse from here on out. And we'd be able to get a pretty good young defenseman for you. Capo Caco, I'm not really too sure what to do with you. I'm going to be honest, like, you've been a pretty good top 6 guy for us. You know what? The team hasn't been able to win the last couple of years. So do we change things up a little bit here? Like, you've been slowly regressing over the past couple of years, so I think we are going to make a move with you. So this is the first deal we're going to start with. It's going to be Siegenthaler up to the Seattle Kraken. We're going to bring in Young. He's going to be a good defensive defenseman. He fits on the third pairing, so he's going to help us. Also getting Berkeley Catton, even though he's never developed. He's only a 79 overall. Don't really know what happened with with Berkeley captain, but I guess we're not going to get him. Are we just going to go 1-for-1 here? This is going to be like a 7 overall drop, so it definitely is going to be hurting the team a little bit. But you know what? We're getting a nice young defensive defenseman. Once we flip Samuel Girard, we'll be able to bring in another star, so I'm not too concerned. Okay, now this is going to be a difficult deal to get done, but I think it's going to be possible. Girard over to the Minnesota Wild. We get Samnov here. On top of him, we're also going to get a first and second rounder. I'm really hoping we can at least get one pick in this deal. Can I at least get a first rounder? Alright, that's huge for us. Because now we have to head over to the Utah Hockey Club, and we got to make another move. And the reason we're heading over to Utah is so we can make this move right here. 2 first rounders, immediately potential goaltender, and a medium top 6 potential forward. That's going to be sent over. They're accepting immediately. I know I was offering way more trade value, but I really didn't expect them to say yes to that. And I guess the real question is, with this young defenseman I acquired, are we going to be able to keep him on this team? He's looking for $10 million, but only a 1-year deal. We're going to hold off a little bit. The other young defenseman we acquired, I'm assuming we can keep him on this team. We're going to be able to. We just have to go through a bit of a negotiation. So it looks like we're going to be keeping Young around. It's going to be $5.2 million for the next 4 years. I was contemplating giving him a no movement clause or something, but he's too young to get one. So I mean, yeah, wasn't really much of a point in going into a negotiation. So because of the salary cap situation on this team, more than likely a couple guys are going to be walking away at the end of the season. Capo Caco's going to be leaving. Clint Costin's going to be leaving. That's perfectly fine. We have an elite defense here. We have an elite offense. On top of all that, amazing goaltending. But can we show up in the postseason? That's the biggest question mark for this team. So I've lost all faith in our coach. Like, I actually give up with this man. He's not going to win with this team anymore. 18th in the entire league. We're virtually the exact same team. We have one of the best defenses in the entire league. We're looking at a top 10 defense here. Where does our offense rank, though? We might have one of the worst offenses in the entire league. This team is not scoring goals. Like, William Beckman's leading the way with 51 points. Cutter Gaucher, 50 points. Zach Benson's minus 14. Don't really know why he's minus 14. He's never had a negative plus minus up until this season. The last time we had negative plus minus, he was in Buffalo and he picked up 71 points. Since coming to the Bandits, Bro's been great up until this season. I believe in this team. I believe in Coach Chetkov, who has terrible numbers right now. I don't want to make any trades. I don't care if we're a bad team right now. I don't feel like making trades with this team. I know what we're capable of. Now I just want to look at this team before we look at the standings. Cutter Gaucher, Brock Besser, William Eklund, Zach Benson, Logan Stankoven, Capo Caco. So we're looking at a 90 overall, a 93, a 92, another 92, 88, 86, 84, 88, 89. There's clearly no team in the league that is better than this team right here. Lekkemaki's an 86, Works an 85, Cole's an 81. What an incredible offense. Looking at the defense, 90, 89, 86, 92, 88, 86. Wow, what an incredible defense. At 86 being the lowest overall, clearly this team must be looking great. Kochetkov at 89 overall. I think if you were to calculate the average overall in this team, we'd be sitting at an 87. Keep that in mind. 18th in the entire league, we missed the playoffs. So the coach has already been fired, the power play coach has been fired, the assistant coach has been fired. Every coach has been fired already. Even the AHL coaches, I'm firing everyone. Like, I don't even want to look at the stats for this team. Absolutely atrocious. I don't know what happened this season. I don't know why all of a sudden we just became a really bad team. Kochetkov, you weren't good. Nobody on this team was good. The Oilers are Stanley Cup champions. We have 3 seasons left to win 3 Stanley Cups. Last season I said in the final 4 years we'd win at least 3. Now we have to complete a 3-peat. Ain't no way that just happened. Now I couldn't care less about this medium league potential player. Like, we really missed the playoffs. Like, that is so incredibly wild that it makes absolutely no sense. Like, the New Mexico Bandits actually missed the postseason. How does that even happen? Like, by right, we should be the best team in the entire league. We have the best first line, the best second line, the best third line, and the best fourth line, the best top pairing, the best second pairing, and the best goaltending. But even with all of that, we're missing the playoffs. Like, how does that happen? Now I understand why the coach let us down. It was the final year, we haven't given him an extension. But yeah, the assistant coach is gone, we're firing him. The associate coach is gone, we're firing him. The AHL coaches, we're even firing them. We're getting a completely new coaching staff here. Nobody's returning. So Vladimir Pushkarev, you're going to be rejoined the team. It's going to be 9.7 for the next 5 years. He's accepting on the spot. Capo Caco, Klim Kostin, Pekolzin, all of you guys are leaving the team. Alright, so this is an amazing deal. I'm actually going to give Luka exactly what he's looking for, 1.25 for the next 2 years. By keeping him on this team, that's going to round up the third pairing. But we are going to have to make a trade. Or do we just hold on to this defenseman? Actually, we're going to trade this defenseman right here. Alright, so we need some more forwards on this team. The defense is basically set for the rest of the rebuild, but we do need some new forwards here. Jacobson, you're going to join the team. You're going to play some bottom 6 minutes. The next guy we're going to bring to the team here is going to be Petrov. It's going to be 2 years at $960K. They'll fill in the bottom 6. We don't have to pay him too much. We're throwing a prospect, a 3rd and 4th rounder into this deal, and that should be enough to bring him to the team. They're saying no to that. Okay, we're getting finessed out here. Here's the 7th round pick as well. This should be more than enough. We're offering way more when it comes to trade value. We're finally finally getting this one done. And then we will make one free agent signing here to fill out the bottom 6. Alright, so we brought in an entirely new coaching staff. We're going to be running some lines like this. Stankoven, I think you're going to play some third line minutes this season. I mean, what's the worst that can happen? We're going to definitely turn it around this season. If we missed the playoffs last year, that can happen again. We have an offensive-oriented coach. We brought in a lot of offensive-oriented assistant coaches and associate coaches. Things have to change here. We have to go on a run. If we got to win a Stanley Cup, then it all has to start right now. I don't get it. I truly don't get it. Like, we have such a good team here. 9th in the entire league, a 36-23-3 record. We're still not scoring goals here. We have a good defense, but I just don't get it. Like, why are we not scoring goals? Like, do I just have players that have bad shoot-pass biases? I don't know what it is. Brock Besser, you're getting up there in age, 90 overall. You're still producing, but you're just not that guy anymore. Cutter Gaucher, maybe you just don't sim very well. I don't know what it is. Cutter Gaucher, maybe I'm going to trade you away. I haven't decided. Like, we got to make some moves here. Actually, I don't think I can trade him away. I'm pretty sure I gave him a no-movement clause. He'll stick around for the rest of the rebuild. Yes, I did. I just don't know what it is. Like, Logan Stankoven, for a sniper, you don't really shoot that well. Like, your shooting stats are actually very mid. So, I don't know. Maybe we just need to bring in some different scorers because we're clearly not scoring goals here. Let's try to make some moves. Alright, so this is what we're doing. We're going to trade for 2 of the best goal scorers in the league. We're going to pick up this one from the Montreal Canadiens, and then we're going to pick up a different one from the Chicago Blackhawks. Hopefully this can be enough here. It doesn't look like it. I guess we're doing 2 first-rounders. 2 first-rounders are going to be thrown into this deal. Hopefully we can get it done. I mean, we're not even fitting their trade block whatsoever, but I don't care. We have to get a deal done. We have to bring some goal scoring to the team, and it looks like this is going to be the deal. Now, this deal's a bit riskier. We have to go with one of our best playmakers in Zach Benson. But you know what? We need goal scoring on the team, so we have to do this. We'll take the first-round pickup. We'll just get a second back. I'm actually perfectly fine with going 1-for-1 here. They're, again, the better player, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. We have to start scoring goals. Now, we have 2 30-goal scorers on this team, a 27-goal scorer in Brock Besser, a 26-goal scorer in Wiseman. We should be able to bury a bunch of goals now. All right, so here's our goal-scoring team. We're loading up the first line. We just have to start scoring goals. Hopefully, these guys can completely turn our season around. All right, so New Mexico was really good to finish out the season. We only lost 4 more games to finish out the year. After the trade deadline, we lost 4 games, a 52-26-4 record, but more importantly, our goals per game jumped by 0.2. That's actually quite a big difference considering how many games we'd already played. The average going up that much. Antonov, what you do since joined the team here, 19 goals in 20 games. That's what we needed. We needed a goal scorer like that. And then the other goal scorer we picked up, I don't think he really did too much. 6 goals here. I need more than 6 goals from you. I picked you up because I thought you were going to be a big goal scorer, but you didn't do that. But you know what? The team's looking better here. Kochetkov still got great numbers, but can we win when it matters the most? We have the Chicago Blackhawks in the first round, back in the postseason. Let's finish this off with a 3-peat. Alright, we need New Mexico to start winning. Okay, we lost 4 games to finish out the season. You're telling me we're dropping game number 1 here? That's not how it works. And we're dropping game number 4. Alright, we're moving into game 5 here. A best of 3 moving on. We're going to be winning game number 5. Can we win game number 6 and make it to the second round? Probably not. But it looks like we're actually going to be able to do so. I don't want to stop here. This team's got a bit of momentum. Whenever we stop, things go bad. We have the Colorado Avalanche up next. Colorado's been a tough fight so far, but you know what? We're finally going to get past this team. What's going to happen in game number 1? We're going to shut them out. We're going to be dropping game 2. We're dropping game 3. But once again, game 4, we're picking up a shutout. Kochetkov's been amazing so far. Can we do it once again in game number 5? Yes, we can. Game 6 is going to be a huge one, and we're going to be winning that one. We have the Utah Hockey Club up next. Utah, you better not be beating us. New Mexico is just built different. We're winning game 1, but we're dropping game 2. Moving on to game 3, we're going to be dropping that one, but once again, we're going to respond in game 4. Whenever we're down in the series, we find a way to bounce back. We're going to be dropping game number 5, but I have full belief in this team. We've got a new coach. We've got the offense rolling. We're scoring goals. We just have to keep on scoring goals here. So the Bandits are taking on the Utah Hockey Club. They're picking up the first goal of the game. We're responding in the second period. This is going to be a tough finish. And just like that, Sean Couturier is going to be giving the Utah Hockey Club, but hold on, wait. Oh, okay, never mind, we're down again. Alright, I was about to get super gassed, but now we're down again. We have 10 minutes left in this game. Hopefully Utah doesn't score again. Ideally, we pick up a goal here, and that's what I was looking for. We're about to hit the 5-minute mark. That's exactly what we hit. Now it's time for me to jump in. I know for a fact I can pick up a big-time goal. I can give us the lead here, and then we'll be off to Game 7 of the conference finals. I'm going to win us this game right here, and then we'll move on. Now, Utah, you might have a great forward core here, but the one thing you are lacking is great defense, and we have too many great forwards for you guys not to have good defense. Oh, here we go. Jacobson's got a break here. The defense is lacking. We're going to drop that back, though. I want to go for the one-time with Brock Besser. I gave up that break. Way to go for the one-time, but that was a bad decision. Okay, Kochetkov, what are you doing? Bro, come on, man. You got, like, what are you doing? Why are you flopping around like that? Logan McCooley scoring here. I mean, I played terrible defense. Like, I'm not even gonna lie there. I played really bad defense, but Coach Chekhov, why are you doing that? We're shortening the bench. Let's pick up a quick goal. Let's get the top line out here. Let's get our big goal scorers out here. Let's actually get Wiseman out here and allow that man just to skate around everyone. Okay, here we go. We got a good opportunity here, and the puck's gonna be poked away. Ain't no way that happened. But you know what? We're going to score. I don't know how I went 5-hole there, but you know what? We tied this game up. That Logan Cooley goal shouldn't have happened, and this goal right here shouldn't have happened. So yeah, it's all even again. No, but that was such a cheesy goal here. It must have got deflected or something. No, we just went 5-hole. All right, we'll take it. All right, so we allowed a bad goal because I played some sloppy defense. So luckily, we picked up a goal. From here on out, we need to be perfect defensively and just let the offense keep on flying. We're moving into the offensive zone, going to the backhand, but Connor Ingram's going to make the save. So we have a couple seconds left in this one. We're going to swing it up to Jacobson. Let's see if he's got a step on the defense. Yes, he does. Can he get to the backhand in time? There's a loose puck with 0.4 seconds left. Jacobson buries the winner on Connor Ingram. I don't know how that went to the net. Yeah, we're going to take that. 0.4 seconds left in the game. He just needed a couple more seconds. That one was going to cross the line. Jacobson to the backhand. Connor Ingram's going to let that sneak past him. Not too much, but hey, we had one guy crash in the net. If Jacobson's not burying that one, it was going to go in no matter what. Connor Ingram's not going to make the save here. I don't know how that got past his glove. With just 0.4 seconds left, we buried the winner. This game's all over. So with that huge goal right there, we're forcing Game 7. What a big-time goal from Jacobson. Now we just need the simulation to hold it. Now we just need the simulation to hold up their end of the bargain. So here we go, Game 7, the biggest game of the video so far. We need to win this one. It's going to be a scoreless first period. Moving into the second, we're allowing 2 straight goals. We lost this game, didn't we? We got shut out. I almost want to end this video early, I'm not going to lie. These last 2 seasons, they have made me not want to do 10 years. We are going to finish these 10 years though. We're going to try to win 2 more in the next 2 years. I don't know if it's going to be possible. This team just constantly lets me down. I don't know what it is. Does anyone need an extension here? I'm not even too sure. Already does, but there's no way he's going to be coming back here. What's he looking for? $6.7 million. We do have $8 million to work with, but we do have to fill in an entire bottom 6. I don't know what we do here. Alright, this is going to be incredibly useful. A medium league potential player. We package up him with something else, and we should be able to bring in another medium league potential player. Alright, so we negotiated a deal with William Eklund. We're giving him a no-move clause. We're going to be saving $3 million here. It's a bit more than what he's getting paid right now, about $2.7 million more, so that's not going to be hurting us too much financially. So with the elite sniper we picked up, obviously we got to bring back Igor, and it's going to be $11.1 million for the next 8 years. We're going to be saving a bit of money there. The real question is, are we going to have enough money for everyone? Like Brock Besser, I guess we're not really going to bring you back here. Luke Hughes, of course, we do have to bring you back. Where you look for $9.2 million. I'll give you a no-movement clause, and we'll get that a lot lower. So we're going to give Luke Hughes $7.2 million for the next 3 years. That's going to be saving a bit of money. And I think Brock Besser, we're just going to let you walk here. Wiseman, of course, I have to keep you on the team. What are you going to be looking for? I basically give you Brock Besser's money. But considering I only have to give you an extension for 1 year, this actually works out pretty good for us. So Wiseman, we're going to keep you around as well. But we're going to try to save $1 million. It's going to be 6.6 for next season. And he's going to be accepting on the spot, so that's a great deal for us. Only $300K more than he's getting paid right now. However, Zane Perek, I know for a fact you're going to want a lot more. Zane Perek, you're going to make this very easy for us. $5.5 million for 1 season. That's a steal. So he's going to be returning to the team. So we're not really going to be losing anyone, I guess. Like, we have a majority of the important pieces. I mean, Jacobson, I think we might just let you walk. I mean, we're not really letting you walk. We'll just qualify you as an RFA next season. But never mind. Like, let's try to get you for $3 million or something. I think we could probably do $3.2 million for the next 2 years. So that's just a bit more what you're getting paid right now. You're sticking around. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hey, drop the cock and grab a sock. Let's go. Get up. Don't.
Christmas poop.
Poop. Oh shoot, the 400. You already opened gifts? I don't even open gifts yet because my parents take freaking ever to wake up.
Oh my god, it's 10:49 a.m. this year.
But I already know what weather radio I'm getting. I'm getting the EAR-10.
Which one?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that one. I wanted the 400.
How much was the one you got?
Hey, I heard your booty hole smell. Try to get a baby, she can't even spell. Hop into the pants. That, no. I mean, for not talking for that long, and that's what you say when you come back, bro. No.
Are you gonna set? Wait, is that the only thing you got for Christmas? What else did you?
Definitely not. I don't remember.
Alright, bro.
Oh, we got a giant weather station.
Is that what that tall black thing is right there?
No. That's been there.
Are you gonna set up the 400? When are you gonna set it up? 400.
I have no clue. I'm probably gonna set it up over here with the rest of these radios over there.
I'm saying, like, when are you gonna, like, unbox and, like, start setting it up?
Probably like right now.
Well, I like your ball sack, you know that, right?
You know what? That's just the worst thing. You know, like, what's up, guys? Welcome back to another video. Back again, we have Hey Poop on the screen here. And we're gonna unbox your ball sack.
No, you cannot say it on video. You can't say it. Dude.
Let's get started, dude.
Dude, this... You can't say it. I'm gonna unbox your ball sack. You just can't.
You're kidding. Humor is absolutely horrible. Alright, this radio looks kind of like poop.
Dude, stop. You're recording.
I know it's horrible. Actually, it's amazing though.
I want to lick Stephen Curry's ball sack until the fucking sweat goes down my throat and I just keep sucking it until I can't even feel my mouth anymore. My jaw will be sore. My whole entire mouth.
What are you watching, dude? Turn that off.
Fucking ball sack.
No.
Stephen Curry's fucking ball sack. Sore. My entire mouth will be sore from sucking on Stephen Curry's fucking ball sack.
I'm done.
Alright,
no. Dude, I'm done.
That's a nice one. And I'm gonna go get battered.
No.
Alright, chat, one back, so we go, so that's black. Stop! You're scared. Oh! So hard. I'm trying to get battery food. That's just, no. Man, I hope you're kidding. Oh no. I hope you're kidding, because if you're not, that's kind of like illegal. It's illegal like if you were eagle. I hope he's got that figure. I'll take over 406 triple A's on that one.
Toss report hoop.
Set down.
Is on the hilltops and there are 30 across the lower elevations. Northwest winds.
Wait, you should alert test it.
Well, that's not what I expected it to sound like. I thought I was going to do a fast one.
Is it cool poop?
It sounds like the WR120.
Is the poop cool?
Yeah. Voice.
Dude, your poop smells like the Golden State Warriors.
You're kidding!
No need to break my eardrums. It's Christmas morning, dude.
No, but you're absolutely joking. No.
You're a juggernaut balls. What is this?
However, this Celtics team would like.
What am I looking at?
You know, we can't. You're the live stream too.
Yeah, why are you looking at the other live stream? What? Tis the season, but don't forget the reason.
Your beat sack.
Steph Curry ball sack.
Yo, whoa, hold up. I just gained so much more subscribers. What the heck?
Stop.
I had 6 yesterday, now I have 13. I'm an unboxer ball sack.
Dude, there's another marginal for California, dude. I don't understand.
You know what? This time, instead of like getting the alerts via stream, I want to get them via radio. Now that I have
the 400 2. Bye.
Yeah.
I don't know why you haven't started anyway, because my ball sack is stinky.
Dude, you just can't say that! No, you can't. That's illegal. If you say that again, I'll beat your fecal eagle.
Yeah, you're gonna poop me.
You're getting the poop treatment, I'm sorry. No. Very unfortunate to the people who get the poop treatment, but...
Never do it again!
Clear water ball sacks, so...
Yo,
you heard me.
Apparently not even long ago, there was a big consider bus fee off for Sacramento, but it's already expired.
Really?
So.
Is there gonna be more poop, or
there's still some SPSs right now.
Unbox ball.
No! No!
Sorry. Okay, well, time to get to beating your ball sack, and yeah, catch alerts through my little radio.
Hello to Dansville Line with
it's Chicago.
Accumulating ball sack.
Holy crap, you're banned. It's not even funny, dude. Like, just get out of here now. Real trap poop.
We gotta beatbox your ball hole.
No, you're banned. You're banned.
Boner.
Boner. What with donor? Study got a baby. Your ball sack's in.
Shorty wet with the stoners?
Study got a baby. Cut your melons. I ain't gonna lie. The booty top 10. I ain't gonna lie. The booty top 10.
Oh, it works. Oh no. It works actually better than what it would with your ball sack.
You wish that was the case.
I mean, you're like a square wire ball sack, so. I'm excited out of Supercell poop.
Tyann GU poop.
That's Guam ball sack.
How do you freaking know?
Because I've seen that place before.
I've seen your ball sack before.
Thank you!
Nope.
What station's gonna get impacted the most? Oh, Sacramento SPS. Oh.
Buffalo bone sack.
It's probably some sack of ball sack.
Dude, you're...
Actually, no, San Francisco's gonna get cooked, so.
Nashville boner.
Everywhere's gonna get cooked. It's not even going to, like...
Dude, you know every risk, or no, not every risk, every office in California today is under the, under the marginal. So.
It's kind of crazy. What else is
Your balls
crazy?
are crazy.
Oh my god.
What did I say before you could?
Yes?
In California, where reports of USA issued at 7:33 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Flood at 5:30 until 10:45 a.m. Pacific Standard.
Hanford poop. Sorry.
Wow.
What happened to Fresno? I was just listening to it. Please, Fresno.
In counties where reports of Merced. When until 10:55 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Impacts minor flooding in low-lying and poor drainage areas. Additional details at 7:33 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Doppler radar indicated heavy rain. Minor flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly in the advisory area.
Let's hope that goes off when it gets an alert. Oh, that's where Fresno ball sack, so. It's called Hanford, but Buford. Buford. Well, what's the other name for Hanford? Because I don't remember. Is it it's not Fresno.
Nashville poop.
No! I don't know. What office? I know it's called Hanford, but it doesn't.
No, it's called San Joaquin Valley / Hanford on IM.
San Joaquin. Okay, there we go. San Joaquin Valley poop.
Random that.
You know what? There's times like this when your ball sack reeks, you know? Sacramento's.
Pacific Standard Time Thursday. Impacts. Gusty winds will blow around unsecured objects.
Well, if an alert gets issued, I'll get it. Fres balls. Times like this to run like this, no matter if you're pretty butt bit. December 25th. Continuous severe thunderstorm warning.
Did you say poopy butt poop?
Considerable 70-mile-an-hour observed. Hail 75 inches.
Your balls are 75 inches.
You know what? You just might be right. Also, Los Angeles isn't an SPS, and I don't know if it exactly looks like poop. I should be concerned or not.
Your ball sack is making me concerned.
It's an aerial flood advisory, actually. But
dude, your poop is a flood advisory, dude. Just
you are joking. You are kidding. You need to stop.
See, you wish I would, but it's not the case.
Okay, well, I'm gonna get rid of the advisories.
Palm booty hole.
Flash flood mesoscale.
Dude, I'm gonna flash your penal everywhere.
Dude, you just kind of this way to stop. You know? SPS for Santa Rosa. How close is that to Monterey Marine? Very not close. And expires in 25 minutes.
It's very painless.
Painless.
No, painless.
Eureka is a thunderstorm poop.
You wish, dude.
Not now, but it will. Just trust me.
Which one?
North of Eureka poop. That might be covered by. That might be covered by Medford. I don't know.
So we have 3 SPSs right now. One for Kings and Fresno poop, one for Napa and Sonoma poop, and Sonoma, and then Mendocino poop.
Burgundy's ball hole.
Travel could be very difficult.
Brendan Figglebaum. Also, I cannot hear you, by the way. I know it's.
I'm actually just like not talking, you know, so. I can't hear your poop.
Real Charlie Jerk.
You're going
Who's random who keeps liking my butthole?
No, they're not.
I think I'm kidding, but I'm not.
Your balls are wet.
Connor McDavid posted about your ball sack.
Connor McDavid. I will wipe your ball sock off the face of the planet.
Scared.
That is what I'm planning to do. I will wipe your ball sack. Oh.
What was that?
Nothing.
Just a public statement group.
Yep.
Who's Joseph Muckian? This is definitely a bot account.
What are you talking about?
Look in the chat. Not the private chat.
Private chat group?
No.
You don't see nothing in the regular chat.
Some random apparently commented poop earlier.
Epstein poop.
Epstein.
That song sucks so bad.
That song's amazing, dude. I made it. It's so good.